स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, लफड़े, झगड़े सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं। तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही फाइव स्टैक सारी वीडी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, हमारे ड्रीम्स नहीं है नींद बस एक काम का बुखार, तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज। रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब, मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब, सारे रास्ते बदतब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल, बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल, टेंशन काय को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर, कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉर्ट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर, मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए धके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम, टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम, जितने का था मेरा पीसी
आते साथ आए हैवी पे है भाई साहब, आते साथ आई सुपर चैट, आते साथ आई घोंबरे घोंबरे एप्रिशिएशन, लव यू मेरे भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एप्रिशिएटिंग दे वेर लाला मेरे लाला, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द ह्यूज 100 लाला, रियली हार्ड वर्किंग स्ट्रीमर, ऑडियंस बनानी और उसको एंटरटेनमेंट देना कोई तेरे से सीखे, फेवरेट स्ट्रीमर फॉर रियल, लव यू टैलेंटेड हेरे हर्ष, लव यू मेरे भाई, लव यू टू इनटू योर हार्ट एंड इनटू योर everything bro, thank you so much for appreciating, thank you so much for the huge 100। और ये कैमरा येलो क्यों है, पांडरा क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? वेलकम बैक दोस्तों, इट्स टाइम फॉर VCT अमेरिकाज लोअर ब्रैकेट बेबी, गामरे शामरे कुतकरे माकरे कामरे, कुतकरे माकरे कामरे ए Yes sir। भाई असेंडेंट हार्ड स्टक हूँ, क्या करूँ? मेरे से सीखो, मैं भी हूँ असेंडेंट हार्ड स्टक, आप मेरे से सीखोगे, किसी दिन हम दोनों एक साथ इम्रोटाल से बाहर निकलेंगे, इम्रोटाल जाएंगे, तब ये पूरी दुनिया सिर्फ देखेगी और हम लोग उस पर हंसेंगे, अंडरस्टैंड?
You know, I for one have never believed that someone could actually be 6'6", and I know this entire time you've been two Dan Dryads in a trench coat trying to root for KRU.
Beautiful.
I'm two Dan Dryads.
Never seen them at the same time in the same
Obnoxious
place.
coffee.
So you might even lift up your hoodie. I know.
भाई इमॉर्टल कैसे जाओ? इमॉर्टल जाने के लिए आपको पहले असेंडेंट से बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा, और असेंडेंट से बाहर निकलने के लिए आपको देखना पड़ेगा मुझे। ये लोग 90s में क्यों है क्या मालूम, शायद 80s में नहीं, इसलिए। भाई उनका जो प्रोडक्शन वाला है ना, वो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट हटाना भूल गया शायद, ऐसा कुछ हुआ है सीन, ऐसा कुछ हुआ है, देखो ना अब तक ये चल रहा है। ये लोग कॉड क्यों लिख रहे हैं? Why is it black and white? What am I watching? देवर भाई ने और 100 रुपए दिए हैं और लिखा है भाई ये हॉलीवुड का हीरो कैसे आ गया स्ट्रीम पर। क्या है आपके स्किन और हेयर का एक्चुअली मेरे स्किन का राज तो कुछ नहीं ब्रो, मैं पानी बहुत पीता हूँ और मैं नहाता हूँ रोज। और मेरे बालों का अगर आप पूछो मेरे बालों का राज क्या है, तो एक्चुअली मैं गॉड गिफ्ट ब्रो, गॉड गिफ्ट।
No, we did
Cheers.
throw them last time we played them. That was actually my first time beating KRU. I think that kind of loss for a team like that definitely woke them up a little bit.
VCT वाले आपको कितना घूस देते हैं भाई इतने रात को स्ट्रीम करने का? कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ वो लोग अपॉर्चुनिटी देते हैं भाई, अपॉर्चुनिटी अपनी ऑडियंस बेस बढ़ाने और कंटेंट बनाने, और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देते हैं वो। हर एक को मिलता है ये वॉच पार्टी एक्सेस, देख रहे हो तुम, किसी को मिलता है ज्यादा। अगर मेरे को मिला है तो आई शुड मेक फुलेस्ट ऑफ इट।
Riot Games Arena, let's get this day of elimination matches started. First, let's bring out your evil geniuses!
Yo!
They had a slow start but found their footing and are on an upward trajectory.
Ayush bhai, thank you so much for joining the Power Gang. Ayush bhai, welcome. Thank you so much for the sponsor. Welcome to the Power Gang, baby.
Had their best match that we have seen on this VCT America stage in their last game. If they can keep any of that form, they've got a hell of a chance.
Yeah.
And I genuinely do believe in this team. I think the iterative improvements.
Edit छोड़ के लाइव देखने आ गया, क्लाइंट मार डालेगा।
It was too slow.
देवर भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया, लिखा है एयर इंडिया लैंड हो सकता है या फंस जाएगा। मतलब
this is a team that has the ability right now, I think, to go the distance, and they're ready to show it.
Air India land ho SKTA या फंस जाएगा।
This guy is a hater.
KRU Visa!
KRU Visa, the top dog of Group Alpha, has dropped only one match during stage 1 against EG in week 4.
Thank you for the potty, Devar.
But honestly, like people, I feel like have been doubting them a little bit, losing to MIBR, even coming in as #1 out of Group Alpha. But this team is a very
भाई क्लाइंट मंथ का 5000 दे रहा है, बहुत कम लग रहा है, छोड़ दूं क्या? उसके सिवा कितना कमाता है?
This team is going to be fearsome for the rest of playoffs.
Yeah, and I need to see more proactivity from KRU, I think, off the rip as well from them as a team, because you can't be waiting around trying to at least trigger these trap plays when EG are going to be playing the slow game. You know that they're going to be going at that kind of pace and tempo. I think KRU just need to honestly speed it up.
अच्छा आज मेरी ascended lobby में bronze 3 वाला top rank कर रहा था, hacker.
The pace that they've been going at right now has been expecting something a bit faster when they've been playing against their opponents. Yeah. KRU need to take control. They know they've got the firepower. They know they're good aimers. Just what do they have to be scared of?
And from speaking with Coach Adam, he seems very calm about this series. Feels like he's really learned from the mistakes of playing against EG, against that loss.
Lota is be split. W. Fracture नहीं आता ना मैं पुल में मुझे मजा आता है।
Icebox for KRU, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit worried.
Fracture देखने में मरने होता है भाई।
Between those two teams, Nietzsche came out on top.
Yeah, KRU picked Lotus last time these two teams played, and they
15-10,000 कमाता है,
EG
तो
slow attacks
छोड़ देना
that you're talking about, ripped them to pieces, and it was the same when they played against MIBR. In particular, Melzer anchoring the seaside was getting ran over by the pivot to the neon.
उन those tres crew.
The threat of both those games was
मेरे को आता है इनका भाषा, तुम लोगों को क्या लगा? मेरी डेंजर है।
Be a lot better today if they want to take EG's pick.
Yeah, and then I look forward to Icebox as well.
Photoshop review हुआ आज और भाई हुआ। All love my G, love you too. Devar Gaming Party channel, nice DP you got.
And look how strong Evil Geniuses looked as well with the roll swap between Ye and Icy. That second
Can you
map,
do
I
yo
think, is the
with
pivotal
Cave?
one of
Yes.
this series.
It's also
भाई
a
रात
very
की
interesting
2:30
one
पे
because
सौ की
there's
watching
so
वो
much
भी watch
hate
party
on
पे
KRU
बहुत
on
वेले
Icebox,
है Power
whereas
Gang वाले।
Evil Geniuses only showed it once.
क्या बोला?
And they had a pretty good showing, I think, when they did end up
खौटा
playing
दूंगा
it.
सीधा,
That clutch
हगरे।
was coming out, the coordination was pretty good from these EG players. They are genuinely reaching that next level, I think, towards their overall.
बहुत भरेंगे
game.
इसको chat।
Yeah, for EG
तू लोग
themselves,
भर रहे, मैं भरूं।
keeping a close eye on Superman as well as an individual. Last time he was the key player in making EG's dominant win versus Lotus a reality, I think. And for Superman as well to have a really good game, it allows and enables EG's slower style of play to have pivot options. That's the most important aspect of it as well. If Superman is just taking out these players who are trying to solo anchor a portion of the map on Lotus, he makes it so
इसमें
much
Power
easier
Gang
for
की
the
गलती नहीं,
overall
हर्ष भाई ही
team
नल्ले
to be
है तो
able to
Power
make
Gang
those
भी
rotations in a timely fashion.
Too many haters in the chat. Sorry भाई सोना है, कल देखूंगा स्ट्रीम। ये क्या बात हुई? सोना है? अभी तो स्ट्रीम शुरू हुई है, अभी सोना है तुमको? Thank you for the potty. Dever, potty gamer.
Early fighting, seizing control of the map. Neon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
On that regard, so I would agree that I want to see Kesnet back on that pick.
Also, of course, from EG on Lotus, we did see that Yay, Clove are going to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just on paper, I'm not the biggest fan of this composition from EG, but they
ए ये विनय बहुत हेटर है यार देवर का। क्या आइला तब से लिख रहा है रिफंड करेगा। अरे पादरे करने देना, वो ये इज्जत से सुपर चैट कर रहा है तो। Hitman Gaming YT channel, thank you so much for the response. Welcome to the Power Gang Gold.
As individuals, how are they going to change it up and switch it up compared to the
Thank you so much for the support, guys.
And I completely agree with your point. And
Thank you.
They need to take control.
Thank you for joining in the Power Gang Gold, Hitman Bhai. I love you guys. For real, for real.
That's what my eye is going to be set on.
Clove is not an amazing op agent compared to some of the other stuff that Ye locks in. And that's what defines his incredible performance in this last series.
क्या मेरा future Yai जैसा होएगा?
I'm really
इसकी बात कर रहा हूँ।
Icy to keep his form, winning out against Kesnet in
शायद present ही वैसा दिख रहा है भाई, future की बात छोड़ दो। I like the blue room light ये है ना, मेरे को भी अच्छा लग रहा है।
Exactly. That's the big question of this opening series. It's going to be how Icy performs up against KRU and how the
No refund. अगर मैं refund करा तो Hush Radiant.
I think those are the two big questions
साले
we have for our team.
किसको support कर रहा है? KRU की EG किसी को नहीं। बस आज दोनों 2-0 होने वाला है, इतना मेरे को पता है।
Performance lurking on the Viper. He was good on defense.
Bro, cameraman देख रहे हो तुम लोग?
22 and 5. It wasn't just unbelievable, it was otherworldly.
So you said it, Bren. When we switch sides, KRU need to punish these B-lurks. They have to set up those trap plays and stick to them.
Well, the pressure is on for both of these teams, so let's head into the first pistol round and send it over to our ever so lovely casters here, Doug and Baby Bay.
ओ chat, किसी ने ये गेम देखा? नाम बताता हूँ, इधर दिखा नहीं सकते, स्ट्रीम दूसरा चल रहा है ना अपना। क्लियर अपस्कर किसने देखा? किसको पता है उस गेम के बारे में? कोई बताओ मुझे कि किसने नहीं देखा, क्योंकि वो है ना, मतलब अब भी रिसेंटली आया, 24th को आया है, मतलब 4 दिन पहले, और बोलते हैं बहुत ब्यूटीफुल गेम है और उसके रिव्यूज़ बहुत पॉजिटिव है। स्टोरी मोड गेम है एंड मैंने गेम प्ले हल्का हल्का देखा ना, स्क्रीनशॉट्स बहुत ब्यूटीफुल दिख रहे हैं, तो आई एम प्लानिंग कि हम लोग ये हफ्ते वो खेलें।
Samsung match start, load up fast with Samsung SSDs. You were mentioning KRU on the attacking side, a little bit of a different
look compared to what we saw previously. Time for EG versus KRU.
I want to point out the armor regen buy for Kesnet. Somebody go shy, investing into a Vandal. This is going to be very pacey.
Tap of the orb on the C side of the map. Second time is a charm. Azina will scoop that up and turn their attention towards C. You mentioned that there might be a little bit of pace on the other side of this, given that Kesnet's got regen armor, that he's got a ghost, but instead they're contacting their way out.
Yeah, using that Viper smoke timing of Superman.
वैसी का टीम है KRU, तो फुल सपोर्ट KRU को।
Now the hit is actually here, shy.
हाँ बे, लेकिन टीम है ना थोड़ी सी डायबॉलिकल खेल रही है ये, पता नहीं क्यों। कभी बहुत अच्छा खेलती है, कभी बहुत ओकेश खेलती है। जैसे कल की बात भाई, कल मुझे नहीं लगा था इतना बेकार परफॉर्म करेगी।
From yesterday to today is proactivity.
I mean, they have a lot of utility on the other side of this.
कल किसके अगेंस्ट थी मैच KRU की? मैं भूल गया।
With Kesnet close by. You're going to have this late lurk that you mentioned. Superman's going to be on the flank. He might get some timing, but Mazino and Melser
देखो अभी कैसा मार रहे हैं।
side open before he even gets involved in the play.
MIBR के अगेंस्ट।
Superman's left in a 1v3.
कल नहीं अच्छा खेली भाई KRU।
Last time that took
वन साइड मारा है भाई MIBR ने।
He does get the first.
ये सुपरमैन अकेला मारता भाई इनमें। किधर अरे भाई यार भगाता है भाई ये।
Clean him up. And that armor
सुपरमैन डेंजर है।
Exactly the power of the
EG भी डेंजर खेलने लग गई है ना भाई अभी। EG भी हरा देती है इसको भी। थर्ड एक्ट में कौन से मैप्स आ रहे हैं? बाय द वे हॉट बॉय केम चो।
Besides the upgrade to full armor, not wanting to get sheriff headshot.
आज मेरे को सब लोग हॉट हैंडसम ये सब क्यों बुला रहे हैं?
Proactive in the post plant was KRU. It's a place
Thank
where
you
they
so much for the 69 rupees, bro. थर्ड एक्ट में कौन से मैप्स आ रहे हैं? थर्ड मैप में क्या मालूम भाई, ब्रीज आना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
And they're vibing already.
Thank you so much Arush for the 69 rupees, Lala. Love you.
A phantom purchase too.
Yeah, this is a very strong buy.
They're leaning into this for sure, yeah.
तारीफ करो तो दिक्कत ना अरे नहीं मैं पूछ रहा हूँ भाई कि इतना अच्छा दिख रहा हूँ क्या ऐसा
control being conditioned from KRU back to back rounds.
बोलू भाई क्लियर ऑब्स्क्योर कैसा है गेम है खेलना चाहिए मैं तो चर्चे ही नहीं देख रहा हूँ भाई उस गेम के इतना ब्यूटीफुल गेम दिख रहा है और कोई चर्चे ही नहीं कर रहा शायद हमें ही शुरू करना पड़ेगा चर्चे क्या बोलते हो क्या हो रहा है मैच में बाय राउंड है और वो लोग जा रहे हैं ए पे
That A wall was baited out from EG as well, so
वापस सी रीहिट कर रहे हैं
were set there for a moment, but the defense is still very spread right now. Superman, he
highest rated game of this year, damn.
But with Ye dropping here,
खेलू ना
EG kind of feel like they have to force the issue on this A side of the map at least.
And they also have to force the issue because they're in this eco. And you want to try to make a play. Icy takes a fair amount of damage, has to take a step back. And Super will get cleaned up. A lot of discipline out of KRU to start this series off.
Yeah, they look like they've cleaned up their gameplay a lot from yesterday. They were talking about how a patient playstyle kind of counters them, but it's cool to see them take a page of their own from that. I feel like a lot of
player obscure
what got them so lost and what got them so snowballed.
चलो दूसरे गेम की बात नहीं करते अपना
Valorant का watch party चल रहा है. The first time was the micro. Their overall macro was great. You could even talk to Adverso or Mazzino about it. When it comes down to these man-up scenarios, they were not able to convert, but they do.
Pokemon जैसा क्या बल्लू भाई? एक बारी
नहीं
मेरे को ये गेमप्ले देखना पड़ेगा. फन रहेगा क्या वो लेकिन?
He only had a ghost holding the flank right there, and he's going to be able to upgrade to a guardian of his own. So it's a very healthy bonus round now for KRU, and if you look at the side of EG, 3 members on light armor, this outlaw can do a lot of damage.
EG का
2-0 KRU
up है.
Kesnet was pretty quiet yesterday, all things considered. It was Shy who was maybe the only real saving grace to an otherwise disappointing day.
He was plus 13 yesterday, and they got stomped.
Oh. बोनस में इनके पास 2 राइफल्स अच्छे हैं.
I mean, they're really trying to bait out Superman's Viper smoke.
अच्छा पाया भाई, हेल्दी पाया उनका बोनस, मतलब हेल्दी बोनस है.
TV play that we saw.
Hopscotching his way into the back of the site.
You backside कैसे टीपी मारा भी डायरेक्ट?
Remember on pistol round how proactive KRU were taking water control.
Doesn't seem like they're interested in that this time around.
एक flank hold कर रहा है.
EG. They have to send 3 bodies here to try to clear that out, so they're so worried about that threat that the timer is ticking.
Oh.
Still a big window to play around. Kesnet splits uprights on that first shot. Meanwhile, Adverso falls. EG with the numbers advantage. Super gets another.
Oh, Super एक और मारा.
And now the rolling thunder.
भाई सब इसमें उल्टा गया.
Cause everything to go into disarray. The defense has to take a step back now, doubling down on their efforts. They're looking to find the window to play.
भाई ये लोग जीत गए बोनस.
Will succumb to the pressure of KRU.
ये लोग बोनस जीत गए.
EG, the bonus for the attack.
ये देखो हर राउंड में उठ रही है.
Start from KRU. They couldn't win any pistols on Lotus against MIBR, and here
not
only
did they
win the pistol, but they convert the bonus. Putting themselves in such a good spot on this attacking side, and I think the fact that KRU are able to set a pace of their own, and yeah, it hasn't been extremely aggressive. It's been methodical.
अब मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सुनो, देखो EG वर्सेस KRU पहले हुआ था ना, उसमें EG वन साइडेड 2-0 जीती. ये देखो इनको 2-0 जीती. और आज देखो KRU बोनस जीत गई भाई, 3-0 स्टार्ट है. KRU थोड़ा इनकंसिस्टेंट है. और EG भी मेरे को तो लग रहा है, क्या बता.
At least so far, it doesn't seem like a stomp.
Valorant console का मेरा वीडियो है, आप चेक कर सकते हो.
Oh, there's going to be a mess, isn't there? Icy here, the dink delivered, not enough to find lethality.
What a shot, yo!
On the other side of the smoke gets his one, instantly traded though.
Team diff है. Team diff है मतलब?
Trying to play very disciplined here.
Team तो है.
Mauser finding that kill into nature on stairs just kind of feels like it's solidified. We saw how much damage Ye was able to inflict in his last series with that Sheriff. He did get one in this round.
In my opinion, IC सबसे ज़्यादा inconsistent है, yes. And उनके टीम में Superman सबसे danger player है भाई.
See if Derek can take a timing with this Phantom that he picked up. It does not matter. Shy. Still on point on Lotus. And it's a free B site.
Shy भी बहुत consistent है भाई. मारता है मजबूत.
Not much left for Superman to do here besides grab that Phantom.
Oh, I think if you're EG here, you're going to have an extended window to talk. Oh, jeez. Should have. Shy swings through, cleans him up. KRU gets a 4, and there have to be some adjustments on the defensive side here for EG.
Yeah, at any moment with the way that KRU have been playing, they can kind of change the pace and run.
वैसा क्यों करते मालूम तुम लोग को चैट?
I don't think they're gonna
हाथ रीसेट करने के लिए, मतलब हाथ में तुम्हारे ना ये रीसेट करने के लिए. ब्लड फ्लो रीसेट करने के लिए वैसा हाथ ये करते हैं.
And they're converting man-up scenarios, which is
कितने आर सोते हो हर्ष भाई?
सोता हूँ
भाई बराबर.
In the MIBR series,
पता नहीं गिना तो नहीं.
KRU actually
कौन-कौन जिंदा है अभी टूर्नी में? आपकी गई टीम घर पे?
20-19.
अभी आज निकलेंगी भाई. आज दोनों में से एक निकलेंगी.
We're talking about the need to inject a little pace. Shy on the other side of the smoke will spam and connect onto Kesnet.
Okay, ये दूसरा buy round है EG का.
Tap of a door though. Baits out an extra rotation. Nature now grouping up with the rest of these A players.
ये कब होगा? अब तक कुछ अपडेट नहीं दिया उन्होंने.
Shy can pick off Superman here. It's a free site for the taking.
Oh भाई क्या टाइमिंग मिला इसको देखो.
He's crept all the way up. He heard that jump spot. Superman needs to be very
वो सी पे बुला रहा है टीम को. वो भी पीछे से एंगल लगा के जिगल कर रहा है.
Front B, but the proactivity from EG will.
A क्लियर कर लिया, B भी क्लियर कर लिया. अभी तो बहुत ऑब्वियस होना चाहिए कि C हो रहा है.
He is alone.
नहीं वो लोग यही होल्ड कर रहे हैं.
They're not taking space elsewhere on the map. I mean, KRU played that so quietly.
हाँ अभी rotation आना चाहिए defenders का.
Threat afoot. Derek is going to start to rotate over.
Yeah, he has those salvos to delay.
As soon as the flash goes up, the salvos are traded. And now the paranoia out. Supa just waltzes into his death. Not able to find a window to strike from the swing.
बेचारे ने smoke up किया लेकिन वो late up हो गया.
Come in for EG though. Well, look at the space.
मतलब देख रहे हो क्या? वाइपर का smoke up भी late होता है. Oh, what a combo!
The suck nade maybe connects a little bit. Yeah, and Icy standing strong. Mazzino left alone. 1v2.
Mazzino निकाल सकता है ये. 6-0 चल रहा है ये. एक किल, boom. अरे
one of them found. Icy delivers with 3.
क्या बात है Icy भाई? क्या बात है?
Yeah, the dynamic
क्या
duo
बात है?
from last time continuing here.
टोरंटो कब है पता नहीं.
He's one off of that showstopper because of that 3K that he got.
अगले महीने के मिड में रहेगा most probably.
KRU have been doing a phenomenal job of
5 बजे मिलता हूँ. I draw good night.
Superman's
वाइपर तो dead हो गई थी. Comeback कैसे?
Finding that window when it goes down to actually entry in.
इसका मेरा मेरी जो वीडियो थी वो कमबैक वाली भाई वो तो डेंजर थी.
Yeah, you win that round, but if the trades don't go your way on site, it could get really dicey. It's going to be an A brawl though. At least it seems like it might be. I guess maybe KRU are just
Agent, अबे खेलते हैं भाई ये लोग. पता नहीं क्यों खेलते हैं भाई. इन लोग को खेलने इन लोग को ना खेलना नहीं चाहिए वाइपर. तब जाके थोड़ी बफ होगी. और उसने पहले जंप स्पॉट किया फिर जिगल किया.
Awareness from Supa. He jump spotted the first time and then he hit a jiggle the second.
Quick spot at the money, and yeah, there's a good chance there's an off on the other side. So he plays that beautifully. And now look at how far back he's playing. Think about how KRU is attacking rounds. Make a little bit of noise, and then they slowly contact C, and then they burst Superman. Fully respecting that right now.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He likes to cycle his smoke up and down frequently, right? Now, the fact that Ye is close enough, that smoke can be consistently recycled, whereas before, KRU were able to find a gap of, okay, this Viper smoke is going down, close to our A, we can walk our way in with no fear.
How much
double initiator खेल रहा है. Double initiator and double controller.
You've got some noise with the Deho drone, with the one-way smoke.
थोड़ा diabolical comp है.
Again is C.
Oh, they're not biting on that. Trusting Icy to hold this down with the showstopper.
भाई वाइपर खेलना है तो डबल कंट्रोलर मस्ट रहता है रे. सोलो कंट्रोलर नहीं खेल सकते.
Top of the door, is that what draws the rotation? Yeah, second guessing it. What? Oh, he spots Super. What? I mean, what a wild angle.
Nice भाई. ये ने मारा भाई. ट्रेड ले लिया.
Gets his one kill. We'll buy a little bit of time and alleviate some of that pressure. Quick.
वैसा ओपन में खेल रहा है. Oh, good ult. सब डिटेक्ट हो गए.
They're gonna rotate back out onto B. And remember, Icy has his ult. 13 seconds left. He can cause so much disarray in this.
Oh!
On the mark.
Spike down हो गया.
Spike still not planted.
क्या बात है भाई.
They pick KRU apart.
Crazy ult.
Perfectly timed showstopper.
लोग के पास ए जाने का टाइम था, लेकिन वो शायद ओवरकुक होता.
And he gets to upgrade to that operator after winning that round for EG.
हाँ ना भाई, crazy angle था वो.
Inflicting chaos on the B bomb side. KRU Did a good job of maneuvering around the defense.
Crazy, bhai, crazy.
Of EG. The rotation was good, but the time was
आ गई
just
team
not on their
वापस आ गई.
side. Feels like EG have crawled their
कुछ
way
तो
back
अच्छी चीज
into
बोला
this off of what was a very strong start from KRU. Icy's going to be here with the operator.
EMEA का विषय क्या है पता नहीं भाई.
2 rounds in a row for them. You mentioned the op. Does look like it's going to get challenged early on.
W will buy.
We saw that same TP from Melser yesterday.
Clearly ult Hush would never hit. Shut
now
up,
he can
bro.
rotate in. He has Armageddon online.
Sort.
Big kill from Ye, casting it down.
पर स्टिंगर को ऐसा वन टैप देते हैं ना तो बहुत satisfaction लगता
It's just a different animal.
Currently
G2 तो हर सेकंड राउंड में भाई
shots that he's been hitting.
फोर्स करके स्टिंगर ले रही थी.
He's continuing his dominance.
See how much longer they can keep that off the play. A speed up towards B.
लोग आसपास को बेटर बोलते हैं लेकिन जब आसपास क्लाउड में
That's
a problem. Oh,
ओमन गॉट को ओमन ने टीपी किया. And he's died. He's died.
And now Ye's gonna pop his ult. A 4v2 Adverso left alone, tagged up, 30 HP. Has to throw it in reverse. And it's inevitable. EG get to 3.
It's going to be a timeout here from KRU shortly. I feel like the way that EG have been taking these engagements together, they're just overwhelming KRU's attacks.
आसपास को बेटर कौन बोलता है भाई मुझे नहीं पता.
Faced by 2-3 at a time.
लाउड की तभी टीम कंप्लीटली अलग थी, अभी कंप्लीटली अलग है. उनकी टीम पिछला सीजन थोड़ा बेटर तो खेल रही थी स्टेज सॉरी किक ऑफ अच्छा थोड़ा तो खेल रही थी लेकिन स्टेज 1 में तो एकदम ही टट्टी खेल रही है. और लेवियथन की भी टीम अलग है अभी कंप्लीटली. वो तो एनआरजी से आ रही है और MIBR की टीम भी अलग हो चुकी है एंड वो लोग मचा रहे हैं.
The Salvos is going to buy so much time. I mean, they decide that they want to try to accelerate B, instantly run into a brick wall.
4 players facing Kesnet.
Bro, 2 ult invest कर दिए उन लोगों ने.
They invest Adverso's ult too.
ये क्यों ult use किया उन लोगों ने?
When they're down in numbers.
And what? You're going to open the door and run into Superman's Viper pit? No way. You're going to have to walk all the way back.
Diabolical round, bhai.
It's the only weak spot of the map. But the way that EG have played this, the fact that they have 3B, it's a quick rotation either way.
Game name क्या था? भाई मैं फिर भूल गया.
1 pip off of having his Rolling Thunder. And we did not catch if the orbit had been grabbed so far.
Player Obscur.
And it is still up in play.
Yeah.
So Nature takes a step back. Mazzino might have a shot at this. I mean, they've got 2 rifles.
With that stealth bot being
भाई दो राइफल्स थे, 2 पिस्टल्स थे, उसमें उन लोगों ने 2 अल्टीज यूज कर ली. नियॉन को हेल्प मिल जाता तो मे बी वो कुछ कर पाते.
That's why you're seeing
30 seconds left.
Some pings from the attackers. Tree being opened up. Now you look at the mini map. EG understand what is going on. Melzer's gonna have to come up huge here. The solo stair player.
Full arsenal utility back sight. Icy not connecting on the op.
Ult आ गया. Oh my god, that's a huge ult.
It's gonna be aggressive.
3 members are gonna get hit by this, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Hesitation in this situation, and now the Rolling Thunder.
3 जन ulted है.
Sends Nature sky high. But there's no punish on the other side.
Bro, shit, वो गए नहीं.
I talked about Melzer earlier.
Icy getting a little bit high ground.
What an angle, भाई साहब Icy.
And having a
oh,
shot
nice shot.
Okay. EG again.
Crazy, bhai.
Come out on top, and that was a heavy investment from KRU.
So many ultimates used. Breach ult. Teho ult. No conversion from it. The spacing that EG have on these retakes, they're so confident in giving all this space up.
Jim कैसी चल रही है आज भाई? अच्छी चल रही है.
They trust in one another. They trust that the trades
अभी recovery mode में हूँ, तो इसलिए ज़्यादा सो रहा हूँ मैं.
And Icy, those 2 op shots were sick, man. He has outperformed everyone's expectations in playoffs. There's that timeout I was talking about.
Timeout आ गया भाई.
Different for KRU here because they were down 0-4, weren't really able to get.
भाई अगर वो तेजू का ult अच्छे से यूज कर लेता ना भाई.
What changed for the defense?
अभी वाले राउंड में.
It's the fact that
वो लोग राउंड निकाल लेते.
Closer to Superman.
3 ults यूज हो गए ये राउंड में. ये राउंड में.
In general, stuffing the lurks of KRU. I mean, let's be honest.
कुत्ता 40 रुपए दे के लिख रहा है. आप कब खेल रहे हो VCT?
With no fight, nothing.
देसी कुत्ते.
So EG making that one change. Also, Icy's up. it's been looking very good on these first bloods. He's able to isolate a lot of the players in Crew's post.
I should actually play VCT. Someday I will, bro. I will be there in the stage playing game. Clip this.
Understanding where Crew are leaning towards.
Someday, एक दिन तुम्हारा भाई VCT stage पे game खेल रहा
होगा. Play retake on the other side.
7-4 for
I don't believe in manifestation.
You take a look at the financial situation.
Because it never happened with me.
I mean, they've got enough to invest.
But I hope I'll be there one day. After 10 years.
Keep track of Ye here, starting at this A site. If it's a fast speed up.
4 साल पहले भी यही बोला था. तो स्टेज के ऊपर तो चढ़ा ना मैं. VCT स्टेज के ऊपर तो चढ़ा, उसके पास में तो गया. प्रोग्रेस तो हुआ है.
Full C default Shy trying to find that timing, but the fade eye from front B, that lineup sniffs him out.
They've given this look a couple of times. They speed up. They get
as a player नहीं भाई, as a creator ही.
Then they play the rest of the map.
As a creator ही खेलूँगा.
Understanding what's going on at C is so important for EG. That's why Icy comes back here with the operator.
Shot भाई, Icy मार रहा ना आज.
Derek, when that one-way smoke was being used to lurk in from Melzer on C site, used his stealth bot and got the info that the pack isn't there.
To tap of the door, and again, it's a fake.
C पे जा रहे हैं.
EG are reading into these fakes though. They're willing to play.
Bro, लोग door crunch करेंगे full.
From the start of the
B
round.
पे अगर lurk कोई कर रहा है.
It is still Derek who's close by. Shy. There's a lot on the other side of this.
That's a good bait. That's a good bait.
By Supa.
Nature baiting on purpose for Supa in front B, waiting for that lurk, and now you can just play retake on C. Everyone rotating in.
30 seconds left.
You're in a 5v3 here. The money's not great.
You gotta push. You gotta push and try to catch EG off guard, but look at how much utility EG still have because of those free picks.
Everything in the kitchen sink thrown their way. Melzer falls, and Verso on the trade.
Damn!
Gonna get another, but Mazzino in a 1v3 is just too much to ask for. EG will take the lead.
हमें तो as a player चाहिए ना. As a player रहने दो भाई.
Playing against a team that's confident and playing like retake and actually converting them. Because now in your head it's like, okay,
so what do you
get
think
the
about
site for
Neptune
free,
Vandal? Decent है भाई, बहुत mid है.
Dominating us on the actual site itself. Makes you feel like you can't really do anything. Yeah, you're manipulating the rotations and you're getting that free site, but when it doesn't convert into round wins, it's all for naught. 5 in a row.
As a coach ही चला जा. A creator में क्या problem है? As a creator क्यों नहीं तुम लोग देखना चाहते?
And Icy is coming up to another showstopper, 2 away.
8-4. Meanwhile, it's a weird buy for Crew again.
Look, it's the same setup, back-to-back EG. They don't need to change up anything. I think Crew, they need to take this C site fast.
Hello, worst Valley player ever, साला.
And they need to get proactive in their post plans.
ये क्या भाई मेरा introduction
है? It worked so well for them on the pistol round.
The eye again tagging Shy.
2 rifles, 3 gandhi guns.
Value on these lurks.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, the drone is going to spot a couple. Doesn't get the tag, but you get the info.
ऐसा चलता रहा तो अगले 3-4 साल में खेलोगे.
The prowler to clear out this front B lurk. Shy is allowed to take that timing, but there's a lot of emphasis of EG on shutting down Shy in this defensive side.
I feel like we've seen this round before.
Yep.
But this time, look at how aggressive EG are on the A side of the map. They've taken all of main.
Yeah.
And so they're going to deposit Icy. Ye's going to rotate off.
Another prowler to sniff out a lurk.
And another lurk found.
Superman trying to get a pick through these smokes, opening the door. Should be a free spike planted. And let's see if Crew
plant मिल गया भाई उन लोग को इसमें.
Win a post plant.
Open plant
Looks like they do want to get active here, or at least threaten it.
No ults to speak
plant
of.
नहीं दिखाते भाई इसमें.
No ults to play around. They're gonna have to
they
frag their way
fight
through this.
this.
Remember
Bhai
the lighter
saab.
weaponry. It's a stinger, a vandal, a sheriff.
निकाल लिए round.
But Verso so far delivering for Crew.
ऐसे हगला.
Much to be done though.
ऐसे हगला भावनु.
EG and Supa trying to find some space. There are just too many targets to deal with here.
निकाल लिए भाई round.
Nicely done by Crew. The thrifty round win to tie us up at 5.
Yeah, great adaptation from Crew to disrupt the retake of EG, not let them set up all that utility that they have. They finally stopped the bleeding. They even the half up. In Crew's only win on Lotus this stage. against Sen, they won their attack, or their attack was 6-6. Looks like that might be what's going on here again. First time out for EG, trying to stop all the momentum from KRU.
RCB table topper हो गया. Next chat. Vamos.
Right? Like, you clearly still have the momentum, but the fact that Potter is trying to ice KRU this early on, after they've only won one round, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I wonder what the conversation is here, because you're right. I mean, it doesn't feel
ये
like
attack map है या defense? Lotus दोनों map है भाई. जो चला वो चला.
So you imagine this is more of a strategic conversation than anything else.
Chat रात को watermelon खाना सही है. हाँ. खा सकता है. ठंडा ठंडा लगता है भाई मस्त. कल तो विस्का बारसा हो गया वाही.
Maybe a little bit more oomph towards the C side of the map. That's why you see.
ये Hellboy क्या लिख रहा है भाई लोग?
Back over here.
भाई योय 2022 में मॉन्स्टर था क्या? तभी मैं दिखता नहीं था भाई इतना.
Quite some time. He's going to be able to delay with the Viper Molly.
भाई फ्रेम कितना मस्त है ना पोटर का.
An EG roster that has really recently caught fire. I mean, they were able to best KRU, and then they rattle off 2 big wins. One's against Loud, and then the other one against Cloud9 that shocked many, myself included, if I'm honest. And so they're still in a spot to continue this playoff run if they can get past KRU. Pace towards A.
A lot of utility shown right now, but Icy is holding this close corner. This is the power of the Viper on this map. You're able to reposition behind the wall, delay any type of offense. It's a tap of a door, but most teams aren't willing to run through a Viper wall. And look at this. Ye's hunting for a kill.
An unreal shot. You can tell what the objective was there for KRU. They were trying to get Kesnet aligned to find value with the op. But Mazzino pays for it with his life. And now what? I mean, you're forced to take a step back. You're down in numbers. You've tried playing the map well, but EG have shown discipline the entire half. That's not discipline. Shy finds the tiniest of windows to get through and punishes.
That's a play that he tried doing before. Superman read into it and was playing more further back. This time he gets exposed. So it is a free C site, and it's going to be a 4v4 post-plant retake. Nature
Adverso का ult है
trying to find out if Shy is here, but they're going to find out soon. Once that Vice ultimate is in play, that he was the one that found this play. Tap of a door, though.
Adverso's going to have his ult as well.
Mark,
as the door swings open, no kill found. And the swing back B, meanwhile.
Google पे आया क्या? अरे Google पे off है रे. वो दिखेगा नहीं मेरे को भाई. But thank you so much अगर आपने जो भी Google पे amount किया है bro. Love you.
So that ult should not have tagged anyone else. And now the flood starts. Now they try to funnel back in.
क्या कर रहा है भाई?
Trying to jump out on the other side of the smoke, but they can't find any value.
निकाल ली भाई KRU. Close चल रहा मैच पे.
KRU have been so successful up until this point, but it drops into a 2v2. Remember, Adverso's ult. He's playing far back. That is the safety valve. That is the insurance policy. That is the lead for KRU.
Crazy भाई. 6 आ गया.
Masterful lurk from Shy. He's been
कोई
getting
ना फुटी दिया मैं जैसे ऐसे ही मजे. Love you मेरे भाई. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the party.
Was able to say, hey.
Chumi into your heart. Actually मम्मी मेरी बाहर है ना. वो कल आएगी तो.
At least I think that's what was said.
इसलिए मैं अभी नहीं देख सकता. और वो मम्मी का
window of opportunity to take out Superman alone here.
योय 2022 में Gamer of the Year जीता था. Faker Simple भी nomination थे. What? Damn, इतना danger था वो.
Means a 6-6 half for KRU.
And keeping the Armageddon. But if you look at the ultimates from EG, it's so much firepower behind this. Showstopper Armageddon of their own. And the Odin. I was wondering when we were going to see Nature bring this out. Gets so many spam kills on this A site. Threatens any type of walk-up. Something that Kesnet got punished with a lot the last time these two teams faced off on Lotus. There's so many good ultimates for EG to retake with. They're going to be willing to play retake on this A site.
Retrieving flash.
I think part of the question for EG is when do you pop some of these, right? Because if you're a KRU, you're trying to fade this out.
योय भाई क्या किए उधर?
Remember, they do have that double controller comp, but they're deciding to play around where he can still impact the
Oh,
round.
Mazzino का ult आ गया. Oh, that's a good ult. Oh, that's a अरे भाई हग दिया अल्ट
No value. Now they're rolling
भाई
Thunder.
कितने अल्ट्स यूज हुए
Crew in a really nice spot to close out this half on top.
Oh.
Kesnit's behind them. And they have no idea. They're all turning around, playing in the smoke. Derek tries to challenge. Nature.
Bro, ये क्या round था भाई?
That's just the start. He's gotten it down to 1v1. Adverso
नहीं निकाल पाएगा. Time नहीं है.
And instantly popped. Nature 7 bullets. He's gonna have to wait it out.
You have got to be kidding me.
He's gotta at least get to half here, right? He can play off, but it's not enough. Adverso challenges and KRU with the 2-round lead at half.
Crazy भाई KRU.
IGL versus IGL. He just jumps into the smoke.
निकाली. Advantage पे निकाली.
But it should not have been
that
close. KRU dealt with
अभी
the
मचाएगी.
blood of EG. Honestly,
भाई ये IC मार देता ना तो कुछ हो पाता. देखो ना वो अल्ट भी बचा देता उसका. ब्रीच ने जो अल्ट किया ना अपर.
Being comfortable in it.
Crazy मारा था नटूरे.
Nature gave it a run, but it was not enough. Yeah. That's a
मेरे अलार्म से ज़्यादा तो हर्ष भाई की स्ट्रीम का नोटिफिकेशन आ रहा है.
But again, not enough. A 7-5 half the way of KRU. We've got Elizabeth standing by with two very special guests. It's Aspas and Verno on the stage behind us right now. Elizabeth, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. And I'm here with the two specialist guests I could find. It is Aspas and Verno from MIBR. The two, you guys qualified yesterday. You guys made it to Masters Toronto. Has it sunk in yet that you're going to be, I believe it's your first international tournament that you'll be going to. Has that sunk in yet?
Yeah, I mean, like last night, yeah, definitely. I mean, in the moment, because you're not thinking about like going or like what it means. You're just thinking about like winning. But like after, yeah, it sunk in. I mean, it's a really nice opportunity to get. So
something I want to ask you, Aspas, is that when Fraud was talking to us during the post-match interview, he talked about your leadership and how you kind of really stepped into this role, leading younger rookies like Bruno. How do you see yourself in that leadership role?
I don't really know how to explain, but I know that I have a different impact outside of the game as well. But basically, if I would say something like, I don't know how to explain this, but something that I want to say is that I'm very proud of my team.
Does that mean a lot to you?
No, I mean.
Well, now we found out Sen, after a hard-fought G2 match, will be joining you as Masters Toronto representatives from Americas. Is there anyone you would like to join you as the last spot?
I want to see G2 win. I want to play them again in Toronto or in the grand final, so I want to see them win.
What about you, Aspas?
I like G2.
You like G2? So G2 win today, everyone. Well, thank you so much, Aspas and Verno. Everyone get it for Aspas and Verno joining us today.
Go Gamers.
Get back to you, so casters, please take it away.
Go Gamers.
Thank you so much, Liz. I think we need to draw back to the
है ना
last
मैंने भी
time
आसपास
we
को
saw
सुनते
these
हुए
two
बोलते
teams
हुए नहीं
clash
सुना
on
भाई ना
Lotus. The Desk
इस
talked
बार
about
तुम
it.
क्रिएटर
You
लेते हो
mentioned
नहीं
it as well. Superman was a menace. Goes 22-5 plus 17.
हर्ष भाई, I am a silent viewer. आपके insights बहुत प्यारे लगते हैं. Hope you grow big. Can you take my name? Love you, VR. Tejas भाई. Thank you so much. Keep watching मेरे भाई.
They're still just 2 rounds apart.
Insights अच्छे लगते हैं मतलब समझ क्या बात करता हूँ मैं.
And it's going to be a C fight. But look at this cool flash from Shy at the bottom of that mound. Thought Kesnet was going to use it to get out, but he decides to stay.
Okay, easy of attack
the power of these two, the duo of KRU, dismantling Aspas. But they weren't able to convert. So let's
love
see
you,
if now
Tejas bhai.
Man up advantage if KRU can settle and win another pistol in this map.
Spam through the wall, trying to find a free one. And again, this Phage utility is such a problem.
Crazy fight भाई. KRU मार रहा है भाई. KRU मार रहा है, easy हग रहा है.
Big adaptation in their defense on pistol round. They ran the same thing in their last match. But the difference maker here was the fight at A with 3 members. Understanding that once C mound control is lost for the attackers, it's likely that you're going to re-clear A.
And that's where the fight was waiting.
So Superman, last time on attack, went 17-3. He found so many lurk kill timings because of the pressure that EG was able to inflict with the main pack. He's here alone at A site, but he's met by a breach and Omen, and
what a
that's
shot.
A big sheriff kill from Ye.
He's going to need more than that, though. Because yeah, Kesnet may fall, but Shy still stands.
भाई योय मचा रहा है. Already a good eco भाई योय भाई.
Now upgraded. He has a bulldog,
but no spike
and no space. Meanwhile, KRU are about to walk into it and find it.
Yeah, he does upgrade to a bulldog, like you said, but he's still staying front B. He's walking all the way through site. Superman's gonna get caught right here.
Grabs the outlaw. Is he waiting for the swing? He's not expecting it. There's no shot.
दोनों योय का positioning देखो भाई.
He's taking the scenic route as well.
ना वो expect कर रहा हूँ मैं.
And as time ticks, you imagine, or you assume by process of elimination that they may be behind you, but that smoke might just provide.
हाँ लोगों ने check कर लिया bro. Shit.
He's gonna find one.
अरे रे.
Just the right time. Melzer
Hard way.
KRU avoid disaster. Melzer's
भाई अच्छा positioning कर लिया था उसने.
Such a quick shot.
उसे पहले ही भागना चाहिए था भाई मजबूत.
Just gets deleted, but that was a good eco round from EG. Yeah, getting a lot of those trades on
Love you मेरा भाई.
That flick onto Adverso was
crazy भाई क्या मारा है.
Just sickening. How did he? Oh my gosh, just perfect timing for Melzer. Maybe a little fortunate.
यार उसने वो स्मोक डाला ना तो वो लोग क्लियर करने के लिए सी क्लियर किए. वो क्लियर नहीं करते ना तो मजा आता. आई गॉड.
But Melzer gets completely punished. EG do not care.
This time,
more firepower behind it.
Why round है EG का?
Big difference from what we saw in the first half. Remember,
they need this round so bad. Because अगर ये round हारते तो 11-5 हो जाएगा भाई. फिर तो GG है.
And yes, EG punched back, but if you're the attack side here, you don't want to have to deal with that again.
वैसे आप वंशज को जानते हो? Of course भाई कौन नहीं जानता अभी.
It's a lot of taps to the door. Trying to see if anyone else from KRU is going to try to even the score. KRU are willing to just hold. Mazzino forced to use his fault line, but with no smoke coming up here on the C side of the map, it kind of makes it a little bit free for EG to isolate these fights and bombard the site with utility.
Oh, I think the salvos bought just enough time. It was delay upon delay, and now they can fight a little bit stronger. Kesnet has also joined the fold. He's got an outlaw.
Superman found the gap.
Round it. Easy round. Easy round.
B is theirs for the taking. A 4v2.
हाँ रे drag अभी मन नहीं करता. इन गेम chat में भर रहे हैं. हाँ क्या मैंने नहीं देखा रे.
Spike planted.
Kesnet and Shy are left to just do damage right now.
Whoop. You saw him.
ये लोग एक किल करने के टाइम इतना चिल्लाते हैं. हर्ष भाई को देखो एस के टाइम भी शांत रहते हैं.
Kesnet off of that pick.
अरे भाई इन लोग का घर जाने वाला मैच है बे. इसलिए
they're regrouping. They might be able to get some damage.
अगले एक्ट क्या न्यू आने वाला है? पता नहीं. अब तक तो कुछ आइडिया नहीं है.
Look at how patient KRU are playing this. Really trying to do damage.
अभी एक्ट्स नहीं होने वाले ना जहाँ तक मेरे को पता है.
Rifles out and save.
Seasons होंगे ना अभी.
Shy's here alone. One exit. That's all it is. Can Kesnet deal any more damage?
ये तो अल्टेप हो जाएगा. Yes sir.
Not even going to give him the fight.
He's also willing to just save that into the following round, but EG again playing every round very methodically.
Nonchalant का मतलब क्या होता है?
To get the best of them in those trades amongst the chaos, and they're already pivoting. Already, Superman finding lurk timings. I think KRU need to.
What do you think about Sentinels? Can they win this time? Potential तो दिख रहा है भाई.
The lurks that Superman can get, much like how EG was denying Shy to get value.
C fight हो रहा है.
This will be the first big gun round for both.
हर round C fight हुआ है क्या? जब से switch हुआ है. Oh, okay. ये बार हुआ नहीं.
Approaches where defaults change. So if you're KRU here, a denial of the A main space.
Yeah, denial of both extremities. But
बिना कुछ हरकत किए. Careless.
Let's see if Shy
not interested.
Goes for a jump spot or walks into his crosshairs. It's like he's just jiggling. Oh, that jump spot is heard from Ye, so he's understanding that Kesnet is C, and EG might take the bait, thinking that there's more players behind Kesnet.
Oh,
Melzer's in trouble. The spit, the nade has to TP away. Look at how far up Icy is. The Paranoid's gonna buy a lot of time though.
Paranoid
open smoke कर रहा था भाई.
I know you take a look at KRU. They're scattering away.
They baited out so much utility for the attackers.
this late flank that's going to be coming through stairs.
What a stun.
Smoked off. They have to find some value on the other side of tree. And it's Ye who's pushing the pace. Ult now popped as they look for more. And more will be found.
He stays alive because of it.
5v3. KRU, first attempt to try to find value and retake.
30 seconds left.
4v2 now, and Shy tries to stand strong at Kesnet in a 1v1.
Kesnet निकाल लेगा
on the
भाई.
other side, a menace. Last time he played, and he delivers against Kesnet again.
और मेरे को लगा Kesnet निकाल लेगा बनता है.
Down to the wire.
ढाई किया Kesnet ऐसा लगा.
Full confidence in holding that angle. Kesnet has nowhere to go.
Let's go, भाई.
EG did a great job of taking tree control here with follow-up utility and Ye getting that pick.
Crazy backside fight हुआ क्या? Pure gunfight हुआ है भाई backside पे.
Oversight there, giving him that kill. That's an extra body that stays into the game. Remember, you could just run away from that Clove ultimate and he's out for the count.
EG jersey kinda clean. Ah, decent.
Broken by for KRU, a guardian.
Clean DRX का jersey है भाई.
A stinger for Mizzino.
T1 का jersey ये बार हागे ले.
3-1 now for the defensive side.
Hello Blade भाई.
And EG are willing to play that patient style, wait for any type of aggression, see if these sheriffs want to get active.
KRU did this a lot last time we saw him play on Lotus. On the defensive side, they would threaten or commit to some aggro B.
It never really worked because MIBR did a great job of not running into this stack. Just say it how it is, but
Jidu आज white jersey मस्त है हाँ.
You're at A side. I wonder if that's a cue for KRU to
11 बजे से लाइट बंद है.
Some space. Stealth
Hello
bot
AK.
use front B. It only sees Superman, so they might think that it's just a lurk.
जिस दिन जी मास्टर्स क्वालीफाई करेगी मैं अल्ट F4 के 10 टी-शर्ट खरीदूंगा और मैं 100 गिवअवे करूंगा.
From the defense. They're going to be able to get into this A
दिवाली
side,
होगी भाई उस दिन. Festival मचेगा.
EG actually commit here if they decide to go towards B because of that door being broken.
Yeah, I mean, if you're EG here, you bait the ult out from Shy and then you can rotate B.
I think that's what the game plan is going to be. You see Icy and Superman still outside of this tree area.
They're committing into the plant. They're deciding to stay for the fight.
Bro, no way they're winning a thrifty. 25 second, 20 second.
EG can't pivot anymore. The time is too low. They have to full commit.
All popped. Icy forward. Kill found. You've got a flank on the other
और
side
drop
of Melser, but all he's got is a classic.
What a shot!
You can't pop the rocket that close. I get it. Discipline on the trigger. Spike planted. Numbers away of the defense, and it's not getting any better. Can Derek clutch it out for EG? No.
अबे माँ भाई दूसरा ये लोग thrifty आ रहे और IC दूसरा alt हगा है.
KRU did such a good job of not exposing their bodies in that mid round. They had all 5 players at one point sitting towards C and B, giving up all that A space, but the delay utility that they had allowed them to creep up into such good spots and just pick EG apart.
अबे वो है ना रोप पे चढ़ गया था और रोप पे वो क्लिक नहीं कर पाया ऐसा हुआ.
Have seemed like they mastered in this playoff, and now there's going to be a timeout called from Potter. Maybe you have to change the pace yourself.
Score क्या हुआ है?
You cannot let that timer run down to 30 seconds before you decide what site you want to go to.
Sen की jersey fire है. वो ये वाली ना धागा वाली.
KRU have approached that last round.
IC रेस से उतना अच्छा नहीं है ऐसा लग रहा है. उसको रेस फोर्स कर रहा है. नहीं भाई खेलता तो है वो रेस इतना.
Broken as well for EG. You have to settle here. Remember, that attack side from KRU was the best that they've had all stage. 7 rounds. It's the defense where they shine.
देखो तो आगा वो रिएक्ट ही नहीं कर लगा वो रिएक्ट ही नहीं कर पाया नहीं वो चढ़ा था ना इस पे. भाई मुझे क्यों लग रहा है आप दूसरे स्क्रीन में फुटबॉल देख रहे हो. हां
it's not just the Shy and Kesnet show. Everybody is online helping each other out.
A stark contrast from what we saw previously. I think if you're EG as well,
कभी जी जीतेगा
the pressure of this map starts to mount when you think about what the rest of the series holds. This is KRU at 1 and 2 on the stage on Lotus, but Icebox is next. A map that they dropped yesterday, but I mean, they're pretty damn good on it.
Here's that fight again towards C. This Vice Flash goes through Mound.
4 ult है भाई KRU के.
Kesnet is able to play off of it. So unique, so cool. Shy here to support him. I don't think that draft was heard.
Icy besting Kesnet.
Kesnet का jet danger है भाई.
Dash towards C. The Prowler's going to be the tip of the spear, finding one. The Armageddon in exchange though, and instead of pushing forward, they have to take a step back.
Omen ult was used as well, so maybe EG understand
क्या
that
हुआ भाई उधर?
it was cancelled though.
कितने util use
EG
हुए?
do not care. Looks like they still want to approach the C site.
Omen का,
That Omen
Teju
smoke
का
though, it's going to cause
और
further
Fade
delay.
का.
And I don't think that EG are ready for Melzer to still be here at this A site. If they decide to go back, it looks like that's not going to be the case. And right now for KRU, the defense is really, really spread thin. I mean, 2 players in ones and only 2 players to anchor the C
मैंने
site.
C9 का एक भी game नहीं देखा
smoke up
sadly
yet
ये
at
बार.
C.
They do have the gun advantage though, and that might be the difference maker. Shy with but a sliver of HP takes a step back.
और माँ कसम सब लोग अल्ट हो गए.
Behind it, take a look at Melzer's position. Look at reversals too. Oh, but he's stunned. Yay! Still finding value.
Nice.
Still finding a kill.
Crazy भाई.
Still keeping EG in this fight. It was a scrappy buy that they brought into this, but they're making it work.
ये एक kill ने round पे निकाल दिया.
15 seconds left. The spike's still not planted. They've got to get a move on.
No way.
What can Melzer do?
10 seconds left.
Outnumbered, and now the problem has gotten significantly more difficult to solve.
Cover going out.
15 bullets.
Trying to buy as much time as he can.
Bruh, insane भाई योई ने निकाला है round. Shit.
Gotta point out that satchel that was used
Yoi
early
gamer
on
Yoi
from
gamer
Icy. Kesnet was scoped in.
Bong
He
भाई
didn't hear it, so he
donates.in
wasn't
करके
aware of the
website है उधर
drop.
देखो.
But Ye again, stepping up massively. He's so clutch when it matters, and he couldn't settle when he was stunned in the beginning. I mean, happens to the best of us, but the work that he was able to put in after that with the Phantom was disastrous for KRU. A must-win round for EG to build back their economy and break the economy of KRU.
It's aggressive C. Kesnet popping his ult. The salvos will delay, and it's a crunch from the B side of the map as well.
Oh bhai, sandwich हो रहा है.
Like they want to try to take their
Oh
heels.
hell nah, bro. Hell nah.
3 for Kesnet. Yeah, Super gets his 1, but
माँ कसम.
KRU get to 11.
EG just not ready for the pure aggression from Kesnet. All that front B pressure was a distraction. I don't think a single player from EG was looking at him in this moment. Look at this.
Year भगा दी भाई.
A quick answer back to force EG.
आज चिल्लम चिल्ली कर रहे ना danger.
Into a bad economy again. And now EG have to worry about more aggressiveness from KRU. You have to play even slower.
Different wall from Shy. Ross B here. We haven't seen that much. Meanwhile, EG choosing not to even explore that area of the map for now.
Superman's trying to act like he's a solo lurk here. He put that Viper wall up, that smoke up. Some shots of a Vandal should make it obvious that there's more behind this.
That's danger.
Icy gets a pick on a Mazino who's trying to run away from Tree, but look at the flood.
There has to be pace behind this. They don't really have the guns to pick their fights out.
Ooh.
Yay, and Icy. Are they going to do this again?
This back and forth affair.
Icy gets his 3. Melzer's alone. All weapons upgraded. EG in a position to steal another round away.
9-11.
So clean.
Eco round था KRU का इसलिए.
Power of the Viper on the attacking side. When that Viper wall goes up A, if you don't
Close
try
to
to
है
push through it,
Good morning
take
Arav.
control of that space.
KRU मेसी की टीम है तो
Not
मेसी भी
able to
वैलो खेलता है.
understand what's
हाँ.
behind it,
उसका
and
favorite
the
game
threat was
Temple Run
looming.
है.
Mazino got completely overwhelmed in Tree. We've kind of seen him get punished there more than once as well. Tap of the door. This time it's Icy that just
वो तो
runs
e-sports
through
टीम में खेलता है शायद कोई.
Catches him in
जब से योई
rotation.
ने चेंबर छोड़ा है तब से डाउनफॉल.
Were massive to that round, and it was the
अच्छा
two
आजकल टीम
guys,
के
it
साथ
was
चल
the
रहा है
two
टॉप.
problem makers, the stars that we talked about the last time EG were on the stage. Icy and
उसकी
Ye.
चेयर में खिला है शायद
Unreal
लिखता है.
performances. Icy had Mimi talked
सोएगा
about it on
कब?
the desk.
सुबह.
Icy had a life game. I mean,
yeah,
it very well may have been his best performance ever. And Ye looked like he was rolling back the years, back to his prime Ye days on Optic. And those two are the ones who stand. Those two are the ones who keep EG in this fight.
And they're going to have to keep it up as well because they're still down 2 rounds here. Final timeout in regulation for KRU. They will have a full buy into this.
Insta ID ban करा सकते हो, fake वाला accounts बेचता है नहीं भाई.
Put into effect, you kind of
exclamation riot डालो chat में, वो link आ जाएगा उधर में भी तुम report कर दो तो
block कर सकते हैं. Try to deny that space early on. And the thing is,
bhai, which IPL team is your favorite? Mine is RCB.
The extra layers behind Superman. If KRU decide to not check that because they think that there's more of a threat behind it, that can open up alert timing for him towards that A side of the map. And we have to keep in mind, right? Last time Superman was plus 13 against KRU. He basically, in a way, you could say he won V5. Obviously, it's still a team game, but performance-wise, he was the star.
He was the problem.
He's sitting at the bottom right now. If he can tap back into that, if he can find those.
ये कब हुआ? अबे उसने लिखा है भाई. Mine is RCB.
EG could bring this one back. They have ultimates right now too that can go in their favor. So I don't think Superman's going to try to lurk this round for too much because if you use the showstopper to get into any site you want, you can get that Viper's pit down. You put KRU in a very rough spot. This could easily be an 11.
आज का मैच देखा ना भाई. भाई वो second last over मार कसम हट.
Look we saw from KRU. Look at all the focus across B.
पिछला मैच भी राजस्थान ने थ्रो किया. ये वाला मैच दिल्ली ने थ्रो किया.
EG are willing to wait that one out. If they walk into
this trap, क्या नसीब लेके पैदा हुई है ये बार RCB क्या मालूम.
It's ever worked.
And so the drone is supposed to catch contact first, and then if you confirm there are people there, the stun hits, and the swing is waiting. Prowler though, and KRU deciding not to spring the trap into action.
Icy's gonna have to use the showstopper reactively once this fault line comes out, unless EG can get ahead of it.
IC पे वापस ult आ गया है. Oh damn.
Both on the other side.
अबे कल डालेगा. Oh nice, finally. कितना ही util था उसके सामने भाई बेचारे के.
Look at the A side.
फिर भी 3 लोग हैं अभी भी.
All the way through. It's a free A site. EG don't know that yet though.
It looks like they're rotating to the other side of the map, and that means Soup is going to be in a position to cause problems. These late lurks, these picks that he was able to find previously.
Icy's alone, Doug.
And Melser realizing it snaps onto him. They are going to rotate back to Supa, or at least attempt to. You still have all this Vice utility you have to navigate.
Yeah, Supa's waiting for his team to get here so they can all make it through the wall. But the spike is so far away. Oh, he triggers it too early. I guess it doesn't matter because you could just run through tree. How are KRU going to navigate through this Viper's pit?
Superman का ult है.
Down.
13 seconds left, no contest on the site. Oh, those salvos are a problem.
Oh,
just barely off the mark.
फिर भी damage खाया नटूरे.
Superman's going to be able to sit comfortably in the back.
I don't know that comfortable's a word I would use.
He's not going to get spammed at least.
All of this pressure coming in from KRU. Mazzino is going to test it first. The tap of the spike is
नटूरे का positioning अच्छा है. उसको ये angle ही नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए.
That's the only thing in between those two members right now. Adverso waiting for the challenge backside. Now he's going to fill his way back into Super Fall.
Viper मर गया.
Salvos.
Oh shit, वो stick कर दिया. वो हो गया stay.
They've got to swing behind it, and it's not in time. KRU get to map point.
Superman was in such a good spot to close out that round. All he needed to do was allow his players in front of him to take first, but he gets spam killed, and that opens up.
Hell nah, bro.
They have the confidence to actually
Viper
go
कैसे
for it.
मर गया भाई? एक job था भाई उसका कि Viper को जिंदा रहना था सिर्फ.
It's a bit of a blunder for Supa. Oh, Nature and Derek should have been the ones taking contact first, and Supa should have been the win condition if all else fails, right? But I understand. Derek wants to play with the salvos. Are pushing A into Supa.
And they're applying pressure where it hurts. He's got a shorty.
अरे माँ कसम.
In the face of
4 जने उसके सामने.
Decides to take out the Vandal, but this stealth bot is gonna catch him. Oh
so
my
cooked.
goodness.
I mean, he was stunned, he was blind, he was deafened. And now EG, instead of accelerating to the other side of the map, want to fill in the space that Supa previously had.
Malzer is still here though in rubble. He's got Omen TPs to get himself out. If he gets in danger, he might get timing.
KRU tried getting ahead of this. As soon as it got the kill, thought the rotation would be fast C, so they all send that way. But it's Melser, as you were saying, who's left alone, and now EG can take A. Can take all of this space. The Prowler will be first, and now EG gonna try to funnel behind it. Derek has his ult, and it's preempted.
Jama ho gaye Kesnet bhai. Oh, he still got one.
He still gets his one. But that's gonna push all of
ये
them back.
मजीदा नहीं मरना था
Shine adverse, we're gonna have to solve a 2v3 to take them out. To take us to Icebox.
Look at how far Shy is, though. And they both have Guardians. Two of the members are one shot to the body, though. IC and EA.
Eco है अगला round भाई KRU का. Damn, ये close है game.
Possible, but look at the setup from EG in the post plant. So many angles that you have to be aware of. And you're just gonna walk into IC.
That's his one.
He should save this.
Not done. The buy is not great for KRU. They're gonna save the Guardian.
This back, he's gonna be able to upgrade here, but this back and forth in this match has been just amazing to watch. Because now, look at the economy for KRU. It's not looking good. If EG can navigate around the lesser buy, all of a sudden we're playing for OT.
I think again we kind of have to draw attention to the early rotate from KRU. As soon as that pick happens, conventional wisdom suggests that they're going to try to accelerate back towards C, right? Not deal with the pressure A. And KRU trying to read ahead of it, kind of call themselves out of that round.
Retrieving flash. I need a weapon.
वोल्टाज रिएक्शन स्ट्रीम करो नहीं भाई. EG और EDG अलग-अलग है. EDG चाइना की टीम है.
I mean, EA was right in front of him.
EG का full form में Evil Geniuses और EDG का Edward Gaming.
On a thrifty already.
Note here, Kesnut's one off of his ult. He's the one with the Vandal. If he gets a pick, maybe they drop it. He pops the ult and they go.
Similar look to last round, but this time there's a lot behind Supa.
भाई वापस वो लोग ये push किए.
He's got backup.
Wait,
They take a step back. Remember, it was the fault line. It was the paranoia. Nature's the one who's
Bro, help him. Oh, what?
But somehow Stun gets a kill.
अच्छा उनके पास पिस्टल से इसलिए नहीं मर पाए भाई.
Push them back. You've got drones, you've got prowlers, you've got all.
जमा सब जमा नेड़ में भाई सब जमा माँ कसम.
Melser and Mizzino fall.
क्या कर रहा है IC?
Stand tall, and it's all on to Shy now.
Crazy भाई. 11-12 हो गया.
Read from Nature to support Superman. I feel like EG have done a good job of adapting to what KRU have been showing, not allowing the same thing to
Danger
happen
gameplay.
twice. So they should be able to win this round. Damage at this point doesn't even matter for Shy. The economy is looking very good for EG. Your best case scenario is to try to get close to that Vi's ultimate so you can have it for a retake or to delay in the next round.
Now note here is Shy's left in this now 1v3. Nature was the weaker of the four. Shy upgrades a weapon. And we'll carry that into the next. I want to draw attention to the next round here because Kesnet's got his ult.
अच्छा डिसीजन है एक्चुअली सेव करने का क्योंकि शाई के पास खुद के पास ही शील्ड के पैसे होंगे कि नहीं पता नहीं.
And they also have a breach ult to follow it up if they want to do something aggressive. I think EG are going to be ready for it though. I think they've done a good job of adapting.
अबे हाँ बे KRU के पास ults देखो ना heavy है.
This half so far.
KRU के पास almost सारे ults
pushes,
नहीं.
right?
They weren't ready last time. Remember the crunch in through C? They were stuck in spawn. They all died.
कुछ हुआ क्या लास्ट में? मर गया क्या शायद?
Yeah, okay. Right. Sure.
And if Nature doesn't get that kill, I mean, these nades don't.
Love you, Xerox.
Two in that right there as well, so.
अबे शायद मर गया. उसने half shield लिया देखो.
Towards that C. I don't think he's gonna run it down this time. I think it's gonna be.
And उसने wall और thorns नहीं ले पाया वो. बेचारा भाई.
But if he ever wants to speed up after getting the initial kill, he can do so.
मरा वो. उसके पास region shield था. अभी उसके पास सादा वाला है.
That it is the neon towards C because of that Vice flash.
They've left Melser here alone again.
Still has paranoia this time. He's gonna have to back up now because of that jump spot being fished out.
But instead of the paranoia, just drops the smoke, hangs onto that bit of utility.
A huge investment used though there. No more raise nade. No more Viper spit. You do have all A control because of it though. This breach ult,
right there.
If EG wait too long, is gonna delay the plant on wherever they go.
That tap of the door A, but it's not enough to manipulate rotations. They're trying to string them along into thinking that that's where the hit's headed.
But it's going to be layered utility. EG are trying to bait out.
Oh, they have to fake this.
Salvos are gone. But now you have
Because
the
उनके पास देखो ना ults कितने हैं. उनको breach का ult ये करना है. W move by EG.
Got it out. They're going to try to funnel in behind it. Kesnet with the ult popped.
Oh shit.
Finds Ye.
30 seconds.
And those were the two big ones.
4v3.
EG call a freeze into the round, trying to wait that
They are
out.
reading B.
Playing on a knife's edge. The wall goes through. Super finds
क्या
one.
बात है भाई, क्या खेली है भाई EG, क्या खेली है,
not out yet.
क्या खेली है EG, insane. 2v2.
But it is Kesnet who's still in play.
1v1.
One Shy's gonna trade. It's gonna be a 1v1. Shy with the ult, but he jump spots the smoke, waiting for
Flash
it.
है इसके पास.
Now invested. He fumbled this last time, but this time playing on the other side of the smoke, and the classic is enough.
भाई क्या confidence है nature का, क्या confidence है.
What a clutch from the IG.
And ये लोग तो बच रहे भी नहीं है भाई. अगर क्रू ने निकाला रहता ना ये round. Bro, what the hell?
Just flabbergasted that Shy was jump sliding that and not using the ult right away.
Bro is nonchalant.
To push into
यूं
that
ही
smoke
चल
himself.
रहा ही.
This is where crew fall apart.
Shit भाई, crazy patience भाई.
Mizzino said it himself. Crew have a hard time closing out rounds.
शायद थोड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में भी किया, कहा उसने तो इतना अच्छा जिगल वगैरह किया भाई.
Put yourself in such a good spot to close out EG's map pick.
Cold खेला एकदम nature भाई.
If you're EG, you cannot afford to go into Icebox down a map. You just can't. If they have any shot at this series, they have to win Lotus. They're on defense this time.
Icy is alone at A site, hiding in stairs. So EG are already willing to play retake on A, full retake. Shy, this time breaking that fade lineup. Look at the proactivity from EG, trying to get info, paint the picture of what's going on in the map. So many members towards the C site.
Crew attack कर रही है.
Shy's gonna really have to sell this A, unless it's all a pump fake of crew.
Like the stream if you're new, boys.
Insert Shy
and
as
girls.
a lurker to try to catch any late rotations or anything like that.
Tap of a door delays any type of C aggression from crew. But again, the defense stalwart, not moving an inch. Shy's trying to find that opening.
And he very well may. He might catch a timing on Icy.
This is such an awkward spot to clear, though.
Tap of the door again, and this time the Prowler swinging on the other side. Icy.
God,
that
Icy.
one got away from him.
Oh my
But nature
God, Icy.
equalizes, at least for a moment.
Oh,
Do they try to
yo
fire
bhai.
onto this
Good,
beat? 13
good,
seconds
good.
left. They
Chalega,
try to
chalega.
delay the plan, and so
2v3.
far, so good.
10 seconds
They have to
left.
continue to double down again. The
Wow,
spike on the
wow,
ground.
भाई.
Shy's got a 1v2, and I
खेल
don't
ली
think he
एली
has
भाई
time.
EG, खेल ली EG.
He doesn't.
Insane.
EG takes
Shit
the lead.
भाई.
How do EG clutch these moments? They just make magic happen when their down numbers, when their backs are against the wall.
उधर ही राउंड हार गए. IC भाई
We
रो
saw
नहीं
them
जाएगा.
do it against Cloud9.
Oh नहीं, never mind. IC
And
तो
we're
EG
seeing
में.
them do it again here against Crew. And
भाई
it's not
सब
a
राउंड
plan,
है.
it's full intuition,
Crazy
full
round.
synergy.
Crazy flank
Superman
आया भाई.
runs through the
Crazy
door,
flank आया.
ends up making a crossfire
Is EG
on the
taking it?
player
पता
running
नहीं
through
भाई.
spawn. It's just ridiculous.
Momentum तो है EG के पास. Heavy momentum है.
Crew using a timeout in OT. They were sitting so comfortably. They had such a lead into this.
Bro, Crew can't lose this. They are so
12-9
better.
at some point.
Bro, EG is good as well.
And now they're on the back foot.
But
remember what their
Crew
defensive
by
side looked
individually
like.
सब में potential
Yeah,
बहुत
Kesnet
danger
and
है.
Shy, who were kind of playing together C, and then a lot of aggression A. They showed a lot of different looks. Or,
Momentum
excuse me, B, they showed a
break
lot
कर
of
ले,
different looks. A,
time out
B,
लेंगे
A
नहीं
fight
भाई.
being another
Heavy
one.
call दे रहे रहेंगे कुछ तो कि
And so
क्या
you
करने
wonder
का.
here on the other side of this timeout.
इतना
given
close
that
आके
they're
तो
in
कोई
OT,
हारना नहीं चाहेगा
given
मैप
that
पे.
they know Icebox is next, do they draw up something different?
What can you even throw at EG that you haven't already? you've shown a lot of aggression everywhere in these rounds. It kind of feels like your trump card has been used already.
Imagine crew हारे इतना बजने के बाद.
And you're left to default. I mean, your retakes haven't been the greatest. BG can get onto site. They can put KRU in a retake scenario. They can take this map.
Evil Geniuses understanding that Mound is not theirs. KRU have moved the line of scrimmage up just a bit on both sides.
This Viper Molly we've
seen. भाई बराबर ओमन जिधर खड़ा है उधर जाएगा ये Molly.
Push off Melzer, but there's a lot behind this. Melzer might get punished on the TP. Mazzino has to be a great support.
But he doesn't have stun. So the Drow will buy a little bit of time. Melzer catching some damage.
He's so low.
सारा फ्लैश यूज कर लिया, सारा यूटिल यूज कर लिया इधर.
Really far. He's tucking again.
Bro, what a positioning by IC.
Is he gonna get the kill? Yes, he is. Mazzino down. KRU on their last
leg. इतने यूटिल यूज हुए कि उधर आवाज ही नहीं आया उसको.
And who else but
Oh my god, that's a GG, bro. That's a GG.
They cannot stand to EG now. Lotus
goes
to Evil Geniuses.
भाई इतना यूटिल यूज हुआ कि आईसी उधर ड्रॉप किया वो आवाज ही नहीं आया. हेल ना ब्रो. क्रू को नीचे बिठा दिया. नीचे बिठा दिया भाई क्रू को.
The resilience that is shown. Icy 7 first blood sitting at the top of the scoreboard. 23 and 16.
एडवर्ड्स तो भाई अभी उठेंगे नहीं.
He hasn't slowed down.
डेंजर गेम मजा आया देखने.
They won 6 rounds in a row to close this game.
It was something ridiculous. They started off the map 0-4, right?
Shit on my down.
Win 5 in a row. The constant back and forth. I mean,
इनका जीजी हुआ था ना, अभी कोई चांस है क्या? हाँ मतलब अभी तो एक मैप हुआ है बंटा है. नींद NHK we watching the game bro. आ जाओ दोस्तों, चेटअप्स भेजो अपने फटफट #setup_flex में एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड पे. तब तक हम लोग ये क्लिप देखते हैं.
अरे क्यों तुम लोग फालतू का गोली चल रहा है?
सॉरी
कल जाता था मैं.
सॉरी.
नाइस. अरे
गुड चलेगा. फोर इस टू ट्री खेल रहा है. एक भी स्किन नहीं है इसके पास, मतलब नाइफ की, और रिकॉन फैंटम चला रहा है वो. तो उस कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से उसके टीममेट्स के नाम देखते हैं. उसका नाम टार्स है. टार्स किसका नाम होता है भाई? 90 FPS पे ये खेल रहा है. उस कैलकुलेशन के इज प्लैटिनम. बॉयज अभी चुपचाप अच्छे से फोटो डाल देता है यार, ये देखने मिल जाता हम लोग को. अच्छा थोड़ा लाइट वाइट लगा के ये ठामा बना के रखा है. वॉलपेपर दिखा रहा है हैं? सेटअप दिखा रहा है या वॉलपेपर? ये कर रहा भाई. सफायर, ये कौन सा ग्राफिक कार्ड है चैट? ये कौन सा कंपनी है? भाई सब ये क्या है वे? दिस इज इज सेटअप. हाय भेजो पब्लिक. ये देखो मैं लिंक डाल रहा हूँ. ऊंची कंपनी है, आमडी है. ओहो हो, ये देखा था शायद मैंने गणपति बप्पा बहुत सारे रखे थे तुमने. क्रेजी भाई, बढ़िया भाई. इसने वायरिंग बहुत बढ़िया किया चैट, कुछ भी बोलो. इसका कैबिनेट भी कितना प्यारा लग रहा है. कैबिनेट, लेकिन इसने लाइक नहीं किया. इन लोगों की वजह से मेरे पिछले 50 दिनों से 1000 लाइक्स नहीं हो रहे। मेरे डाउनफॉल आ चुका है दोस्तों। आई एम गोइंग थ्रू माई डाउनफॉल। इट इज हर्टिंग मी बिग बॉस। भाई लिख रहा हूँ माँ और मारा फ्रेंड आपकी स्ट्रीम दाखे का हाहू। मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से आपको ये सब बंद करके इस पे फोकस कर लेना चाहिए अभी। इट्स हाई टाइम भाई साहब। क्रेजी चटा क्रेजी। हेलो हर्ष ब्रो, हेलो आयरन मैन वैलो। हर्ष भाई न्यू जीपीयू ले लिया, इंस्टा में पाव गैंग में वोट तो डाला था आपने। मैंने अरे नहीं, मेरा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया ना बनता है तो नहीं लिया मैंने। प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व। वीडियो कॉन सॉरी व्यूसोनिक ऑन टॉप ऑन एवरीवन्स टॉप। अच्छा ये सुबह का है क्या? देखो ना भाई, सेन वर्सेस G2 सुबह हो गई भाई। शिट। गोदी गेमर क्या? ओ माय गॉड, ये सोफे के बाजू में टेबल लगा के खेलता है। डब्ल्यू गेमर इन दी चैट। क्रेजी। गोदी पे रखता है माउस। क्रेजी ब्रो, मच एप्रिशिएटेड। तो कोई इसने लिखा क्या है? Jonathan reaction on Somraj. W. Oh my god, chat. What in the world is this cabinet? Super clean. Super clean, bro. Super clean. Fierce gaming gear. What is win trade in Valorant? W. Medallions. भाई क्या प्यारा कीबोर्ड है। कौन जीता? पहला मैप जीता है ईजी ने। क्लोज मैप था, हैवी क्लोज मैप था। थैंक यू मिस्टर भाई। व्हाट्स अप बेबी बॉय हॉर्स। हेलो रेजमैन। ये तो देखा मैंने कल भी। क्या देख रहा है? डू 3D एटिशियन वॉक अल्ट F4.in। चुम्मी दो इसको यार। लव यू ब्रो। बाय द वे बॉयज, बहुत ही कम स्टॉक बचा है ऑफ रश्बी टी शर्ट, सो मेक श्योर यू चेक आउट। मतलब ये तो सारे ख़त्म हो गए बट ये दो बचे हैं। यू गैस कैन चेक इट आउट। पार्ट पुट टाप टू अंडर पैंट एंड मैं क्या कह रहा था हाँ, नया कलेक्शन आने वाला है ये वीकेंड मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, या तो फिर अगले वीक। चिड़गुनर भाई क्या चेटअप है यार। अगले ड्रॉप में मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली 4 टी शर्ट्स होंगी, 4 या आई गेस। वाइपर पहले जैसे कब होगी ओनली गॉड नोस। भाई ये क्या सेटअप दिख रहा है ना चैट, ब्यूटीफुल लग रहा है भाई सिड भाई। क्रेजी सेटअप, बहुत भारी। क्रेजी। अच्छा भाई मेरी सेटअप 6'5" है, मैं ले लूँगा 2XL। हम कैसे मान ले आपका 6'5" हाइट है? अभी के अभी लेके बताओ। ये क्या सीन है अंश भाई, मस्त बनाया हो लेकिन। माई सेटअप अल्ले किस में देख लियो आप?
Working the first time they beat KRU, yet they still persevered.
KRU came out of that first half with a 7-5 lead, but I think that was largely
Valorant
because
चालू
of
होगा
winning
अभी,
the pistol and the
खत्म हो
bonus.
गया रहेगा ना?
And KRU, I feel like is a team that struggles when they have to play these slower rounds. I've grabbed a couple clips where I see KRU just being a
कोई
little
चालू हो
bit
गया
off.
वापस Valorant, let's go। बताओ चलो। आज का एजेंट होगा रेस, मुझे पता है। लेडीज नहीं है, हुमाने नहीं है, आई मीन हुमाने है, डुअलिस्ट है। ओके 2020 के बाद आया है तो होगा हुमाने है। डेडलॉक अरे नहीं फीमाले नहीं है। हुमाने 2020 के बाद योरू तो नहीं है। तेजू इनिशिएटर नहीं है, 2025 के पहले आया है। मैं चैट नहीं पढ़ूंगा। हार्बर हु इज दिस एजेंट? तेजू ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है ये मैंने पहले भी किया है? ओए ये कल का ही है। सुपर चैट पढ़ ले भाई। कहाँ है सुपर चैट? आई नहीं है। अब ये कल का ही है चैट। वेल डन। रिफ्रेश नहीं हुआ ये शायद। ओ 2020 में कंट्रोलर। ओ ओमेन क्या? अच्छा जेंडर अलग है कुछ। तो कौन थी भाई 2020 में फीमेल कंट्रोलर? कौन है? फीमेल कंट्रोलर कौन है? एस्ट्रा है। रुको रुको, एस्ट्रा ही बची ना? अबे ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, माय बेबी। ये बहुत ही आसान है, ये बहुत आसान है, ये बहुत आसान है। बताओ क्या है? यस चैट नोज इट। अबे ये तो देखे भाई, ये तो किया हुआ है अपन ने। ये भी वही क्लिप है क्या? नहीं ये अलग क्लिप है। नहीं वही क्लिप है। सब वही है बे, नया क्यों नहीं आया कुछ? चलो हो रहा है मैच। ये मुझे पता है क्या है। चैट को पता है? मुझे पता है इसका नाम, मुझे पता है ब्रो। चैट को नहीं बता रही है शायद।
And it's just
ये
so
मेरे पास
rough
है।
for crew
दिखा
starting on
मत।
this defensive side when again your retakes are just
W's.
not there. Last map.
You have me, that is good for you। और ये कौन बोला भाई?
That evil geniuses,
चालू हो गया।
excuse me, that crew struggled on their
Trade लिख रहे
defensive
हो भाई
side
चैट में।
yesterday. 9-3 half.
योरू। अबे हाँ आई गेस
for
योरू है।
MIBR,
नहीं
so you kind of walk into this a little
वाइस
bit of
है।
weakness, and yeah,
ये देखो
again,
इसको देखो भाई, जेट
pick
लिया
up
है।
right where he left off.
Walk into this doing a backflip.
Gonna take the ropes and continue to scale forward now.
वाइस है पक्की बात।
Waiting on the other side of the wall
कहाँ
as
से
the
देख के
clone
आए?
will pave the way.
सालो वाइस नहीं है कुछ
One
भी,
target
एक
down,
दूसरे का
Hell
छापा
still
मार रहे हो। हाँ?
concealed. And that's crispy out from Kesnet.
Oh my
I thought he was
god
gonna find the
भाई।
timing, but Adverso saves the day. But EG managing to get the spike down, managing to get a numbers advantage. Shy.
maybe 2
12 HP.
लेकिन सब लो है।
Did creep by though. He might be able to get this timing on a nature.
Phoenix से Phoenix, Phoenix होगा देखना।
Both found for crew. It's nature alone in the 1v1.
अबे इसने 8 HP पे निकाले।
Who delivers
पागल
for
है।
evil geniuses?
And EG again just being clutch, getting the
Oh,
best of
shit.
these.
You have me. That is good for you.
ब्रो ओ गॉडजिला को सिर्फ पता था भाई। शिट।
They cannot close out these close rounds, and in playoffs,
क्रेजी भाई।
it's something that's gonna just be
बाकी किसी को नहीं पता था चैट में।
terrifying for you.
चैट रहने दो,
He had 8
छोड़ दो
HP
तुम लोग
going into
वैलोरेंट
that
खेलना।
1v1. Insane out from the leader.
It's ridiculous. EG just find a way.
KRU just investing a Marshall into the hands of Kesnet. Meanwhile, Ye's got that outlaw.
Yeah, we saw how clean he was with this against Cloud9. I'm sure he's not going to be skipping a beat.
Oh.
We saw that Sheriff shot that he hit on the pistol round to open things up for EG on the A site.
क्या 2-0 होगा क्या ये?
A lot behind this here. KRU have 4 members on A.
Yeah, they've rotated over, but they're still at such a disadvantage. EG baiting out the wall, and they're willing to do so. Now they settle. Once that wall goes down, you're going to see the real execution. Nature still has 2 flashes. Derek's dart is back up. You have a KO knife to suppress. That's going to be the start of things. That dart from Adverso cannot be used now.
You see the strength of the double wall comp. As soon as the gas dissipates, you've got the water wall that comes back up.
Yeah, that KO flash didn't hit anything either.
Adverso's close by. He's the trap lying in wait. He runs right at him. But Icy connects. KRU in a position to steal this one away.
Oh, what a shot.
Right, of course it's Ye.
Why?
3 for him. Kesnet in a 1v2. Drops back down with the Marshall.
भाई जेट से वो साइलेंट ड्रॉप नहीं कर पाया देखा, इसलिए उनको पता चल गया, नहीं तो वो मस्त पोजीशनिंग किया था. ब्रो क्या निकाला योय ने.
Ye's just built different. Simply put, was that a no-scope in backside with an outlaw?
It was.
Hello Night Killers.
Ridiculous
2-0 जल्दी करो, मैच देखना है G2 का.
I mean,
G2 का भी one-sided होने वाला.
KRU. The double harbor walls, they dodged a lot of the KO flashes, and there was honestly a team flash as well that hit Icy. He was still able to settle and get one, but
Yo is back.
KRU, they got 3 weapons out of the hands of EG, and now Ye is on a Marshall himself. And pay attention to Kesnet's buy here. He's at the B site with an outlaw.
That's where the threat lies.
Yeah, look at all this.
ठीक नहीं किया भाई. इसे बोलते हैं वो जो तुम्हें रुकाता है चीजें करने से.
This is danger here for Kesnet. Yeah, he has to take
wow,
a step
what
back.
A wall.
Tucks behind the wall, tucks back yellow. He didn't have his dash.
Oh.
Couple of pot shots thrown at Ye there, takes some damage.
And he's staying, he's holding his ground.
Shot.
He does lose the head-to-head. It's going to be a speed up on A side. Superman's going to try to find a lurk timing, but there's so much killjoy utility up here.
Discipline. Temperament.
We'll see, another man-up advantage for KRU. This is where things go south for them, Doug.
They got bonused against MIBR yesterday.
तेरा payment. जमा.
Gotta avoid that
भाई
here.
क्या बचा है.
Shock spit, not connecting.
मौली पहले आता तो वो मर जाता.
And so now KRU are gonna have to attempt this retake. They have an outlaw, they have plenty of rifles, they have the firepower, but can they convert the kills? Trade's working out when you're up numbers. Derek. Having the jet dash right by his face. And Shy is on the flank.
अच्छा bonus भाई. निकाल सकते हैं लोग.
Derek do this?
Derek 30 HP पे.
He's waiting for the other flank, knows where it is. Tap's not connecting. Melser cleans
भाई
it up.
बहुत बढ़िया bonus निकाले. I mean bonus खेले.
But it came down to the wire again. Something that is unique from this side of KRU is Shy actually going for a flank.
No, man, hello.
It's something that I feel like KRU have been lacking with. They all retake from the same spot. There's no pressure from behind, and it just makes it that much easier when you take out that guy that's sitting in heaven.
Crazy भाई.
So B was shut down very early on from KRU, but there's a lot more firepower behind EG's B default this time.
Hear me, that is good for you. किसका डायलॉग है बता?
Used from nature.
सोवा का भाई अभी तो बोला हगा से.
Default set utility.
Who you supporting, Ashbhai? I'm not supporting anyone actually. I'm just watching for watching because I wanted to see who goes home today.
Space, not being threatened from anybody close.
So guy तो है भाई.
You
have me, that is good for you.
He's got that spit and
अभी तो था वो, तो अभी क्या कौन सा?
See how EG navigate this.
You
site.
have me.
Adverse in a position where if there's confirmation that the hit is A, he can pop his ult. I imagine with little to no hesitation. Drone from up top instantly cleared out. The knife not gonna tag him. So that is still in play.
Look at Ye.
Oh, he's gonna catch him!
My ult's ready.
And he tries to double down, take that fight again. But Mazzino's the one who walks away on top.
I see the other heavy hitter is still
Whoa,
alive.
Viper को देखो
so far
chat,
back
किधर
in
है वो?
spawn, waiting for that flank from Shy.
Right here.
And it might never come.
It's not gonna come this time.
Oh,
I see.
I see you see.
Waiting for the blood out from heaven. He's gonna drop the first nano. And then Tuck waiting for the flash. Mazzino was there to greet him.
World कर दीस.
And now the reckoning a problem. More utility cleared
पास
from
कर
the
सकते
spike.
भाई. Smoke नहीं हो
More
रहा.
utility cleared from the
Time
site.
नहीं
There's
है.
not a lot of time on this. The clove is cleared.
तो
They're
2
gonna
रुपए
try
का
to fill in
स्मोक किया
behind
उसने
it.
भाई.
Last player standing.
There's just not
भाई
enough
टाइम
time.
नहीं है. लेकिन ये क्या स्मोक किया था भाई? छी.
Crew tried doing everything the
2
proper
रुपए की
way.
harbor
They
wall
tried
थी.
approaching that retake together, and yeah, it bought them all that sight space. But the Viper Molly from Superman, and it just some ridiculous shots that he hits.
Double U Rahul bhai. Thank you so much मेरे भाई for supporting.
Notice how aggressive Ye is playing. This is all because of the fact that EG
G2
were
और
able to
100 days.
watch
G2
the
any day
game
भाई.
yesterday.
मतलब
That's the advantage
100
that
days
they
भी
have
अच्छी
in
team
this
है.
series is that
And I love
Crew,
them, but
they
G2
play
is a
match
very
and they
strong
instantly
team.
have to go into another one. EG are sitting there watching, studying the tape.
And 100T is cooked.
And now it's a scrappy buy from Crew. No orb denial allows Kesnet to get those jet knives online. He's gonna have to turn up here.
आके जैसा हार पर नहीं आता किसी को
Such
खेलने.
a slow pace
Factos.
from EG, expecting an A push off of those knives. The main pack is at B. Every time the Harbor has been here so far, they've
दे
fought
उसको दे
back.
अरे माँ क्या दिया है?
The blades. Ye continues to push the pace. He gets up top. Kesnet on the other side. Dashes back as well.
Verso's still sitting
उसी
on
का
that
tweet
Hunter's
देखो
Fury.
Keep a close eye on the Jets. Kesnet was looking for that fight, and now the Hunter's Fury that you mentioned invested. Or excuse me, that was
Attacker's
Terry's.
ult.
Huh. Turret spots somebody under two, but
भाई दोनों का इतना मरेला
wisely
बाय है
so.
chat.
Superman and Icy in mid.
Starting to alleviate some of that pressure and
Oh,
take
what
some
a
control of the
shot
map out of
by
the hands of
Mr.
Crew.
Are you expecting the double?
एक और को
lurk,
एक्सपेक्ट
though?
नहीं करेंगे वो लोग किचन. Ooh, you won
Blades
that
not
fight.
finding their mark. And EG should be able to coast their way through the rest of this round.
So much mid pressure.
तो किए भाई.
Icy's still here. Melzer, not much he can do. EG doing a great
75 more.
job.
Would you do
finessing
this
around
again?
mid.
Would you do this again?
I
नहीं
like
है.
that Icy takes contact
I would do
on
this
that
again
turret.
कि ऐसा कुछ बोलता है.
Superman
यो
is
रुका है.
ready and dialed for this shot. Good reactions from him.
And we're clear.
Yo, they are pissed.
Yeah, it feels miserable when you start losing rounds like that. And
Do you
that's what
think
we saw
Paper X
happen to
gonna
them against MIBR.
go
It was
Masters?
really
No.
the downfall. At some point, it felt like they were in the walls, right? Just getting killed from so many different
BTS हो
angles.
गया भाई क्रू को.
And another
chat.
early timeout
देखो
last
ना
time
कितना
against
नाच रहे
MIBR
थे
was
भाई
at,
first
what, 4-0?
मैच में.
Yeah, something like this.
I mean, it
ऐसा नाच रहे थे जैसा
history
जीत
is
गए.
repeating itself so
कम
far.
किसका
Yeah,
voice
Crew,
line है?
they
ये
did
tough
survive the
question है.
bonus, but it was very costly.
10-5 more, I can do this again.
They're
बराबर.
the ones that start off hot on this map of Icebox. And they really haven't had to do anything too crazy. I mean, that mid lurk was probably as good as it gets. Everything else has just been down to the wire. Clutches are in favor for EG today.
Come into the unknown.
Crew need to clean things
Come
up.
into the unknown.
They
ये
want to
किसका
keep their
है?
playoff dreams alive.
Into the unknown.
Quick check in
सुहा
on the
बोलता
two
है?
stars. Yay, 8 and 3.
सुहा बोलता है शायद.
I mean, completely dominating so
Come
far. And then you take a look on the
into
other
the
side of the
unknown.
map. You take a look at Kesnet, and it's
Suha.
lackluster. For a team that has had complete control on Icebox the entire stage. One falter yesterday. Yeah, maybe. It was Aspas. It was MIBR, but
That's what they said the first time when they lost to EG. Oh, it's just a one-off.
yeah.
It's 5 of them or 50 of them.
Look at how aggressive Superman is in mid. He's ridiculous. Just really taking a page out of Shenam's book right now.
तेरा ये क्या कहते हैं voice line गलत है. Voice line सही से लिख फिर बता सकता हूँ.
Be putting Kesnet towards his A site, and they've taken full B control. Ye is sitting at top yellow.
50 of them भी योरू का ही है ना.
Is here to know that. I don't think Shy heard that dash. The alarm bot's still up, so Ye might get a free pick here because of that. You might see Mizzino just walking.
This is not the first time trying to flip me. ये कौन बोलता है भाई?
Spike is here though. That alarm bot sounded like it was popped. So they understand where some of this attack is headed, and Nature commits to getting the spike down.
Don't get in my way, किसका है?
Very used, but it's way too late. It's not going to click on anybody.
Way late.
Mizzino gets walked on from top site. KRU
EG cooking कर रही है भाई.
On this map right now.
It's snowballing out of control. And Derek just heard this mid lurk as well. Superman's just gonna wait. If Shy drops early on, Superman gets enabled.
Ooh.
Even sidestepping the shot spin.
Icy मार रहा है.
There's just nothing you can do if you're Shy.
No, in a 1v3, we'll get his one. It's in play, but Derek cleans it up, and EG push on.
Completely
stand in the
outplayed.
presence of a god. ये किसका है भाई? क्या
Kesnet rotating through Snowman, not ready for someone being top yellow. I imagine it was just a jump scare moment for him. And Nature winning that 1v1. Yeah, look, Kesnet has no idea someone's up there. He thinks everything's all safe, but the members of EG were pushed up so far, so aggressive, not showing a single ounce of respect to this KRU roster. Now you have lockdown on both ends, Viper's ultimate on both ends as well. But the weaponry is just not there for KRU.
Time to gear up, right? ये किसका है? Jet का?
An outlaw buy from Ye to
इस बार ये Fnatic जीतेगी क्या? ये होगा क्या वो देखो पहले. ये शरद कुछ भी बोल रहा है भाई तू तो अभी.
KRU know what's coming. They've seen this round before from EG. I wonder if EG decide to go back or they just want to try to bully the gun disadvantage that KRU has.
Yeah, maybe even get out an ult or two from KRU. They have Shy's ult, they have Melser's ult.
Ooh. How many chances are you going to give him? I mean, how many chances are you going to give him?
Yeah. I mean, more than one is too many.
Did they not watch what Ye was doing in the previous matchup against Cloud9? I mean, hitting those pixel angles?
Two players detained on the other side of the ult, but it's a bait.
There can
There's
only be
on
one
the other
hero.
Side.
There can only be one hero.
If you use Shy's ult,
there can
only.
So
doesn't even matter. Look at Nature.
They're all so far up. It's a firing squad. As KRU try to take space, try to get into the site.
Right.
And they're met by an arsenal.
Nature was someone who was really quiet in their last series win against Cloud9, and he even stated so. He was like, I'm glad my stars were able to shine.
You are talking to a person who has 3,000 hours.
On the initiator.
3,000 hours से मेरे या 3,000 matches है.
His second KO ultimate. It's just going to further the snowball, and KRU are just on the back foot again.
Oh no, not the gap.
They're struggling against retakes. They can't hold sites. The fights aren't coming through together. And yeah, part of that is because of EG's utility that they're using on site, but it's a timeout, the last timeout for KRU. Adam's last chance, last hope to try to get through to these guys. And you can see the struggle on the faces of KRU right now. Have to get something going for you. Saw that Kesnet had enough money to buy an operator. He's gonna have to try to find a pick, and he needs to get aggressive. Kesnet needs to get aggressive.
नहीं दिखाते. 1,783 hours.
Steps it up on this defensive side. He has to win these head-to-head duels. He has to put his team in a spot where they have the advantage. Maybe just go for broke. Try to kill as many as you can before you get taken out.
I mean, somebody has to be the answer to Ye.
But
तो
like,
तेरे को वाइपर का
again,
कम
like,
कैसे नहीं याद भाई?
although everyone from EG is going to be at B and he's not going to have to run into them.
कैसे हो टिटो भाई? Good morning. Welcome back to the live stream. Hope you guys enjoy. Hope you have a beautiful, wonderful 100 day today. Thank you for the 100. Lala gamer.
Force the issue. You have to disrupt. But nature is calling a great game right now. Rotations are coming into B side.
Flash from the dart, they invest the pit, and that's going to provide a little bit of cover. Is there any acceleration on the other side of this?
Spawn पे जाके ult खेली ना EG ने.
Flash on the other side, and Icy gets his.
What is happening?
Both teams trying to beckon for control around the pits.
Oh, now वो 4v3. कितना फट से रेज हुआ?
Into the equation, and now EG at a numbers advantage.
Ooh.
As Ye gets another.
Now वो 3v3 I guess. नहीं. 4v2.
So confident. Superman able to play in that Viper's pit. There's no space for KRU.
Oh, they're gonna save this.
Save again.
Bro, 7-1.
I just saw Kesnet hit another sigh. I mean, he's just like, oh
yeah,
my
bas
gosh.
karo puchna, bhai.
It really feels like that. That's the way things are going. Derek is hunting very early on as well. He's gonna get punished for it, but EG can do no wrong right now. Some really good pop flashes
They're
from
already
nature
cooked.
to take out
Is it?
Verso. Icy goes 1 for 1, but they were able to push Melzer all the way back from that B site.
Remember, this is a crew who came in as the #1 seed from the Alpha group. This is a crew that everyone thought had finally figured it out, who would finally make their way back to the global stage and be able to compete.
When EG defeated them the first time, their bounce back was great. They took out 100 Thieves. This playoff, Evil Geniuses, they're just different. They're making a run for it. They've won 3 matches in a row. The momentum going into playoffs is in their favor. Yeah, they had to start from the lower bracket, but what a story.
5 rounds in a row for EG.
More spread default this time for EG. Kesnet another passive offline on A. It's so easy to push back Oppers on Gen.
Boy,
there needs to be a spark in KRU. They need to take the fight to EG. Maybe on a re-clear timing, whatever. It doesn't matter. I just feel like
DM देखा था आपने? अरे मैं भाई टाइम नहीं मिला भाई मेरे को. मैं उठ रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, सो रहा हूँ, उठ रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, सो रहा हूँ.
Up to this point.
कल वॉच पार्टी वगैरह नहीं है तो कल मैं फ्री हूँ.
Like you're playing to lose.
Thank you for the huge 2K, bro.
Knife not tagging
Freaking
anyone close. The flash on the other
chat.
side, and Ye swings out.
Double using the chat. Tito Gaming Body channel with another 2 freaking K.
Just a deposit of Ye right now towards yellow. And yeah,
it's not far off.
Yeah, it's a fake right now. For
Double
EG.
using
trying
the
to sell
chat.
that it's going to be an A hit with that drone.
Chumi.
Kesnet gets sniffed out, and now this leads confidence for Ye to try to find a pick, understanding that the operator's not holding a passive line. He's slowly creeping up. He might get a pop flash through Snowman here.
The wall is down. He just swings on the other side of the spit, and Melzer's unaware,
and the lurk
unprepared. And now Superman's all the way up in kitchen, and Verso tries to get involved in the play, but he's just sidelined.
No charges.
Messina, though, might have a chance to respond. He sees the sticking, drops him. Can Super win the 1v1? What can Kesnet do? Pox the dash, gets up on high, has the shorty. Super's dancing around, flashes forward!
What the hell was that,
3K.
That was
इतना टेंशन में क्यों है भाई
Kesnet, to say the least.
I've never seen a guy more disappointed.
DM डिले करके धंधा बनवा लोगे लगता है सुपर चैट का.
I mean, that was insane. Yeah, the spit from Melzer not being aware that somebody could creep up. It just feels like KRU have been being caught off guard.
ऐसा क्या कर दिया भाई उसने?
70! 70!
I mean, it's such a stark contrast for both sides.
Yeah, I think Kesnet's reaction there is a testament to the fact that even he understands that
ऐसा
win
कुछ
was sloppy, it wasn't pretty.
मसाला रहता है मुझे टैग कर दिया.
Maybe they got away with one there. But there's much work to be
और
done.
माँ योई भाई बढ़ गए.
Popping the blades. Already. Past tube. Already applying so much pressure. And yeah, you can dump all the harbor utility you want. But Meltzer's on an island. Gets his kills. Takes a step back.
It's about that time to walk my dogs again.
And it's desperately needed.
Toxins going up.
Shy was holding that, Doug. He was ready for that swing, just couldn't connect the shots. And look at Superman, he's already
कुछ भी ट्वीट कर रहा भाई बचने के लिए खाली बुकट.
This mid pressure from Evil Geniuses has basically cut off any type of rotation KRU want to do if EG decide to double back. Yeah, just picking KRU apart. A good answer back from Mizzino, but the double lurk.
वो लोग fall back क्यों कर रहे बे?
Tries to find a little sliver of space to operate in,
क्या
and
बात
he will find it.
भाई साहब सबको मार दिए. भाई लोग रोटेट क्यों कर रहे थे चमन जैसा? लोग थोड़ा सा शांत बैठ गए. रोटेट करने लगे थे क्रू वाले.
To use their bodies as a unit to re-clear some of this space.
Love you, Hasnain.
They're so afraid of walking into the crosshairs of EG when they take control of kitchen or bottom mid, and you just simply cannot do that on Icebox. It's not like you don't have info utility as well or cascades that you can use to isolate certain angles. You have to be willing to take the fight to EG. Do it as a team if you're scared to duel alone if the duels aren't going your way.
भार्गव में कितने बड़े दिखते हैं ना?
But you cannot just stand still.
नहीं अपने आप भी बड़े दिखते हैं मेरे.
Unfortunately, that does seem to be the call for KRU again. Kesnet has his blades. Spot a couple members, procs a dash. But no fight. Reinforcements here though. 4 rotated A.
Yeah, they've lost this A fight almost every single time with the stack here. A side is so hard to defend. The Killjoy ult's going to make it even harder. You have nothing to answer back. Adverso's not using his Hunter's Fury to counter that. But maybe you can delay the plant for long enough.
हाइट का सीन है. नहीं वेलिन का हाइट मेरे जितना ही रहेगा क्या होता?
Find a way in.
Hunter's Fury invested. Kesnet finding at least one with the blades.
Down A.
Mizzino too, and all of a sudden EG find themselves in a 3v5. With the spike still not playing it in, well out of reach.
This is where KRU dropped the ball, Doug. And they're up numbers. They make it so hard on themselves to close out the rounds.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're not winning this one.
They're just waiting for anyone to swing in and try to get a little over aggro, try to get
अल्ट वाले को मार दिया है. पॉसिबल है. Oh, 1v2 now.
In 1v3. Supa was a monster the last time they played, but he sat down this time.
How tall are you? I'm 5, 5, 5, 6.
They get to 3.
KRU fighting together, using the man advantage to their benefit. And
मेरा
they
9
convert the
December
round.
2002.
That allows Mizzino to get the reckoning online. The difference here for KRU was the flood.
Bro.
Again, taking the fight to EG. Look at how uncomfortable EG were because of that Hunter's Fury being used and Kesnet with the knives. Disruption was there. KRU need to do the same thing in this round with the
हाइट
reckoning.
कितने एज तक बढ़ती है? शायद 18 तक बढ़ती है ना?
Go together. Not sharp enough.
No.
I swear he hits that shot
9 times out of 10.
9 times out of 10. Something
Barahu में
he's been good at in the stage 1 was his operator play, and that was the improvement that Kesnet had. I feel like it was something that over the years he's kind of gotten better and better at. It felt like this was the year that his op was going to get immense value, but I thought they were connected that for a second.
Love the grinders, I love you, Abhinav. Thank you for the 21 months. W.
He's still in play too.
Thank you so much for the used 21 months upload, bro.
And you can look at how
that's why you are chamber because you are by
exactly what they want to do. Rotating over. Ye is up top. Ye's in his face. Ye gets a kill. And now the reckoning.
दो smoke घर लेके जाओगी.
You see him try to navigate and fight around it.
अरे smoke कर देता है भाई.
Meltzer in a 1v3.
EG still won this.
EG knocking on the door of 9. And it's
Bhai,
Supa who
clean
it up.
We need a counter of how many times EG
Thank
have
you for the
shot KRU members in the
party.
back.
And Abhinav, thank you for the 21 months.
But KRU had the right idea in that round. They used the reckoning. They tried to flood. The difference is
Wiper buff when I have no idea.
Well, and I think it was also EG took the fight to them too. You talk about disruption and how desperately that's needed from the side of KRU. It was EG who took the fight to their doorstep.
Double use gameplay, bro.
The flood, they caused the flood of their own. A massive lead for Evil Genius's KRU on the ropes. That's an understatement.
9-3 half. Comeback hell nah. नहीं होगा comeback. मेरे को नहीं लगता. EG जीतने वाली है. EG is winning. That's what I feel. EG has already winning.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free
भाई यार ये वाली ऐड क्यों लग रही? वो क्यों नहीं आ रही? वो फोन फेंकता है और फिर पकड़ते हैं. वो वाली चाहिए भाई. वो वाली ऐड मस्त है.
I'll give you a sec.
Like the stream if you're new, subscribe to the channel too, babies. Num 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 num. Who is the best Valo player in India? उसका नाम हर्ष कुछ तो है भाई. मेरे को तो वोडाफोन का कुत्ता वाला ऐड चाहिए. नहीं भाई वोडाफोन कुत्ता वाला नहीं, वो वाला चाहिए अपने को. वो स्टिकमैन रहते थे ना, उनका नाम क्या रहता था मैं भूल गया भाई. वो स्टिकमैन वाले टॉप रहते थे. हर्ष बेनीवाल पाद रहे हैं. डोकोमो वाले रहते थे वो. जूजू. हाँ
Many people didn't give EG the time of day. I mean, they come into the playoff. They come into the playoff in the lower bracket.
भाई पहले एड्स कितने ज़्यादा मतलब कैसे अपने को याद रहते थे ना.
KRU's waiting on the other side.
अभी भी रहते हैं वैसे है ना.
EG were able to beat him once, but surely that was a fluke. Surely that was fake.
अभी तो दिमाग में हमेशा वही एक ही ऐड आता है. को याद करने दो क्या ऐड था वो.
Up 6 rounds on what was again KRU's playground. KRU's home map. Now it's KRU on the attacking side. They've got to find a way to turn the tides.
Let's see if this harbor composition
कच्चा आम का Xerox copy OP भाई.
Can create some sort of comeback. Mazino.
My 11 circle पे आजा.
Come online on this attack side. He's gonna build that harbor ultimate for the bonus.
KRU love hitting A on their attacking rounds. And that's exactly where they're going to test their mettle. And so far, so good.
Oh, boy, stop. KRU heavy attack, bhai. Heavy attack, bhai.
No hesitation. Full focus forward. And Superman is left all alone here. It's been really clean for KRU. And they're pushing the issue. They've had enough of getting bullied.
What was it that made that pistol so effortless for KRU? Because you're right, it looked easy, it was flawless.
I think at some point you just gotta understand who you are and understand that you cannot be just going through the motions in playoffs. You have to wake up and you have nothing to lose at this point. You're 3-9. You have to step it up a notch. Play like you don't have a care in the world. That's the most dangerous team. That's what gives KRU so much success. Put yourself in spots where you have to rely on your mechanics. It's okay to do that. You have the firepower to do so.
The firepower has been lacking for KRU, all things considered.
And I feel like it's because of that, because of what I just said. I feel like they've just been overthinking things.
Yeah.
It's okay to dumb the game down a little bit and rely on your mechanics. So far, they've done that in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, massive advantage here. It was just a marshal
9-5. Is the 9-3
classic for everyone else on the side of the defense. And KRU once again finds success on A. That's a little bit more damage than I think KRU bargained for.
Should be okay though. Yeah, Mazino. I spoke about him earlier that he needs to be the one that steps up and tries to get the reckoning online. He's done a good job so far. He's not going to have it for the bonus, but he could get it in the middle of the round. Maybe you can push off the A orb, get that. If you want to double back, you can, but look at it's the KRU who doesn't care. It's the KRU that are
तेजस भाई चैट में रिप्लाई किया आपको देखो.
gunfights to EG. Yeah, obviously it's easier to do on the attacking side. They have to keep this pace. They can win this bonus round and win a lot of these gun duels. Not allow Ye to get an operator online to slow them down. That's their win condition, Doug.
Everyone, all eyes on A here.
Just keep full sending it to EG.
Try
to stuff you.
Big kill out from Nature on the trade. Rotations back A as quickly as they can.
What?
But it's not going to be fast enough. Nature will fall. I see a dangerous peek from heaven.
Viper Molly lineup from Superman and screens, but Icy slipped all the way to Jenny.
I don't know that they're expecting this.
Oh my god, Icy.
No turns on him. And so now KRU in an advantageous position. The code provides cover. The reckoning of Derek falls.
Bro, come back, GG.
Notice how decisive KRU have been in these last 3 rounds. It's such a stark contrast to their defensive side. They've been full sending it. No hesitation. The
भाई मेरे को तो दिमाग में वही
They're
देख के ना
together.
बीटी होता है वो लोग का वो जो एक्शन होता है ना My 11 सर्कल वाला.
A real wake-up call.
तो क्या डांस करते हैं भाई वो 2 रुपए का.
Putting fire in his squad after that abysmal defensive half.
And a timeout from Potter, a timeout from Evil Geniuses.
Exact. Potter knows. She can feel a change of pace.
Yeah, and I, honestly,
like the dream if you're new boys, subscribe to the channel too. Gamre
about how good
we are close to 2 million likes, so एक बारी like करना सब लोग.
Side of timeout, she knows she's known for it. Chrissy, or excuse me, Ender was able to talk about it a bit as well. There's a plan here. And if you're KRU, knowing what you know about EG, knowing what you know about Potter,
Photoshop stream पे आओ
you've got to understand this round is not safe.
EG going Toronto, yeah. लेकिन ये वाला गेम जीतते साथ थोड़ी ना क्वालिफाई होने वाले. ये तो लोअर ब्रैकेट का 1 है. लोअर राउंड 1 है ये.
Just connect the shots.
Potter is really good looking considering her age.
Right now for KRU, you've shown everything towards A. Work the map a little bit and find out if there's a stack. Use your info utility, your rechargeables, to sniff out if there's anything crazy going on from the defense.
अर्जेंट एक काम पे बैठा हो. अरे तो फिर YouTube पे सर्च कर ले पादरे.
You already know who we're blaming though, Doug.
अरे क्या हो गया यार? वो अच्छा सुसु के लिए गया है.
Unbelievable.
भाई कल भी गया था ना कोई?
On the stage and being told it is a player issue, so you imagine that'll be quick, and we'll get back into the action here in just a moment.
क्या मजाक है? मैच के पहले नहीं जा सकते ये लोग?
Build a little bit more suspense into the situation.
मैच के पहले नहीं जा सकते क्या सुसु करने?
Where we're at right now, EG up 1-0 in this
elimination
best of 3 against KRU, a team that almost seemed like a shoo-in to be competing for that final spot, to be competing for a seat in Toronto, and Evil Geniuses have pushed them every single step of the way, besting them in OT on Lotus, and now hanging on to, but potentially slipping, a 3-round lead on Icebox.
The thing is now for KRU, after the timeout from Potter and the player issue, does this actually stop your momentum? These are very micro details that matter in a series like this, in playoffs. Everything was working for you. Do you let it slip away? The comeback is in effect. You have a lot of ults building up. If you can work around the defensive setup.
चीट्स देखने गए हैं बाथरूम में. अरे हाँ ना भाई, देख अब तक आई नहीं है भाई ये लोग. अरे क्या हगने गए क्या? किसने आ गया? ये बच रह गया. शायद इसको हगने लगी है. ये एक जो बचा है ना, ये हगने गया है.
I am being told, I believe we're close, at least closer, to getting back into the action.
We are closer बोलता है.
Just a few more
Almost उसकी खत्म हो चुकी है, वो अभी धो रहा है.
I think the one matchup that we talked about a little bit that we've got to check in on again is this Ye versus Kesnet matchup. Ye was Ye. Ye was prime Ye for that entire first half.
Match में भी हगेगा.
Kesnet has been able to put some stuff back together in the second half. You imagine he's going to carry an outlaw into this next round from the previous. But I think that's that's the matchup that I have my eyes set on. Can Kesnet continue to cause problems for Evil Geniuses? Because the guy, I mean, it's Kesnet. When he takes over a game, there's nobody that can stop him. And that has not been the case for them so far, at least today. He has to step up for KRU.
Has to step up big time. Like I said, once Ye gets an operator online, it's so hard to entry. Now the good thing
like
is
the
he's running that double controller comp, but the way that Ye was playing last time against Cloud9, the disrespect for the Harbor utility that he was showing, even finding kills when there's commotion around him with reckonings in his face.
Hello पावली भैया, इतने रात में भी लाइव. ये क्या है? पावली भैया क्या होता है? टॉटी इंसान.
Those operator lines.
चाबी डाल के खोल दूंगा.
Ye still somehow finds a way to make it work. So you're absolutely right. Kesnet's gonna have to be the one that goes for those peaks, and he cannot be afraid.
And remember the discussion we were having around how good EG are out of the timeout on eco rounds. Ye has a Guardian.
That dart not being broken at A allows EG to creep all the way up. A lot of teams are doing this B take on anti-ecos. This drone might find Shy.
I don't
doesn't
think
look to the left. No, Derek didn't look to the left with it. So Shy's in, literally in
eco round.
Perfect spot. Traded though. Well, he's gonna upgrade the weapon.
Yeah.
Nobody else really in a spot to be able to join him though, and they're gonna turn back onto the fight.
He just needs to live right here. And EG need to speed up with the main pack.
They're
shot.
Oh my gosh. Numbers are not working.
Wait.
Superman's already gotten it to half and now choosing to take the fight. And it's ill-advised.
Half हो गया था भाई.
Yeah, in a 1v3,
what do you think will win the final? Very tough to answer right now भाई.
And he wants to
कोई किसी दिन बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, कोई किसी दिन बहुत सॉन्डांस खेल रहा है.
Maybe didn't want
चलो क्या लग रहा है कि चलो बताओ पैसिफिक में कौन जीतेगा?
Towards his second reckoning, 3 away, sitting at 15 and 12. He's standing toe to toe with Ye right now. But this is such an important round. As we see some highlights. KRU only dropping 2 rifles in that. 4 rounds in a row. This is such an important round to deal with Ye's operator.
DRX तो आज हार गए लवा है.
KRU should understand that Ye
वो भी RRQ से हारे
this
भाई.
A site with
तो
the
DRX match आएगा भाई.
That challenge is close. You see Adverso tucked up, the drone cleared. And now the knife on the other side. KRU knocking on the door 410, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Boom भी आज हगा है. आज तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था बूम निकालेगी
जेंजी को. On the other side of the flash, it was just to make sure the dark had a tag, and it does.
ये उनको चैंपियंस कर्स मिल गया. हाँ भाई, कास्टर भी वही बोल रहे थे.
So patient from both ends.
Now the drone, Adverso spotted. And so EG have done a really good job of keeping tabs of what KRU are up to in this round. Not fully overcommitting, just kind of watching them. Yay. Finding value with the dashing away, Shy down. And he might get a shot at back. The rotation from the spike from KRU is back towards B. The alarm bot procced across the middle of the map.
वो लोग अभी एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि रीटेक करने, I mean रीहिट करेंगे, तो इसलिए रोटेट नहीं करेंगे फास्ट.
Anchoring these sites.
Oh, this knife will reveal something.
If he can pick one off here, EG can put together a retake.
Now they know वो लोग भी जा रहे हैं.
The turret was cleared. You hear members from the defense rotating over. Melser has been deposited.
No way,
Supa gets
bro.
killed from back yellow. What can Melser do to keep back the flood? Nothing. Crumbles in the face of the pressure.
पूरे भाई 2 मार दी.
KRU punching back. A 3v2.
पूरा है.
Puts them back on equal
कैसे ये राउंड भाई 2v2 आ गया?
A problem. Can the king of Icebox deliver for KRU? Mazzino on the swing, gets his one.
1v1.
A 1v1
क्या
30.
पहला राउंड मिलेगा साइड स्विच के बाद?
Supa waiting
10
for the
HP है भाई वो.
gotten it to half. It's a game of chicken. It's a war of attrition.
माँ कसम अगर हारता ना ये राउंड सुपरमैन एक इंडिया की विजिटी टीम बना लो जी से तो बेटर मुंबई सर्वर में लोग हैं ऐसा ऐसा
Just a little halt of momentum, great damage done. I don't know how Icy gets that kill.
Icy क्या भी कर रहा है
through kitchen. That's crazy.
Jumping killed Melzer, bro.
Dos cocina, corriendo.
He can't even get mad at that.
No, I mean,
chat.
Just Valorant
eyes
things.
Closing.
KRU did a lot of damage to the economy of EG though, bringing that down to a 1v1. Yeah, it could have gone either way. Operator was saved though, so Ye can bring that into this round. Look at the buy though.
KRU are just so hell-bent on finding success A.
They love this site. If they can bait out this Viper's Pit early on, they can
oh my god, क्या मस्त ult है वो.
They don't even care, they're just gonna send it.
This is so dangerous. Couple kills traded in the pit.
But then screen की तरफ पूरा open है.
Ye getting tagged up, has to give the space away.
ठीक है. Screen वालों को अच्छा defend करना चाहिए बस.
The second tip of the operator does not look like he will get a challenge, at least not yet. The spike not planted. Kesnet besting Ye. As the op hits the ground, the advantage is the way of KRU.
Superman got spammed very low as well. He's only sitting at 20 HP. He has a judge though. We've seen how deadly that weapon has been in VCT.
They have to decide whether or not they either deal with the pit or try to rotate away. And if they do, Nature's got that line.
Also, Derek can get a spam kill here from screens.
Tag not connecting. He's got a judge. Does anyone dare challenge that pit? I don't think they have to at this point.
Just play the spike. Fight together if you're KRU.
Such an unconventional plant spot.
Oh.
Walls up. Derek swinging ahead of it, trying to provide some cover as Nature gets it to half, gets his kill. Job's halfway done at 2v2 as the spike continues to tick away. He's got to find a value in this fight.
मेरे को लगा वो निकाल दिया भाई.
Shot gets three.
निकाल सकता था क्या चैट वो stick करके? I don't think so.
We were talking about the head-to-head of Kesnet and Ye. Kesnet had no fear. He took that fight, understanding that, yeah, you can get taken out by Ye's operator, but he abused it this time. Now, all of a sudden, Ye's going to have to show a little bit more respect to the ace scaling of KRU. He can't get away with stuff like that. And because of how close the round was won by EG, their economy is now broken. There's no loss bonus money.
It's another eco play, and Ye has blades.
Whoa.
Giving Kesnet a haircut. Not finding its mark, though. And Adverso puts that fire out.
You could just hear the crew members screaming after every kill. Something has changed. KRU are back to their old ways, stage 1 ways.
भाई कितना back and forth चल रहा ना?
The Sheriff's denied whimper in the face of this aggressive KRU look.
अल्ट देखो कितने KRU के पास भाई अभी.
A couple of members aren't even going to have to buy up armor.
And look at the ultimates, Doug. 5 online for KRU. They have put themselves in such a good spot to snowball this EG defense. Ye can't even afford an operator. Last timeout is used from Potter. You have to think that EG are going to try to go for something crazy here, because if you give all the space to KRU towards that A site, the Reckoning is going to get value. You have so many ways to close out the round if you're KRU.
Coach gets the chance to contribute in the conversation. As you're right, I imagine a large part of that is figuring out how you deal with the 5 ults for KRU. And yeah, they have a couple of their own. But that's the last time out on both sides. We're hands off the wheel for the rest of this thing.
You have to disrupt if you're EG. And KRU are going to play for that, but it doesn't have to be pretty. If you're EG, even if you lose this round, if you can bait out some of these ults, maybe you can make a comeback like you did against Cloud9, but you feel like KRU are just taking this one and running away with it. It's just an A brawl again.
भाई crucial round पे आया बे मैं.
EG have not been able to figure out what to do against this attack, and yeah, here's the proactivity, but very early.
Ult कर दी.
Puncher's
अरे माँ.
fury.
भाई 2 ult कर दिए already.
All of it thrown in.
Problem is no
3
kill
ult
off
already
that.
चला दिए.
KRU have to speed up.
Gaze close.
Oh.
Gets caught by the ulti, and now they know exactly where he is.
Bro, they are cooked. भाई साहब क्या utils use किए. पूरा side काम 25 कर दिए भाई KRU ने.
If you're EG here, do you just cut your losses? Do you save?
You're too far forward. You can't.
Bruh, save round है अगला 11-10 lead मिल गई. क्या perfect ults use किए ना chat, insane भाई. शाई का ult तो use भी नहीं हुआ है.
EG know what's coming.
Just let them try.
But you can't do anything about it.
You think there's more better team than G2P from India into VCT? अभी तो change हो जाएगी team.
Every peak
ये season
is
के बाद.
also backed by utility. They comboed their ults really efficiently right there, understanding that Ye likes to path on pipes. The Hunter's Fury was used
ये भड़क के
specifically
खेल
for
रहा
that.
भाई full danger player है.
Now KRU have a chance to put themselves in the lead for the first time on Icebox.
They're investing a little bit here. A Marshall for Ye, a Stinger for Nature.
भाई mid push कर रहे 3 जन EG के. Flank देखने के लिए turret है उधर.
From the defense here, they've taken all of mid map. They have all this utility here.
4-man already on
They haven't really tried to flank yet. It looks like Ye's going to be the first one to do so. Defenders, KJ alt used on a thrifty buy. This.
They're going to try to flood him back into Ye, but he's got a Marshall.
Yeah, this might have been a little troll from EG.
What is that?
भाई सब चमाटी दे दिया ना भाई ने
Not
तो.
really in a spot to grab the weapon. Not really in a position to upgrade.
And because of that, you're doubling back into A site. EG have had to be so clutch in their matches.
Are they baiting out Derek's ult?
Oh, Derek का ult है.
Or do they wait it out?
Wow! Wow!
2 massive kills. Fishing
अबे यार शाय ने 2 कैसे मार दिए?
But Shy on the counter punch.
Remember, Doug, Ye broke that Killjoy turret early
अभी तो ult कर दे.
in the round.
He's on the prowl now with the weapon upgraded. There's going to be the alarm bot to keep him at bay, to give his position away. And now Derek pops his ult. Nature seeing one spot pass by.
भाई good call.
Giving
Oh,
info
एक
on where the
number.
remaining member is. Shy now down. Melser has to do it on his own with 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Bro, huge freaking
It's a
round.
thrifty round win.
क्या मारा है
As
chat
EG take the
वो?
lead back.
IC कुत्ता बना दी इस भाई
I have
साहब.
never seen a team be more clutch in my history of watching, of playing Valorant. EG
Insane
find
भाई.
a way.
IC ने
When they
निकाला
have
round
nothing,
chat.
when they have scraps. And I'm sitting here questioning the use of the lockdown. But they funnel into
हमारी
Ye,
टीचर
and
13
of
घंटे
course
से
he
पढ़ा रहा है,
connects.
ब्रेक
Of
नहीं दे
course he
रहा.
does.
What?
IC getting
इसमें
2
क्या पढ़
massive
रहे हो भाई
kills
आप
with
लोग?
the share of 2. I know Mimi's losing her mind
Real
right
ticket
now.
हमारा
Look at the
भी बढ़िया
scoreboard.
duels
It's
खेलता है.
IC and
Yes.
Ye again at the top for
Player है वो
EG.
heavy.
And it's an operator. Back in the hands of El Diablo.
Decides to take that mid line. KRU have yet to go B in what seems like an eternity. They did it on the first anti-eco.
नेट गया है क्या इसका?
We have 4 members towards this A site. They
भाई
understand
तब
that
से
KRU
यही
just
चल
like
रहा है.
to
ये
force their way
सिमुलेटर ही
into
खेलते हैं
A.
भाई ये लोग सब लोग. G2 भी यही कर रही थी ना?
Yeah, getting even more aggressive here. He can cut off this rotate.
Oh.
Will he get timing?
He feels a gap.
Oh,
nice
yeah.
jiggle from Adverso.
Surely you don't double swing into this, but 2 members crossed.
The spike hasn't moved.
How is he not dead?
Not connecting.
Oh my
He's
god.
1
But
HP.
again, 2 members were able to cross. They're going to be able to get some space out towards B, and that's now everyone through.
Oh.
The rotation has to
Oh
hit.
भाई ये
Routine
क्रॉस
says
कर
it has
गया
to happen soon.
और एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है कि क्रॉस किया है.
Mauser's pushed up so far. Yeah, he's gonna get punished, Doug. At least he should be. What is this?
No way! Using it like a shotgun. Derek joining in on it. KRU crumble.
Enemy remaining.
Shy in a 1v4. And it is enough.
येड़ भगा दी माँ कसम येड़ भगा दी भाई अपन सब ये को देख रहे थे डेरेक ने 3 मार दी उधर पूरा साइड क्लियर कर दिया
This is ridiculous.
Shit भाई
You cannot
धोनी की है वे क्या मारा डेरेक ने
Shit
भाई
But Ye is so willing to take risks.
I just ran in, no scoped his ass.
That's exactly what happened. Not afraid to make a play to put them on match
टेक्सचर की
point.
तरह क्यों खेल रहा है योई की तरह खेल रहा है भाई
He's currently alone A with the operator, and KRU are back to their regular ways. Back to the stubborn approach on A. This very well might be the last stand. Superman's the first to fall. Kesnick getting another, make that 2.
भड़क गया Kesnick.
Cannot count KRU out of this yet. IC's on the counter. Ye's left alone. 1v3. The op in hand, opposite side of the map.
ये वाला भी OT chat.
He can go for this.
लोग ग्रुप स्टेज देख रहे हो ऊपर देखो KRU फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे था ग्रुप स्टेज में EG 4th और EG मचा रही है भाई
Send KRU home on his own. Trying to find space on the ropes.
No
Final
way.
one kill, but not finding anything else. KRU stay alive. They get to 11.
You have to imagine
क्या लगता है
KRU are
chat?
just gonna
GG
full
OT.
send this one on A side.
GG या
again.
OT
The way that
टाइम आउट आएगा मेरे को
went,
लग रहा है
didn't like what they saw.
क्या मारा भाई केजनेट ने insane
That was a fast take. Operator was too far to get any value, but here we go.
GG OT
Final round of the half.
OT.
We're gonna be seeing a mid to B split. Icy has been huge in the defense for EG.
This may be too much pressure though. And there's nobody to spot. There's nothing to give away what's happening across the middle of the map. Icy might be in trouble.
Heavy push कर दिया
a couple though. Staying alive. Waiting for the swing. Daring the fight. Triple faced. One
Almost.
found.
सुपरमैन लो कैसे हो गया
4v4 as the spike makes its way out towards B.
OT जा रहा है
And Mazzino should be able to get the plant down successfully.
Nah.
Oh, it's a mess. It's a disaster. Kesnit's down.
Oh, good trade भाई.
Traded right back though. Now the reckoning.
Oh, शाय का टाइमिंग. ये टाइमिंग हो सकता है. Never mind.
Yes, he does. EG pushing KRU. Just Adverso and Mazzino left. What can they do to save this? To save their stage?
सुपरमैन 1 HP है.
Can they find a way to
1v1.
convert? It's all on Adverso.
Oh, 2v1 है, never mind.
1v2. Spike ticking away. Both found.
Shock dart से
He's got to swing though. He's got to take this fight.
Nice shock dart. Oh, he's 1 HP.
A 1v1 Ye on the other side, and it's Ye. Of course, it's Ye. The clock has not struck 12 yet. Evil geniuses.
Bye, Saab. What a game, भाई, what a game. 2-0 KRU घर पे जा रही है भाई. इतने अच्छे स्टेज के बाद यार going home, bro.
Everyone had their moment.
How?
On Evil Geniuses today, and KRU, they put up a great comeback.
इतना crazy खेली थी भाई पूरा गेम, पूरा सीजन ये वाला.
Was not fortified enough.
Bro, insane. गेम किसकी वजह से जीते मालूम? IC के वो 3K की वजह से. Insane IC.
Went to overtime.
शी यार बेचारे यार.
Second map, it just felt like KRU could do no wrong on their attack. But it's Ye and IC to step up.
मजलिस KRU बाय बाय.
Two players that
ऐसे मत बोलो यार, वो लोग एंजॉय कर रहे थे, पैशन था भाई.
changed their form going into playoffs.
क्रेजी भाई, ये टीम ने पॉप ऑफ किया है. सोचो ना भाई, ये लोग ग्रुप में चौथे पोजीशन पे है चैट, और वो लोग पहले पोजीशन पे जिनको घर पे भेजा है उन लोगों ने. वही क्रेजी पॉप ऑफ कर रहे भाई EG वाले अभी.
Again, the conversations were surely the first time they beat KRU was a fluke.
आईसी कैसे बैठा है भाई, जूते की वाट लग गई.
Surely they can't keep clutching the way that they are.
But Evil
आईसी
Genius
मचाया.
silencing the haters.
Crazy.
Shushing the doubters.
और बजो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट था ऐसा.
They did it on KRU's home turf.
यार चैट एक चीज नहीं समझती. एसी लगाता हूँ तो ठंडी बजने लगती है, एसी बंद करता हूँ तो गर्म होने लगता है. करूँ क्या, मुझे कोई बताएगा प्लीज? क्या करूँ, कोई बताओ प्लीज. आई एम इन जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन. चादर ओढ़ के बैठू? हाँ, टेम्परेचर को नॉर्मल करो भाई. 27 पे है, और कितना नॉर्मल करूँ भाई? एसी और हीटर दोनों चला. हेल ना हाँ ब्रो. मेरा 29 पर है क्या भाई? 29-30 पे फिर गर्म होने लगता है. कंपरे के बाहर बैठ जाओ. अभी क्या चमन हो भाई. इसको देखो, इसको देखो, इसकी तो टीम आज खेल रही भी नहीं है फिर भी हग रहा. What a अंडेरा चेटअप. ब्यूटीफुल. Lucky you have AC. Facts, facts, facts. Big facts. Wow, this is a cheetah. This is a cheetah, bro. AC का फैन बंद कर दो. Good idea. Good idea. I actually forget about it. कर दिया बंद. Double use. तेरे नैनों में. एसी चला के कॉफी पी लो. ओके. हेलो शरद, गुड मॉर्निंग. पुणे गेमर लाइक कर दो यार. चैट कोई लाइक कर रहा है मेरी स्ट्रीम कि नहीं कर रहा है? हाँ, तुम्हें मालूम इसकी फेवरेट गन कौन सी होगी? ओडिन, क्योंकि ये सिलाइन मशीन पे गेम खेलता है. बस भाई, व्हाट्स अ डिफेंडर साइडेड मैप लाइक? व्हाट डज इट मीन? मतलब डिफेंस में इजी होता है. चलो यार, गुड नाइट हर्ष भाई. गुड नाइट? व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय गुड नाइट? चमन झिंगया भाई, ऐसा क्लोज मैच जाता है ना, नींद उड़ जाती है, मजा आता है फिर. सेन नट्सू, व्हाट अ नेम. What a cabinet. Beautiful. लेकिन लाइक नहीं किया इसने. पद्दूराम, भाई कल जॉब है, 9 बजे उठना पड़ेगा. लमो, उठ जा फिर. नमूना गेमिंग, नमूना भाई क्रेजी. पन्नी कब निकालोगे इसकी? तुझे 9 बजे उठना है कल भाई. 5 बजने आया है. चमन है क्या थोड़ा सा? सोता है क्या जाके? और माँ, इसने लाइट देखो कैसी लगाई है, क्रेजी. गुड मॉर्निंग विनी. क्रेजी भाई. ORS पी रहा है ये देखो इसको. अब मेरे को पीने का मन कर रहा है. अब क्या करूं मैं? उड़े ने नैनों में। मैं नहीं सकता तेरा। ऑर्डर करो। क्या पागल है क्या भाई? इतना नहीं पीना चाहिए यार, एनर्जी ड्रिंक वगैरह ये सब नहीं पीना चाहिए। लेकिन चैट फिर ऐसा ऐसा लगता है वन लाइफ ब्रो, मजे कब करेंगे? हुँ? कब? अब वॉच पार्टी सीधा 3 को ना एनए का। क्या बोल रहा है? अच्छा 3 का, हाँ हाँ 3 को, हाँ। ब्लिंकिट कर। अरे चुपचाप बैठो भाई। Why gamers using IEMs? Actually, I'm not sure about gamers, but me personally, I use because I'm a professional player, as you guys know, and I really don't like much of disturbance in my ear. That's why I tend to use IEMs. बिरयानी ऑर्डर कर। पागल है? इस टाइम पे कोई बिरयानी खाता है? अंधेरा चेटअप। चैट मेरे को है ना, ये बहुत होता है मालूम क्या? सुनो ना, क्या सीन मालूम क्या? अब देखे देखो, अभी मैं शूट के लिए गया था ना, उस दिन मेरे को बहुत जनों ने ना मेरा चैनल पूछा कि तेरा चैनल नेम क्या है, जो बाकी के एक्टर्स आए थे ना उन्होंने, ठीक है। तो मैं ना इन रियल लाइफ काफ़ी ऐसा हूँ। जी नमस्ते। जी जी नहीं नहीं, आइए बैठिए। जी नहीं 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 जी, मैं एक स्ट्रीमर हूँ एक्चुअली। हाँ जी, स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मैं जी। नहीं नहीं नहीं, आप खाना खा लिए? नहीं नहीं नहीं, प्लीज़ प्लीज़, धन्यवाद। और फिर वो पूछते हैं कि तेरा चैनल क्या है, तो मैं बताता हूँ हर्ष खेल रहा है। तो फिर मुझे ना डर लगता है कि कहीं ना वो मेरे सामने मेरा चैनल ना खोल दे। और अगर मेरा चैनल खोल लिया, कोई वीडियो गलती से खोल दी, उसके पहले ही सेकंड में मैं अपना रूप दिखा दूँ असली, तो सीन हो जाएगा हैवी। ऐसा विषय होता है भाई, क्रेजी। बट क्या करे यार, अभी है रूप तो है, वह तो है। तुमको कुछ महीनों बाद दिखे, लेकिन उससे अच्छा स्ट्रीम पे ही दिख जाए, अच्छी बात है। सो गई क्या चैट? बात करो ना मेरे से, मैं अकेला फील करूंगा तो फिर मैं सो जाऊंगा। ऑल्सो रेट माई कलेक्शन। ओ ये मिली डेंजर लिया है वे तू, अब नॉक्शियस एकदम। इसको नाइट मार्केट क्यों नहीं है? अच्छा पुराना फोटो है, बढ़िया तो लग रहा है। वी एन गुड मॉर्निंग। इमेजिन 100T2 किया G2 पर ऐसा होगा नहीं। ऐसा अगर हुआ तो मैं कल क्लच भाई के घर पे जाके क्लच भाई की आरती उतारूंगा। हंड्रेड टी या G2 CSK प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर हूँ। हाँ चल, अब नीचे देख मैचेस में जाके कि ट्रैकर देख कितना है, ठीक है ना? ये मत देख, तू नीचे जा, मैचेस में जा देख साला। वो मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करते रहता हूँ, इसलिए ऐसा है हगरे। तेरी तरह नहीं हूँ भाई। वेले के साथ मैं कितना जीता हूँ देखो, 29 विन परसेंटेज है भाई। वेले ने मेरा डाउनफॉल चालू किया है, मजाक से हटके। बहुत बेकार कैरेक्टर है वेले भाई। क्या ये फेक एससी है? नहीं। क्लच भाई को कभी भाभी से मार खिलवाना खाते होंगे भाई, अपने को क्या पता, खिलवाने की क्या ज़रूरत है। डायरेक्ट चोक स्लैम। तेरे नैनों में मैं नहीं सकता। भाई स्ट्रीम ग्रोथ नहीं हो रही, वीडियोस डालो। MIBR सेंटिनल होने वाली है। ओके 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 ओके। पहले ये बता तू कल से obnoxious क्यों बोले जा रहा है? कल से? Bro, I've been using this word since like I was a kid. This guy thinks I have just used it. It's okay. Bro, ये देखो crazy. Ash bhai, give me आशीर्वाद for rank up game. क्या रैंक अप गेम के लिए आशीर्वाद विशीर्वाद? हार गया तो भी क्या भाई, वापस आ जाएगा। हाँ, लोड नहीं लेने का। लोड लेके खेलेगा तो रैंक अप नहीं होएगा। ये देखो आईफोन बना दिया इसने। अरे माँ कसम, तो ये दोनों ने अलग अलग बनाया है। Ajba is too small. When he waved, they called it microwave. Oh wow, beautiful, amazing. Alle milli gaadi. Wow. Heavy, 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 heavy. ये क्या है? नान चाकू। अजबा सैन की जर्सी कैसे ऑर्डर करो? खुद के नेम की। खुद के नेम का पता नहीं भाई मेरे को। भाई PS5 में गेम स्टार्ट करो ना। अरे एक नया गेम आया, वो खेलेंगे अपन, टेंशन मत ले। Hush, why Mary ID? I don't care. I don't care, bro. I don't care. Look at this and look at my that. Underpant? Shut up. Dumbass. मेरा केडी तेरे से ज्यादा है, so eat my tutty. These people should learn to behave, bro. Shit, उसका ज्यादा है रे मेरे से। अगर साला फ्लॉलेस राउंड्स मेरे ज्यादा है, एस मेरे ज्यादा है, ठीक है ना? तो शिट ऑन माय डाउन बेबी।
Yeah, and look, you can call him a post-plant Tejo cringer, and that is partially that is valid. I'm not saying that's a lie, but also this kid is shooting right now. Like the actual like game sense when he's taking those fights, even down in numbers in those clutch moments, is just beautiful to watch.
I mean, you can say so much about every single player in that lineup, right? They have a wealth of riches with so many.
भाई दीदी के बाल देखो ना, मेरे को बाल इतने बड़े करने हैं अपने, क्या मैं कर सकता हूँ? कैसा ना यार, मतलब मेरे को ये जानना है कि तुम सोचो कि तुम्हारे बाल ऐसे है, ठीक है? तुम बार्बर के पास जाते हो कि भाई मुझे कुछ तो आज हैवी करना है। तुम कैसे अपने क्लाइंट को मनाओगे कि ये आप पे अच्छा लगेगा? कैसे भाई? फिर तो पक्का हॉर्स लगेगा। चुप है भाई। कैसे, मतलब वो दीदी मान ही कैसे रहेगी वो चीज करने में? मेरे को तो वो जानना है कि आपका देखिए आपके बाल सारे नॉर्मल रहेंगे, बस यहाँ का जो पोर्शन है ना, ये हम डायरेक्ट 0 नंबर मार देंगे। हैवी क्रेजी भाई। क्रेजी। जमापुर 2 पर काम करते चल। या ऑफ कोर्स भाई, उन्हें रोज 10 लोग आते, उनको क्या फर्क पड़ता? उन्हें रोज 10 लोग आते, मतलब हर्ष भाई 100 थीव्स और G2 CSK। शेड्यूल 1 बस हो गया। शेड्यूल 1 भाई, अभी कितने पंखे हैं? 3 3 6 7। ईगल। ओ भाई साहब, अबे सीधा भी, सीधा रख, सीधा फोटो। रुक मैं ही करता हूँ सीधा इसको। सीधा कैसे करूँ इसको? भाई उसने बाथरूम वाले इस पे मॉनिटर रखा है। क्रेजी भाई, हॉरेंडस गेम प्ले। वाह, आई लाइक इट। हर्ष भाई, क्या इस जन्म में आप VCT में खेलोगे? ऑफ कोर्स। अभी टाइम ट्रैवलिंग। अधिक भाई गुड मॉर्निंग। VCT इज वांद्रा क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट। मेरा माउस पैड पे रॉसी और जी ऋषि का सिग्नेचर भी है। वाओ, डबल यूज। चालू है क्या भाई? जैसे ये चालू
Riot Games Arena, it's time for the last elimination match of the day. Let's bring out your first team. Give it up for 100 Thieves!
I mean, 100 Thieves, they had the upper hand all of early 2024 in the head-to-head, only really losing one match to them at the very end of it. But haven't played since. We don't know how they stack up.
Boostio had the number of that 2024
भाई बूस्टियो ने क्या बालों का करके रखा है भाई?
In that year was beating them 3-0 in the Stage 1 finals. That was the only America's trophy that this 100 Thieves roster had. And people have said that this year it's a weaker team, that G2 is clearly been the favorite. They've been undefeated in Americas until their loss to Sen. This is Boostio's chance to show that he still owns G2.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to have to tap in and take some learnings from that series they saw G2 fall in yesterday if they're going to have a chance today up against the Kings.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents fighting for their playoff lives. Make some noise for G2!
The NA Juggernaut, the team to beat, the target on their
Oh
back
boy.
getting bigger and bigger. But as of yesterday,
Music
we
kya hai
do know
bhai?
they can bleed.
Yeah, I think this is a very difficult task for G2, despite them being obviously, I think, favourites in this matchup. We've said they've been favourites throughout their entire stint in Stage 1 so far. But the reason it's going to be more difficult is because every team has always been keeping an eye on
भाई
them.
G2
They've
वालों
been
का
learning from them.
last
They've been
year
seeing
ये था ना
improvements.
मस्त रैप
When
था.
you are the
It's
trendsetter,
a
when you are the
G2
top dog,
आणि
everyone is
मणिकाने
trying
आले
to take
कुठून
you down.
मी
Everyone
तू
is familiar with
तुला
your game.
माहित नाही का
And they
हाय
now
कोण
have to
आम्ही
contend
G2
with no second
अरे
chances in the
शेमरा
Lava
बघतो
Rockets.
काय आहे
It's
मी
a tough spot to
G2
be in, but
आहे मी
for the top
G2
dogs, you know, it's interesting.
मराठी गाणं था
I
भाई
opened up the internet this morning and I saw Valen saying that he was feeling like slaying some piggies. And so I don't know. I think he's feeling pretty good about
It's
this
a
one.
G2.
Referring to Busio, of course, who spent all of last year calling G2 pigs, saying the same thing back to Valen. There's still some beef there from this
ये
2024
glasses screen protecting वाले क्या? Yes sir.
renewed for another season here in 2025. We have our map veto laid out, and we start on Haven.
Yeah, I think early on, I think for 100 Thieves, they're going to want to try and get some early wins under their belt with some set ideas.
G2
I
तेरे
imagine it's
घर
been a major
आके तेरे
strength
को
for 100 Thieves is their
P2
ability to
excuse
cook
me.
up really cool ideas, I think, for the pistol round. To get that early snowball advantage, you need every single element, I think, to try and take a win against a team like G2.
Yeah, and don't forget that on Haven, this is where 100 Thieves play that double duelist comp, right? With Cryo on the ISO, Asuna on his signature Neon. I think if you're looking to sort of accelerate the tempo and sort of force win early fights, that ISO agent, especially when Cryo's flying on this map, is great for them.
Split is our secondary map that we're going to be going into, and later Pearl as well. I think, again, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I would say that the series overall favors G2. But that's also something that I said yesterday when they were playing against Sentinels, that the deeper that map would end up going, that it would end up favoring
क्या map है रे?
G2.
ISO
That
लिया
wasn't
है.
the case.
Heaven है पहला.
Go back into the same composition that we saw from them last time.
Double
they played.
use,
This is a very
Satish
unique
Gaming.
spin. And when we're talking about 100 Thieves, that it's taking the pace to their opponent. They were just running down NRG. This is a perfect example. Both sides of the map.
G3 पे तेरा
so proactive in fighting
peak
for
तेरा
space,
diamond हो सकता है या
especially
plat
around
3.
A lobby.
Yeah, on the other side, same comp as well for them.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises. G2, when they have a comp that they think is the best, they will play that until the end of time.
I mean, why change a working system? Right?
Yeah, exactly. For G2 as well, I think, again, the key is going to be trying to absorb the aggression, try and find out what 100 Thieves are aiming at, playing at almost as well. They're a team that do like to pull out these cheeky ideas to get these early advantages. And G2 generally like a longer series, a longer map where they can get kind of adjusted, I think, to what a team is doing.
G2 is going to be starting on attack, and I think they do a really good job of slowing down their opponent on this side. 100 Thieves has a lot of C-long aggro plays, A lobby aggro plays, and I think G2 is going to be really ready to wait a second, re-clear with their breach Teo utility, and Jojimo to fight back into that space.
Yeah, G2 will play a lot into mid early on and try to take space into garage.
अरे कैसे काप के आप वही पूछ रही हो क्या कर रहे हैं?
Set up embeds for late lurks because this team loves to play pivoting around back and forth across the map, and usually it'll be that open into mid, into then re-clearing space onto A, where 100 Thieves are going to be posted a lot around.
I want to see 100 Thieves play less into like opening gambits at the start of every round and more into setting up a lot of these trap plays. Waste G2's
No
time,
fucking.
especially like we're looking at a pistol round here. You're mentioning how often G2 is playing into mid. Those kind of trap plays can be really strong, and Zix, he's got to have a strong game plan here.
I'm sure both teams are rocking up with a strong game plan in this do-or-die matchup. So let's send it over to everyone's favorite, Riv and Vansili.
Thank you very much. We are ready to get into the second matchup of
भाई
the day.
क्या
Believe it or
पहना
not,
है
it
ये?
has been a long time since these teams played.
Chat. जब ये पहना रहेगा, उसको देख के लोगों ने बोला रहेगा ऐसा कि अरे ये मस्त लग रहा है तुम पे यही पहनना आज.
100 Thieves, always a legion of fans coming into the VCTs, but G2 definitely picking some up since they've joined the circuit of the partnership program in the VCTs in last year. But we're kicking things off here and on Haven, where 100 Thieves has an advantage to have a great start. Already you've seen G2 getting owned by C9, but definitely a different type of playstyle. And speaking of playstyles, 100 Thieves in this pistol.
All right, G2 attacking.
Slow things down at the very beginning. No walkdowns like the Des has been mentioning. It's G2 that are starting first.
They have focused heavily towards that C side. They're getting right away here to try and beat G2 at their own game. Smokes go down, delay goes out, and this lurk towards mid is going to be the kingpin here for G2 to give them information the rest of the map is available. Leaf has such a good entrance here to insert himself anywhere now.
It's a nice little double hold coming out from 100 Thieves, and look at that buddy system coming out from the side as well. Always staying as a group, because you know G2 loves to fight together in the mid rounds.
They got to know Boostio is pretty much alone here. Goes for one fight, gets tagged pretty hard there, and now it's just going to be the swings from the rest of the team. But the lurk behind could pincer G2 just in time.
But then there's a double lurk, a triple flank coming on the side of 100 Thieves, and it gets activated by the wall. So a 1v1 between Trent and EU, smoked out, gives a chance for G2 to go into the site, but they are pincered. There is also a second lurk. You have to delay now for G2.
G2 has so many things activated on this map right now. They're going to back out and possibly go all the way around to meet with some more and create a better retake from that position, leaving just one towards short.
Everything's been perfect so far. The smokes,
bro, what
the fault
is
line,
this
slows the triple flank, and now it's a triple flank back from G2's side.
The ring around the rosy continues. G2's in position. They're looking, and all they see is Jonah P. How can it be? But EU finds three.
EU 3 जन मार दिया. तीनों को मार दिया long पे EU.
Closes out the round.
And that's what sounded the alarm. You have the salvos coming out from Trent all the way from behind. They have to watch for the push, for the swing. Did not expect 3 players potentially, but also Osno, if I'm not mistaken, pushed towards that spawn. So maybe that was the big tell to know that G2 were going for that big flank and look at EU's position.
Yeah, once they were in sight, they pushed into C as quick as they could, and then they were confident to push into A as quick as they could.
If you can join one team as player, which team would it be? And if you can coach, which team would it be?
And had the right call that they were coming back around from long on the side of G2. What a back and forth round on that one. Just map movement. Really, the push and the pull was kind of there, but everything was done under the guise of not knowing where G2 was until the last moment when 100 Thieves chose correctly on that macro to end today.
Yeah, now we have a chance.
I don't know, bhai. I don't know कौन से team को मैं ये करता coach.
Last time they played it, I mean, they let this through and.
मेरा अभी फिलहाल ऐसा कोई फेवरेट टीम है नहीं भाई जैसा पहले हुआ करता था ये सीजन कोई है ही नहीं ऐसा लग रहा है
Yeah, and even for the side of 100 Thieves, why aren't we picking into Icebox, for example? Because
वेक्टर भाई दोनों चीजें ना बेस्ट होती है ठीक है दोनों ही डिवाइसेस बेस्ट है लेकिन एट द एंड वो तुम पे डिपेंड करता है कि तुम
on that agent back in his 2023 run with EG, and there is a level of comfort into 100 Thieves' playstyle on Icebox,
completely तुम पे डिपेंड करता है
Haven through here for the side of G2.
दोनों ही बेस्ट होते
हैं. Of course, because it is pretty much their strongest map above Icebox here against this G2 team. And G2 has had a huge pain point playing against Cloud9.
क्या कर रहा भाई बूस्टियो मस्ती कर रहा है कुछ.
And I want to talk about these stylistic clashes though, because on the side of Cloud9 you do have Net that doesn't really need to IGL because they already have it on the side of Mitch. This time though for 100 Thieves, Boostio is probably not going to have those perfect timings going into the calls because he has to
obviously भाई दोस्त को खेलने देंगे ना तुम तो नए हो तुमको
not going to
खेलने
give him a
देंगे
chance to activate as much and be that pain point against G2, which is potentially why G2 lets this float.
And Boostio has been vocal recently that he wants to get back to that kind of instinctive flow state in the game where he's kind of just playing through the motions and not really having to think of them step by step, where you're more so inside the head of your opponent in your plays rather than processing what you're going to do. And we're kind of seeing that here as the team comes up.
साई पारी भाई ने 40 रुपए दिया है और लिखा है पाव टीम को कोच कर तू उनके तो हमेशा से कोच रहे हैं पाव स्पोर्ट्स on everyone's top bro
as much, but we'll have to see if 100 Thieves put that into action. The G2
Pav Esports on everyone's top,
always present here if they're losing the round, and you have to be very afraid of what they can produce with this.
And also does do the same thing, playing close range, able to escape with this Neon, playing the Stinger himself. Trying to find their early info as he's jumping around in and out through the Astra smoke, but he hasn't found any information yet. That flash maybe will be a tell that G2 has pivoted away from the A site to work towards the middle. But everything is a stalemate for now. They're trying to see how 100 Thieves is going to react to it, and they do so on the defensive side with this triple push.
It's very passive except for this push. And if they can't protect each other, nobody's pushing. And this 3-ball here is going to be able to do enough damage. A little bit to Cryo, but he'll still try to push forward here with the
हर मैप
Spectre
पे
for
सिंगर
now.
ही खेलते हैं ये लोग फोर्स करके.
What? G2's done a good bit of damage with that though.
Yeah, the thing is, a lots have been utilized on the side of 100 Thieves to hold that back. The best thing they have now is that Vandal. The walls are being used
Cryo
for
peek
Cryo
कर रहा है
as
अभी भी.
well.
He
Gives a
won't
chance for
expect them
G2 to
close.
walk back, holding that wall so he could double swing and take down Cryo.
Interesting choice to solo that out.
Look at how that pulls to rotate, and there's still 30 seconds left into the round. This insert that you currently have from Trent gives you a chance to get a little bit more information, especially with this wall coming up. They could punish Boostio and go for the quick hit into the C site, but instead they know B's open and they go for the plan into B.
Bro, this is so winnable for them.
They leave it. Shock darts out. Almost gets the damage on that in the double bounce.
Oh,
quick push.
Bro,
Bro, info on 2. Now they know they can play towards the BC side and watch the front side of B. It becomes a little bit easier, but that is easier said than done.
Game of cat and mouse, everybody missing each other towards the ceiling, but end of the day, it gives more time here for Trent to get those salvos back up in the post plant.
Oh, just off. It does take the headshot through as Boostio and EU come up strong on this one. Trent in the stinger. Trent in a stinger.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be again.
Salvos are up.
He throws them out. Half is already there. It's going to be the push from Boostio here. They're both very low at health. And Trent's going to get the clutch. When does he not? A Red Bull clutch for Trent.
Trent is back, baby. Not letting go from yesterday's game against Sentinel. Running through the stair, catching a play off guard, and somehow swinging it in the 180 to get the second kill.
Right
6 bullets left in that clip when he got that second frag. Does the damage on the salvos.
क्या player है भाई? क्या player है? और Boostio इतना low कैसे था भाई?
It's not going to be Valen
Hell
Slain so
nah,
far,
bro.
but it's definitely going to be Trent.
कल भी एड बखाई दी थी इसने.
They go down to the last person on that as well. Still money
क्या
for
दो
G2 to get
कैसे
back
मारा
in
वो
with
Stinger
this,
से
and
भाई?
100 Thieves want to try.
Stinger बहुत danger gun.
Fire back immediately. A quick push, a paranoia down C. And it looks like they're ready on the side of G2.
Very easy
Shit
hold.
भाई.
They've mentioned at the desk that 100 Thieves loves
Trent
to
पूरा
push
हगा है
down here.
against Sentinels. कहाँ हगा? कुत्ता तो बनाया था.
Anti-eco and gun rounds, you could expect
Ascent
those
में
type of
थोड़ा सा
plays.
घान
Try
किया
to go for the flash into the recon, and that will definitely push G2 towards the A site. As they heard all the
But
footsteps
उसने भी
towards
मारा
C at the
था भाई
very
उसने.
beginning. And with the trap play not working on the side of 100 Thieves, this should be a lot easier now for G2 to just gather their positions here in the post plant.
Nice damage, setting up for one of these sheriffs up top at least.
भाई तेजू का
They can drop a few
stun
of these
bot
weapons and make it
powerful है.
costly for G2 at least. But they should be able
ये
to
लोग pro players
just
ऐसे
wind
times पे
this
use
round
करते हैं ना, बहुत
down,
crazy
use
लगता है वो.
util to stop them on the way in. Who's going to jump in first? It's already going to be Xander actually up top. He's going to TP actually to the other box towards shore. Is it enough for him? No,
Nope.
they can't get in. Valen and Jogamo just racking up the ult points. EU does have an ult on the side of 100 Thieves, which is going to help here if they do get back into their buy round to stave some things off. But overall, the cleanup as Cosmic Divide comes online as well.
And that's an important one. Remember, Valen somehow also in the game against Sentinels yesterday was able to get the from the shadows as the Omen on Ascent. This time has the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
And it's way more potent in their bonus round on a map like Haven here, where you could potentially maybe read on the side of 100 Thieves that they hit maybe heading towards the C site. Cosmic Divide on that spot, splitting the right side. You have great util from the double initiator from G2 to really smother towards the C site and force your opponents to play the pulse plant. Force them to play the retake, rather.
Oh.
All right off the bat, off the rip.
Bro, 3 जन को टैग किया है ना भाई ने. एक को मारा और I mean तीनों शॉट हिट किया उसने.
Top of the situation as Jogamo tries to get the swing. And these are the pushes you were mentioning here, Vans. These extremity lurks all right at the beginning of the round.
लेकिन bonus है वैसे भी.
It's actually on the side of 100 Thieves, yeah. With EU, the way that he's popped off since the pistol round, already
Omega Alpha क्या है? Groups के नाम.
Fury, not given a chance for G2 to set up and
100 Thieves Alpha group में third position पे थी और G2 Omega group में first.
Might be a little bit too late to use the wall. Just trying to catch some players out of position here for 100 Thieves. And also play.
तो अल्फा ग्रुप में 4th थी EG और अल्फा ग्रुप में टॉप पे थी क्रू.
You will definitely have to commit towards a site here
because it is the bonus round for G2.
It's all up to 100 Thieves now if they read correctly of where the last hit is going to come from G2. And so far, it's looking pretty good for the attack side. Asuna is going to be the only point of contact towards this A site.
Asuna नहीं छोड़ेगा भाई 100 Thieves.
Soft side towards A.
Oh, here they come.
We'll give it a chance for G2 to plant though.
They're coming in fast. Smoke goes out towards A. It's been told across the map. It creates a bit of a one-way for a second, so he can see the feet. And Asuna's going to be able to make that call. Cryo shuts down Leaf to get into sight. And this is just trying to find the numbers here as the clock ticks down. 10 seconds left. Trent, there's just going to be too many this time.
Crew बहुत बचती है भाई, वो बचना नहीं होता भाई, वो
very patient rotations that round.
Yeah, the first two stars being used here by Valen were
passion
actually
होता है भाई
towards the
जीतने का.
spawn and the right side corner of the A site with a Nova Pulse, with the stun, trying to see if they can catch somebody. Took a little bit more time for the second set of stars to come through towards the top of heaven before the smoke came up, which allowed here 100 Thieves to really be in a good position to flood back. Leaf tried to go for a hero play inside the spawn, wasn't good enough. And now 100 Thieves are able to tie up the game very early in this first map.
Indeed. A pause. Coming through. See what gets sorted out for the players here. Looks like Boostio is going to get...
Bye, Macaroni.
A little bit.
आपका फेव मैप कौन सा है? मेरा फेव मैप है
What he's been doing yesterday, you said.
Attack कैसे करेगा 100 Thieves without flash?
4 3Ks. He was crushing as the frag and IG out today. And we'll have to see if that man on your screen, Xander, has another life game for himself. Completely crushing.
Yeah, if you want to actually do that head-to-head for those two controllers for sure.
Okay.
Boil down
Other
to
teams are less passionate.
But Xander, you were mentioning, it's
हर
the
एक का
player
अपना अपना
performance that he had
वे होता है भाई express
against
करने का.
Energy was basically the Xander that everybody was expecting. If you've been following the Challenger scene, if you've been following the road from Xander in the last 2 years of Challengers, playing with the M80 banner, getting so close in the last 2 years to qualify into partnership with the M80 squad, the first rendition of that roster was with EU. And they fell a little bit too short, and that's where EU got picked up by 100 Thieves. Xander had to grind into the second season again and putting amazing numbers, also gaining the responsibility of being an IGL for M80, who lacked one when Nitro unfortunately left the scene here for Valorant. So Xander definitely comes in with a lot of experience and a lot of skill, and didn't really show up at the beginning of this split. But you heard his sigh of relief in the post-game interview when he won against Energy.
Finally
He's
went
like,
positive.
Exactly. I found my groove, and hopefully that continues on here towards this game. It started off well towards
Excuse
the
me,
pistol.
guys?
He was able to snuff that first push from G2 towards that
कहाँ
C-site.
lag
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, he hasn't been tested yet. It's all on EU. He who also has been fairly quiet towards the tail end of this split, but he's popping off today, and
for sure,
it's a dangerous game to play here if you're on G2's camp.
As much as it happens before for Xander in sense of his good plays and being in the limelight a lot of the times, if it doesn't happen here on the VCT stage, it becomes kind of a looming thought, right? You're just always wondering, okay, I got to get past that, I got to do it. And that happens with a lot of things. We heard Boosty or Jogamo just talk about how Pearl was a map that affected G2 because it's something that they lost when they were up against T1 in that grand final. So there's a lot of these things players just sometimes have to get through, see it once, and they feel like they're back on track. And I think Xander had one of those moments with that game where it kind of washes away all that doubt, anything from before, and yeah, it can happen again. We can still do this. It's there, and it can even be brought to the next level here with the squad that he is now surrounded by.
Rifle round for both teams, though, back into this tech pause, and a little bit of sprays towards the middle to kick things off. G2 playing methodical once again, trying to see if 100 Thieves will try to activate as soon as the barriers come down. And they do so already. You see that the drone comes out towards the garage. They identify now that he is playing towards that spot. And they've also identified 2 sets of sprays coming in from B. So it's time to work towards the extremities if you're on the side of G2. And you're starting to see here this creep towards this A side.
Mid control's been favored here the past few rounds. Lee's gonna find one, but the swing's gonna be there. Actually keeps the crosshair perfectly placed for another frag, as Valen is there for a bit of safety, even if Leaf goes down, which was the case here. Still numbers for G2 as they look for more fights in mid that 100 Thieves.
Now they have the whole map to work with on G2's side, and 100 Thieves is trying to play the buddy system, hoping to read correctly that the lean is towards this A side. Yeah. But you can definitely see right now in front of your screen, G2 about to plan towards seed. And that might be the tell immediately for 100 Thieves to just stay put towards this A site. Money's pretty decent. I mean, Asuna cannot really buy within the next round, but the rest can. But on a 4 versus 2, when you have no information on middle, you have no information when you're going to try to re-clear towards the C site, it should be the wrong move if you're actually going to go for it. So they choose better, stay back towards the A site, and save these rifles going into the next round. Nice little push at the very beginning here from, or a nice little hold rather from G2, anticipating this push from 100 Thieves.
भाई मैं सोचता हूँ मैं टेमेट हूँ पर मेरे भी 100 में से 10 क्लिप निकलते हैं.
We're kind of seeing this 3 stack for G2 move around, be in safety, but also from 100 Thieves. It's kind of whose party can win that fight as they search around the map in the beginning of the rounds here. G2 just gonna mill about, get away from the spike for this one to end out as 100 Thieves save some weapons. They should have decent amount of money to get some buys through here. If not, we see some Guardians, but these kind of plays that G2 does will take out your 3, will stop your entire mid-round protocol. And it's something you're just not ready for.
And you saw how they assisted Leaf. As soon as Leaf dies, there's also the flash coming out from both the Breach and the Yoru. Jongmo and Jonah P.
Yeah.
Cross-firing flash, his triple swing. Difficult for 100 Thieves to be able to fall back rather after the first engagement. So they got heavily punished going to this one. State of the game though for round number 6, we do have 2 ults available for the attack side, and feels like they want to tempo up fairly quickly.
They're reading it.
Oh boy, some heavy trading gameplay हुआ है.
Very happy to get right
heavy
into that aggressive
heavy
spot of
A-Lobby.
It looks like 100 Thieves, they wanted to push a little
You
bit
think
more,
yesterday
but now
Sam
they
got
only
lucky,
have
no?
the garage control. They're kind of still stuck in anchor
played
in
well.
A site.
The double up on this garage side from 100 Thieves. You definitely have one that's trying to cover the body after you have the kill contract out from Cryo. But for G2 side, you saw that Leaf was a little bit scattered outside with G2. Maybe looking for a late lurk back to try to fight into the garage, wherever the ult would be coming from, rather.
Is it lagging again, chat?
And instead, as everything stays super quiet, it's up to G2 to play the contact play that just got spotted here towards the ceiling.
Leaf instantly retakes mid to make sure they have this position for the spike plant. They're gonna fake it. Oh, they're gonna go for a fake. No way. They pull this out. He actually still gets it. He knows that somebody was gonna be playing outside the site. They're trying to watch the body to get back in. That's gonna be a kill coming down onto Cryo though as they get back to safety. And they are protected on this ISO contract.
When that kill, the Armageddon is available for Trent.
Steel Garden as well. Almost the last shot for EU as they get the room. It's gonna be a fake though. Leaf still has to try and push through to give the time over to Trent as he's going to plant towards A. He has to make sure Trent's plant is safe, but now they don't know. Trent can buy only a bit of time here. Didn't see.
Real or fake?
No way he tries to go.
Excuse me?
2 seconds
left.
Almost running away.
Oh boy, so
almost had it.
Close आ गया था क्या भाई राउंड नहीं देख पाया यार ये लैग की वजह से अच्छा गावत इसको देख अरे बैठ नीचे भाई
It makes sense. You're looking at it, he snuck through. You think that the plant's still going to come in towards this B site.
And they'd be playing together, right?
But the luckiest thing that happens here for Boostio and for 100 Thieves is that he decides to backpedal. And that small backpedal runs into Trent. Instead of grouping up with his team at EU, and Trent couldn't find that window for that double kill.
What?
1440 भी नहीं चल रहा अच्छा.
But you just one not backpedal and they'd be saying, what are you guys doing on the other side? It's a game of inches right now, and we're 3-3 here on Haven between 100 Thieves and G2. And G2, again, they jockey here for the side of A, but 100 Thieves has given up this push for now, even while still stacking the A side.
A round that they won for 100 Thieves, though, still puts them in a pickle in terms of the economy. Boostio with a stinger, Xander playing the judge into the garage.
Tinja नहीं push कर रहे हैं short पे.
Still been holding this ultimate since
round number 3. Trying to fix C and go back A.
Drone to clear out. They see the judge, and they'll probably decide not to push and start working the A side.
They know.
So गया Jonapi.
The angle almost was not there in time.
Oh, एक और spot हुआ.
Jogamo, one away from dimensional drift here is Trent. Wants to open up the site for the team on the left side. Do they take this? They're gonna have to focus it. This is really just to displace the team that's in A.
Bro, EU 1 HP. Bro, wow.
On it, but 100 Thieves is staying right in the site, ready to fight. Valen forced back through, gets down EU as he tries to jump in.
2v3 on site.
And yeah, they should have.
Bro, full blind touch on the peak.
From the side, 100 Thieves, but Trent's gonna be able to be the one to do it. The 3K again from him, and now having to get into the fights instead of going for that more of a post-plant position.
EU's ballsy there going into that fight. He actually ate like what, 1 pulse or 2 pulses of the salvos to run out and try to get a kill inside the smoke. Almost
दो मार दिया ट्रेंट ने
got sprayed out towards the end. That was a moment right there.
भाई पागल इंसान है
They were looking at the minimap where they got caught off guard, but thankfully because they had the double stack, there was no surprise
कितने क्लच करता है
that
भाई ये
push. That said, though, as all the fights engaged, there was a little bit of miscommunication. You kind of shot your own teammates on the side of G2. And then you close that gap for 100 Thieves' side where you thought that potentially that Judge and Stinger could have been able to be,
G2 और 100 का हो चुका है and I close your stream after KRU and EG. Yada. Huh? Gecko Luke. W.
Same person.
They want the Gecko. They want the, that's what I was mentioned before, man. Play
the वो भाई भाई देखो कैसे same hairstyle की है.
So far so good though. You still have a timeout being called by Zix, and 100 Thieves have had a pretty decent defensive side so far. It's been going down the wire.
टाइप किया तो बड़ी बात लग रही.
Whenever they have even economy for both of these teams.
Yeah. I feel like especially the way that G2 plays and can organize around the map. Both teams are in a situation of lower economy, rounds going back and forth. You almost give it to G2 at that point. But 100 Thieves trying to make a out to flip it back around. The Thrifties have been abundant between these teams. It's going to happen again.
Thing is, right now, the timeouts, you look at the ults available for 100 Thieves, it's not really going to be a trap play setup. Probably just calling the timeout within the next round. G2, though, actually using the dimensional drift. Respecting the plays for 100 Thieves, trying to find if there's a stack somewhere, and he sees two of them.
Oh, he gets behind.
Almost do मार दिया था भाई.
Find it as the Rolling Thunder comes flying through in the eyes of Valen, trying to find one more, and Jonah P is going to get another one in the crossfires. Valen through the smoke. Absolutely drops 100 Thieves. Trent with the final one there as they know they should be giving respect on the low by round.
अल्ले हो गया उसके
साथ.
अभी इसके बाल लाल हैं. बस उसने जर्सी के लिए लाल किए रहेंगे ना बाल. डेंजर लोग रहते भाई. शौकीन लोग, शौकीन. मैं आज फुल नाइट पादने वाला था, फिर लाइट गई, 2 मिनट आग बंद की, सीधा 4 बजे खुली और अब स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. कॉल मिला 100 टीव को. यस मिला थे. मीटअप.
It might be the undercut throw at the very beginning to take control here towards the A choke point, but that's it on the side of 100 Thieves.
Utlis too. Good morning.
Very early cage just on seeing one, so they know that's Boostio's cross. A little bit of a read on the C site now for G2, and they have really actually brought this round to a snail's pace here in round 9. Just that insert from Valen, and they wait.
You see that they're clearing everything for G2. You're going to the mid round. The intention is somebody has to be pushed up, right? 400 Thieves. So we have to make sure that we do our due diligence. Nobody's on that side.
G2 तो नहीं है.
Potentially now the push is going in towards the garage. There's a lead towards this B or C side. But you're playing into the unknown. G2 hasn't really found anything behind that drone. So they have to play with noise now.
That dismiss B may alert 100 Thieves to a little bit of a play towards mid, but they're still trying to get this commit towards A. The drone kind of keeping 3 focused on the smoke as Valen and the team are hitting C right now. And they have absolutely thrown 100 Thieves for a loop on this.
Valen got what he wanted. Slayed the first one, and it opens up the site. All of that Cypher util down on that towards C. G2 gets an easy plan. You saw Xander trying to go for a hero play.
रेंट बाल बना रहा है भाई उसके बाल बहुत आगे आ रहे हैं.
But the fallback play for exits. It's being read by G2. They're playing on the extremities outside of the C side to not allow here players like Asuna or Cryo to close that gap and to try to get the better crosshair placement to do
I really want 100 to win ताकि Sen के लिए easy हो Toronto में. साला.
On their execution towards that C site. Off the timing read that Valen had, spraying through that cyber cage. After the Salvos pushes Boostio away.
Yeah, that was a pretty big info for them to have at the end of the round. Or at the beginning of the round, rather. Quickly playing towards C. A little bit of the fake towards A. I think G2 know that 100 Thieves,
like the dream, babies.
Timeout, are going to try to be playing fast, get a handle back on the game. Read it right through. Knowing they already have him pushed and not feeling comfortable after that first move.
And that continues that conversation as to why Trent is always playing a Taeho instead of a Silva, for example. He's so prolific in, right? It's just pushing those spots away. You're spamming through cages, you're spamming through smokes, or you're spamming trying to find the timing when players are running away from these spots. You get lucky with these kills, it opens up everything here for the side of G2, and then you have those salvos for the pulse plant.
Ooh. Just off the dismiss timing there slightly, but you can see what they're trying to get out of Long C in a very fast peak there. If somebody was kind of sectioned off by that smoke. In another slow round, but Vans this time. Uh-oh. I was gonna say pushed up, but it feels like they've been found out.
Damn,
Xander's so low, 11 HP. I mean, that's a great read coming out from G2.
They're still taking fights. Ooh. Super dangerous positions here in the beginning, and it seems like G2 is winning the chip war and also winning the info war.
Exactly. You just posted that flash up here from the side of Leaf. It did get contact to somebody into middle. So now G2, the option is, are we going to re-clear here? And they do so with the drone.
So well played. Valen starting us off on the round again. Give him the smoke, give him the angles and the first blood. As this push has to happen, but they still can't even come up with a combo kill on that. 100 Thieves are having a bit of trouble getting this successfully.
How can he even get one there, bro? How can he even get one there? How is G2 winning these fights, bhai?
Six's timeout call, but looks like Josh RT has been the one taking full advantage for the side of G2 to really start running away here with this first half on their attack side.
Yeah.
But again, that small flash that comes across now, it's just them staying put. Just utilize the Taeho utility and force now 100 Thieves to push forward right into the crosshair placement. They get the exact punishment towards the A side, and then they enter towards the A site after with a nice little execute towards the end.
G2 बहुत lucky है. Bro, that was pure skill. That was pure aim. वो क्या लगता?
Lurking against G2.
Leaf
the
ने क्या मारा उसको?
utility they use behind them now to realize what's going
9-3
on.
off
Like you mentioned, the arc goes towards mid. Then the drone. They are not allowing that lurk to be the pain point here in this series against 100 Thieves, and they've stopped it each time.
It'll have to be the test as well once 100 Thieves takes the attack side.
Yeah.
We'll boost you try to run that type of play here. That's been a pain point for G2's defense. That said, though, they still give so much respect to 100 Thieves' defense. They know the economy is very low, but look how long we wait towards the spawn. The minute mark is going to potentially be another drone. There you go. It looks out towards the A side. Activates a Hunter's Fury, though. That's too far to get some hits.
Yeah. Just off the edge there. Valen taking some damage as he moves in and out with the spike. A pretty scary spot. This is Jugamo has the same job as they did the other round when they worked over towards C and they took Boostio down. Valen did rather. So they're kind of rinsing and repeating with a slight variation to this play. Now A once again. Oh, Cryo was one, but again the one and done. It seems like all 100 Thieves is able to get here against G2.
Xander's 20 HP.
भाई क्या जोरदार आवाज आता है ना
आयन का. Best
thing
he can get here is a weapon if he wins that against Leaf.
Oh,
Stinger. Still good for one, but Jonah P answers back, and it's just going to be power in numbers here for G2, knowing where the defensive 100 Thieves is and that they can overrun the 3v2, the
G2.
the 4v3.
They have lost enough finals, भाई. उन लोग के पास अभी एक भी ट्रॉफी नहीं है, वो लोग बहुत ही अच्छी टीम है.
All of them are so rich going into the last few rounds here of the half, including this one. There's only one left to go. So trying to go for some lurk plays, trying to find the information.
International trophy
the drones as they go for these hero lurks. Allows G2 to have a successful plant towards the end. That said, though, when you look at the setup from G2, and we're mentioning how slow it was at the very beginning, and the respect that they have for 100 Thieves, not only did they go for that 1 minute drone up towards the A side, but you still always have this flash towards middle. So they could always find like that information towards that point. And 100 Thieves, they have no choice
attack नहीं होगा 100 Thieves से कैसे?
Try to find that information, trying to gain some space.
Slow खेलेंगे वो लोग ना.
That's basically been the whole thing around for 100 Thieves when they started on Haven.
आसुना खेलता है भाई नियॉन अच्छा.
Fighting on that side under defense, you had like a lot of overheat.
देखो उसने 3 किल किए 3 राउंड जीते बराबर.
But it continues to push forward towards the spawn, gets punished, they lose the round.
उसने 13 किल किए जीत गए 100 Thieves.
Pulling back a little bit of the aggression, but still want to be fairly aggressive to take full control of a portion of the map. And G2's utility is just very good to find that at the mid-round.
5 rounds in a row now for G2, and it's seamless for them.
चड्डी के नीचे फटा शॉट डार्ट.
Continue to lose the first one and then cannot convert the 4v5. Who will do it again? Valen with another first blood, but he gets traded out. And now they even up the numbers a little sooner on the round. Will it be enough as the hit continues still towards A? Cryo says yes. EU rings true with another shot onto Jonah P here as the kill contract. Who's going to sign off on this one? And it is going to be Leaf. Cryo's not having a day inside that, but EU with 4 capitalizes on the round, so 100 Thieves get just as many rounds here in the first.
No 9-3, guys. It's 8-4.
Not it was GG for sure in that round, even if Leaf won that duel in the kill contract. Popping right up, EU greets him, and EU's now at the top of the charts, 16-6 for 100 Thieves. And it gives them a chance to work their attack side now.
You मचा रहा है, बाकी कोई नहीं मचा रहा, बस you मार रहा है.
To the second half, we'll be right back with that.
उन पर तेजू ब्रीच एक्स्ट्रा वाइस है. हाँ भाई, वो लोग पूरी डेंजर कॉम्प लेके खेल रहे हैं.
You like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या ऐड बनाते भाई ये लोग, क्या ऐड बनाते. राडे बुल. हैवी ऐड बनाते हैं. एडवर्टीजमेंट्स, ओजी ऐड. हाँ ना भाई, पहले से ऐसे ही एडवर्टीजमेंट्स बनाते हैं ये लोग. भाई लोग बोलते मालूम क्या, एडवर्टीजमेंट्स बोलते हैं लोग. एडवर्टाइजमेंट, एडवर्टीजमेंट. भाई ऐड बोल देना चुपचाप. अरे वो एडवर्टाइज देखी तुमने? भाई इतना जल्दी कौन सो के उठ रहा है भाई 6 बजे. डेंजर सीन भाई. तुम लोग किधर जा रहे हो अभी 6 बजे उठ के? कॉलेज विलेज जा रहे हो क्या सीन? जॉब पे जा रहे हो? मिस ब्लू फैंटम स्किन पसंद है? नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा लाउड है भाई. प्रीमोडियम जैसे ही है वो भी, बहुत लाउड है. 11 बजे एग्जाम है. काय का एग्जाम है वे?
Back in the game, we gotta see who gets eliminated on this match, as much as we don't want to. But let's get into the second half and see how first map goes. It is 8-4 with G2 in the lead here. They pulled away Vans at the end of that first half, with 100 Thieves being able to put a little cherry on top to get themselves a fourth round before we switched over.
John RT का. John RT के बाल तो एकदम ही डेंजर है.
If you look at this wide currently on Xander's side, usually on the piss around you see a paranoia that could be very good here from the side of 100 Thieves, but he's going for a double TP. This will now probably use just regular util, try to get a TP into sight and get some upper hand and maybe play within towards the end here for 100 Thieves.
क्या बात है भाई.
Answers a ghost out of garage. They're going to try to take that mid space right away, and it's 100 Thieves is going to have to push forward now. They realize they've lost what's behind. Yes, they do. They're going AC side with, like you said, the TP in sight. Xander's high on the bookshelf, just on that left side.
Contact पे peek लेगा ये.
G2's going to set up, give themselves protocol with this time.
They just know.
Oh, distraction, chaos.
Bro, क्या बिठाया है आसुदा को यार.
Really, it's just the ankles of 100 Thieves as they try to get through. G2's tied their shoes together, and it's going to be another pistol round.
मैं सुसु करके आया हूँ.
Yeah, G2 ties their shoes together while 100 Thieves trip. It was well read on the side of the defense. Look how passive they played. Towards the back with a spawn. Crossfire set up towards the A site, from the A site even. And when they go for the push, Garage back into the middle. They were so confident that there was nobody watching the flank. Immediately punished Xander into the B site. And 100 Thieves could not get.
Nate, you like that play?
I wish I had Jonah P whisper to me in my ear like that all the time.
Crazy. Playing the Jonah P way. And that's another pistol here for G2.
100 Thieves stinger by though, so back into the pistol round, and it didn't work before. Hopefully this time around with better weapons.
That's tough. I mean, that's what the breach can do. You don't see that on 100 Thieves side, so they couldn't really stop the B plants, but you have a bit of util to start it off and delay, and they again have to push forward here. They want to get all this aggression. Relay bolt only stuns a few as G2 quickly tear down the stingers of 100 Thieves to make sure they can secure a second round. Whoop, whip, whoop, util running, jumping. Jogamo gets the drive-by, gets that one. He says, thank you, that's mine.
Just great calls by Valen once again. This time just having more players playing passively towards the C side, a double up from the garage in the C link. And they're able to get a double kill with that, even if they got stunned by the relay bolt out from Asuna, who's been shut down this first map. The whole first map, Asuna and Busio have been fairly quiet.
Nice, dude! Yeah! Wrap it up! Wrap it up!
Damn! Valen's saying warm up the bus already. That's crazy. They are trying to get into the head of 100 Thieves right now and doing a pretty good job. 2 post plants to make sure they get second half here. And they're going to run with it. Now, G2 got most of their pistols, 3 out of 6 in their match yesterday. They were not grabbing the bonus rounds. It became a big
hell nah, bro. वो लोग force हार गए.
Perfect stack for G2 into garage. They have a stun out and ready for
G2 flawless जीती क्या वो?
Stop the push, move it in.
That's 1 kill from Asuna. Oh, they're just looking at each other, taking Polaroids before the fight. It's going to be enough. The stinger clip isn't there, but the ghost isn't. Trent stays. He's going to dodge one, and he can't get it almost decisively.
कैसे मर रहे भाई 100 Thieves वाले?
But he had the armor, and now he's got a sheriff and a bit of time to figure out where they can go in this 2v3.
Trent did his job.
Yeah,
now the rest, it's up to here. Busio trying to go for a lurk info into the A site where all of Leaf utility is currently waiting. The wall is going to watch towards long as they could focus with the arc rows. I mean, they're in a good spot now for G2. The flash didn't actually get the ping though, so Busio has a window to be able to sneak in.
Leaf playing the audio game here in Hell.
Oh, ये hell बेटा मेरे को heaven बेटा.
And it doesn't matter. Busio splits Leaf between the eyes with that sure shot. And now the 2v2 and alert to Valen on the flank. Vans, this is going to be tight. Xander's got low health. Busio's going to go down right away. Xander with just the stinger. Will he be able to close the distance on one just so he can play towards the other? He sticks between them. I mean, pushing towards one's going to put you further away on either play. And yeah, it's going to be too tough. Valen comes around the corner. It was a little too tall of a task, and that's going to be the bonus shot going over to G2.
The fact that Trent stayed alive for so long. To switch out to the Ghost, win that fight against Cryo. First off with that one onto Asta, but look at that right here. Runs out of bullets, still gets this pick, and then dinks one before he falls while avoiding the Omen Paranoia.
Wrap it up, Xander.
Just feeling smooth here on this map. Allows here for the last 2 players of G2 to easily convert the round back in their favor and continue to wrap it like a president as Valen calls it against 100 Thieves. It's 11-4 now, and the buy comes back though for the Thieves, thankfully at least because they have a plant.
You know, it's interesting. It seems like Jogamo and team have repaired a bit of a flaw he talked about in a previous week, that when they're just doing so well, they kind of let up a little bit. They play really good under pressure. So this is one of the things now, 11-4, they can't be letting up, especially not in the playoffs, especially in an elimination game here. And it seems like they have win on their mind, and that is it.
And so far on the attack side, 100 Thieves has to keep guessing. You're pushing towards B, you're getting met by crossfires that are played very passively. This time stacks on the C side on the previous round worked out perfectly. But now in round number 16, it's a different setup on the defense and a push down towards the window that surprises them.
Quick trade, though, on that situation. It's going to speed things up as you see the rotations coming now from the defense. A little bit more forward to the site. Xander just on the other side, and he gets insta-smoked by Valen. What are these plays coming from the IGL here on the first map? Jogamo on the trade. All the members of G2 still doing what they need to make sure the site can be anchored, as just Busio is alive now. Looking where the lurk might be and where his next target
डाल के रखा है भाई
यार
पतीली ट्वीट डाल के रखी है सिर्फ और इससे 3 किल पे बैठा है 3 किल पे
I gotta commend Jogamo though at this point.
कुछ कर तो लेता भाई बजा इतना डेंजर तो
and then he peeks right in between before the cryo wall comes up finds the perfect timing, just knows that they're trying to work together to try to enter towards the A site, and just creates a mini gulag for him to win, fall back, and then allows for the rest of the team to come in and help out.
Yeah, I wonder actually how hard it is to fake out Jogamo with Neon plays, right? The guy is the movement master.
Boostio committed to this one though, so let's see what happens now. A 1v1 isolating towards the grass.
Ooh, tough actually almost got modeled there for a second. Pulls back in with the wide swing. He's gonna have a hot foot here, and they know where he's coming from. I'm gonna say, like, get a count on Trent's salvo kills here over the last few days. They're kind of ridiculous. A double thumbs up from Val. You know you're doing good. The chair has been uprighted, the monitor has been fixed, and we are locking in. It's what 100 Thieves need to do, as G2 are now on game point.
That's the play we're talking about right there.
It's
just hard to set up too for the side of 100 Thieves to try to move in the way that you want to do towards the A side, because you have to expose yourself as well to have the correct fast lane and the wall behind it so you can scale up.
The team's like, dude, just fist bump us, man. Come on. Valen is having so much fun. This man needs some proximity chat right now, so the team can hear him. That's what he's wishing for. Six is going to try to get in the team's ear and figure out what they can do, reset them. It's been the one round at round 12 of last half that they were able to collect, and then G2 went back to their winning ways.
And they always have been in the second half. They've been 4-4 in terms of successes on retakes, being able to defuse the spike against 100 Thieves' plants. And you respect what Boostio tried to do in a 1 versus 3 to still plant towards the C site, because those extra 300 credits across the board will allow here 100 Thieves to move backs against the wall, at least for the first map, but with rifles and utility. And they looked at the very beginning that KRU just wanted to go for full shields with Vandal, but they are definitely focusing on utility overall. And that's what's really needed to try to stop G2 on the defense. Remember, we were talking about how they haven't really been tested on this side because Boostio is not working as much versus what Net did for C9. So it just becomes, to me, one-dimensional for G2 to just be ready for these head-to-head fights without really anybody sneaking through behind defensive lines here for the side of 100 Thieves.
Dimensional drift operator out here for Jogamo.
उस पे लिखा नहीं है कुछ भाई, Stanley Vanley.
Flash play for Asuna, trying to distract over towards that A site.
10,000 का है वो.
G2.
हाँ, उसमें पानी वगैरह गरम ठंडा रहता है, मतलब हमेशा.
If they can get in and out.
Crazy है.
The walls towards B now to find information. That's going to pull a little bit of that rotate. But you see that nobody's really pushing towards the C side, so Jogamo's position with this op, he could maybe start walking down and be the backstabber into the hit of the C site.
That combo.
कोई नहीं फंसा उसमें.
G2 are looking to close this one out already. They take down Cryo, so they're not going to have the ISO safety.
Valorant वालों ने दिया है बे, Bangkok गया था तभी.
Still the idea. And they have to clear everything on their sides if they want to do something different.
And G2 knows it's going to be a B hit. Look at those positions from both Jogamo and Valen. It's confirmed. You have no choice now for 100 Thieves sides to commit to this.
Oh, that's EU stuck. Easy check. And another one. They're all actually set up for util here.
The timing is
very abrupt as G2 try to scream on through. One last one.
Who's
still trying to get that lurk. The shot from Valen. Who else would it be? The IGL to find the lurk around the map. And G2 will swiftly take down 100 Thieves on Haven.
A masterclass from G2 on Haven.
क्या हो रहा भाई ये
गेम?
क्या हो रही है ये मैच? मां कसम बूस्टियो खेल भी ला भाई कुछ. हाँ, खेल भी ले भाई कुछ. सिर्फ बचता है भाई, सिर्फ बचता है. कुछ खेल लेता है यार. Is Aim Labs improve games? Yes. Is yes. मेरे को मारते नहीं क्या रे? Sartak. Nice chat up, Sartak. Anytime. पुष्टि का ट्वीट दिखाओ. मॅटर भाई, नुसते मॅटर. वाओ, आपके कैबिनेट के अंदर तो मस्त दिखला है सब. हे भगवान, लोगों को लाइक करने की अक्ल दे. प्लीज मित्रों लाइक करिए. विदेशी लफड़े उनके बहुत होते रहते भाई, लेकिन वो सब फ्रेंडली होता है भाई, मजाक में सब लोग उड़ाते एक दूसरे की.
अरे क्यों तुम लोग फालतू का गोली चल रहा है.
ये भी देख लिया, वो सब देख लिए वे. I was watching your stream since your old setup and you have that small mic. At that time I started playing Viper because of you and now I like you are successful in YT. Love you Parth Gaming. Take care. To me into your heart. Ashbhai, what do you think? Who is the final boss, Demon 1 और आसपास? Demon 1 कहाँ दिख रहा है तुमको? है किधर Demon 1 तुम्हारा? हाँ तो भाई हो गया Demon 1 का अभी.
भाई कैसे?
Don't die. Love.
अच्छा उसका ये देखा था ना शायद मैंने. ओ नहीं भाई ये नहीं देखा था. क्रेजी को लैड भाई, क्रेजी. रैंक इसका रहेगा प्लैट.
Don't die.
एक सेकेंड, मैंने गलती से इसका खोल दिया इसके वजह. वाह, से बोलते हैं हेवी नींद.
Call. And so basically I told Jake before, just like I'm expecting more. I want you to lead more. I want you to control the situations a lot more because we need it. We need a leader to step up, and one way for him to step up is literally step up and talk some crap. So like, yeah, I'm proud that he's starting this well. I hope we just keep going with this.
Best of luck.
W's.
Welcome back. I'm here with Mimi and Ender. Welcome back. I'm here with Mimi and Ender. The trolls are full is out there. Actually, yeah, okay. Like, listen, we talked about this heading into this match. G2 wanted to make a statement, and that's a
पम ये क्या है बे? भाई साहब डेंजर बनाया यार, डेंजर बनाया भाई, डेंजर बनाया. क्या बात है. What a setup. ये क्या राउटर है? नेट प्लस राउटर. बढ़िया भाई, किलवावे भाई, ऑल पूरा वावी. उनको भाई आरसीबी इज ऑन टॉप. बढ़िया बढ़िया, हैप्पी फॉर देम भाई. क्या देखे, कुछ देखने बचा ही नहीं है. चालू करो यार मैच फट से. हर्ष भाई एक सीक्रेट है, बताना मत, बूस्टियों को मैंने कैरी करा है. अच्छा बढ़िया. बूस्टियों का एज क्या रहेगा चैट? 24-25 रहेगा ना.
Thieves. We are going into Split, a map you haven't played, I believe, since the 4th of April. So what is the plan? It is their pick. They seem very confident. They stole your map pick. What are we doing?
We're feeling pretty confident still. I mean, to be honest, like the attack side, we had some pretty unlucky rounds, I'll say. I mean, there was a few, or no, it was defense, sorry, that we had unlucky rounds. There was a few like 1v3s and like rounds that we should have converted that we ended up not. And ultimately, I mean, I feel like they had a solid game plan against what we wanted to do, and they were kind of dominating us a bit on the macro game. But overall, you know, new map. Split is a map that, you know, a lot of people say that are bad, but, you know, scrim results have always been good for us there. And yeah, I mean, we're still coming in confident no matter what.
Well, best luck. Come out too. Your move, Zoe.
Well, thank you, Liz. Yeah, okay, listen, we're heading into
गुड नाइट हो गई थी मेरी 1 सेकंड के लिए गुड मॉर्निंग हो गई चालू करो यार मैच स्पीड रन कर दो भाई
one of my favorite maps to watch for G2. I think their attack side calling
G2 ने भाई सन को स्प्लिट पे हराया
is really incredible.
मेरे को तो लगता है 100 Thieves को तो फिर 30 0 हरा देगी क्या बोलते हो चैट और 100 Thieves ने क्यों पिक किया है भाई ये मैप
They have a ton of different ideas and this is ultimately a playground for Valorant and IG.
I think the thing to watch out for G2 on their attacking side, playing up against the Sage. KRU on that pick is almost always going to be playing up in B side heaven towards male. And if you put early like fight into that mid space, like you seize that territory, KRU is very quick to pop wall. I think Val's going to try to bait that out.
And if you look at the last game that we saw 100 Thieves playing Split, it was against MIBR. They lost there, and MIBR had a game plan almost exactly what you're talking about, Christy, where they were using KO drone up mid, having jet contacting up ready to dash. They see KRU, it's a stun, it's a dash, and they were either killing him or baiting out the wall almost every round. It was very, very effective.
Yeah, and the last time we saw G2 on this map was literally, well, yesterday. They got their revenge on the Sentinels. They played them, I think it was the Kickoff's grand final or something like that.
Yeah, way back
where they lost it way back when, like what a time. But yeah, so we do have the recent tape on G2. Is there anything 100 Thieves could take away from that?
Start the game, bro.
Not really. I mean, there's stuff there. I mean, G2 have played this map, and honestly, I think for them, it is a lot of like those slower rounds. Again, they like to sometimes take into ramp, cut back through mid, but it's hard to get a firm read on G2's attacking side in particular because so often it is going to be moving back into like lurkers in mid rounds, which is kind of applicable on all the maps they play.
Yeah, I said this going into Haven, and I feel like it's the same here again. I want 100 Thieves to do less like Gambits at the start of rounds and more like mid-round re-clear plays, trying to catch the lurker of Leaf. He's going to be alone towards A ramp a lot, but he's also very good at picking and choosing the timings where he's going for those plays, so it's hard to punish him.
Well, the problem for 100 Thieves comp is that they just lack information. What they've got, like, that's basically
they don't have an information sentinel, they don't have like a sky like you used to on this map. It's kind of brutal to play mid-round.
So when you are going for mid-round re-clears, it's not like you're just like, I mean, yeah, you have the drone, but it's not like you're just getting information for free with any of those user like you're talking about. They actually have to fight for the space and be guessing correctly.
Is there any possibility for
nice update in the wallpaper, bhai.
I mean, Zix just said too, like they're playing.
They played it yesterday. That has not been a lot of time. They just gotta lock in, win it with this comp they've been playing, and keep their chances stage one alive.
क्या-क्या है तुम्हारे चेटअप में? तुम वॉलपेपर दिखाते हो मस्त भाई की अपना. चलो चालू हो रहा है मैच. वॉलपेपर काय को दाखवते वो कोण देखेगा हुआ मैं अंजना. Which is your favorite roster of all time? My favorite roster of all time. क्या बता भाई? Favorite roster? Suggest any budget keyboard and mouse. Currently, I'm using anti-sports. Razer Cobra and keyboard कोई सा भी. रेजर कोबरा उस दिन कोई तो बोल रहा था 1500 में मिल रहा है. नेट शॉट डोंट क्रैश आउट लिखता है. बीटी में चल दिया रहेगा ना बे नेट शॉट तो. रूडीगर ने ट्वीट किया है भाई.
Of A so that you pull the rotate away from B. Xander's stuck alone inside the B site.
You got the safety, but how safe is it? The team drops in. They waterfall off the heaven to give each other the support that they need. This is exactly how you need to retaliate. Just Jogamo and Trent left alive, and the two that you would honestly want in this position.
Oh.
Information on the third as Bustio dropped.
They're trying to create a crossfire.
Molly's are there. Oh my god.
It's going to be Trent now in the clutch.
No, he's 1 HP.
It's just going to be the flick. It's just going to be the flick. He jumps.
Oh my god, Cryo. Crazy, bhai. Bhai, Molly tha uske paas, but hai.
We just played Valorant 2020 again.
Sage, why? I mean, split
classic. It's Cryo towards the end. Reloading just in time to win the 1v1 against Trent.
अभी स्टिंगर्स लेंगे वापस. इनको कुछ नहीं भाई, हारे या जीते वे लोग बाय करेंगे.
Under the momentum, under the sails of what 100 Thieves has.
कुछ पतला हो गया बहुत ज़्यादा भाई.
Back in the second map, and it was much needed.
अजीब ही दिखता है अभी.
Seeing the heavy investment going to the second round. Already a phantom in the hands of Cryo after those 3 kills.
I guess plant मिलता तो करते.
Sorry, G2 not going for a buy because they didn't have the plant.
And Bustio already starting to get out of his chair there. Trying to answer back at the Valen IGL jumps that we had from last game. Asuna with the stinger in mid. The leaf lurk is down and crumbled.
हाँ ना पहले अच्छा लगता था अब बीमार लगता है for real भाई.
This should be a done deal in favor of 100 Thieves. You've lost so much in the very beginning. Yeah, you could maybe try to create some space. Space is looking to be done towards G2 side to pull a bit of a rotate to give Jogmo a chance to fight a 1v1. He's in the right angle for now. Xander's not looking towards the right angle.
Wow.
A little bit of miscommunication there.
वो वाला saving round देखा था नहीं रे? याद नहीं है.
Come back, and they will try to take mid. So nice little back and forth from G2, but they're not gaining too much space with everything that they're using. They have to stick together with just these classics. One for Cryo.
आपकी टीम होती तो किससे स्पॉन्सरशिप चाहोगे? जो देगा पैसा उससे भाई.
And now from Asuna to play safety from stairs.
You need this type of activation coming out from a player like Cryo. Somebody who, on one half, on one map, could just turn it in the favor of 100 Thieves. And
तो ये round तो skip है.
In this moment, we need him to activate so we can push the map to Pearl.
What a shot by Cryo.
Nice little 3K of flawless for the side of 100 Thieves as well.
Crazy shot.
They won't have to invest too much going into their bonus round. Maybe a little bit of utility because of the walls that they set up to prevent the push from G2 in the very beginning. But outside of that, they're still quite healthy in the armor department too.
Even this safety in this play, Asuna's like, no, don't push. To Cryo, get that crossfire. Like even for that moment, you can see how serious they are taking each and every frag that comes across their screen. We're into the weapons. I don't see any judges, no buckies for the mail room. Everything's going to be rifles and subs here. The A push is very, very fast. Get the TP up here. You see Valen and Jogamo doing this quite a bit. They also have a mail room play just like this.
It's all an insert play so far. TP's trying to get players back to safety. But as it's not really being contested by 100 Thieves so far, G2 feels like they've closed enough of that gap to try to execute towards this A site.
EU push down mid. Look at the access now that 100 Thieves knows they have, and they can just lock down towards this A side. Oh, and the spam's come
Bro,
through.
spam में मार रहे. Oh भाई नसीब है 100 Thieves का ये map
Easily
में.
done behind the guise of the smoke.
Third map या तो मैं नहीं देख रहा, अब नहीं बता रहा हूँ.
100 Thieves to
जल्दी इधर ही
set up
खत्म
a
करो.
win for this bonus round. Ooh, good vision caught though. You saw how many people were at that A main position. The lurk's already starting to come around. Asuna drops. Jogamo as G2 is trying to find a location that might give them another frag, a little bit of safety. Will they reset here? But they are being closed in from every angle.
Reach best agent है सारे map पे चलता.
They don't even know.
30 seconds left.
Looking for the left side, that right peak. And again, this is the patience. They're actually waiting for G2 to activate a little bit before giving up anything. It's exactly what we saw Asuna doing here as Trent was pushing with just a classic last round here. Obviously a little more severe with the rifles in hand.
Save कर रहे हैं.
Just trying to wait out the clock for sure. They should be pitching in against G2.
Huh?
There it is. They already got all that information from that push down from EU that you mentioned at the beginning of the round. And as he gets to flank back towards the sewers, those last two players were pinned. It almost really seems also that the wall that KRU was able to save going into heaven to drop that right at the entrance of the A ramp didn't really give a chance for G2 to activate into wreck control or split back into the A site. We felt like we lost a little bit. We hesitated a bit into what we could do into the mid round, and then you just get picked through the smoke when you're trying to walk back into main. So G2 looks like they realize that they have to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more quick, trying to bait out this wall. From KRU, so they could actually play the mid round like they are known to be able to do.
You may not know it yet, because it seems like a bit of a quiet half, but KRU is 9-0 on the scoreboard. Already has the res to bring up here, and he's going to get challenged towards heaven. He's 10-0 as he gets finally taken down by the dog. Still shots towards heaven. Whoa, Leaf just kind of hopped in there sideways without any protection for a moment. They're going to lose him.
Damn,
Jogamo has to do a little bit of repair on that play once again. He's very close to getting another kill, but Asuna just drives the barrel right through Jogamo as Trent falls as well. They look for Jonah P. 2 bullets left. He's going to have a tough win on this as Asuna and
4-0
blood in the water, and they chase down Jonah P for a 4th round.
Nice little shutdown coming out here from 100 Thieves with the push up towards heaven.
Yeah.
7-0 होएगा फिर एक राउंड
that
मिलेगा.
round where Xander was kind of left on an
Time out
island
ले लिया भाई.
as soon as KRU fell,
क्या
and
पता फिर
nobody
अभी
was
भी
really
निकल
pushing
सकता
out
है.
through the smoke towards B main. I wonder if it was maybe utility that allowed here Xander to just stay out in the open for a bit. But there was definitely two players from G2 towards Steppy main.
I promise you.
Mind meld there between Zix and Asuna.
G2 ने time out ले लिया भाई.
So we are going to get that timeout coming through. G2, they did not feel this 100 Thieves pressure as much coming out of Ascend. It was a back and forth, and then G2 ran away with the rounds. So now it's their turn to try and solve what's going on here. Not really being able to get into the sites in any capacity, to be honest. If we're looking at how the rounds have gone down, it's all just four kill rounds there on the scoreboard that 100 Thieves has had to get through.
And this may be, although a scoreline of 4-0 for 100 Thieves, an important swing round for both of them. Because you know now that with the dimensional drift, you're trying to play around Jonah P's fault line so that Jogamo can get some value under this ult. Then it comes down to 100 Thieves. Can you read where the hit will be coming from? Because you have a showstopper that can get shot behind the dimensional drift that can get a lot of value. You know, again, we mentioned that matchup against Settles yesterday. Kind of telegraph when you're trying to push forward with the Waylay. This could be very similar stories now that Jogamo has his dimensional drift. So far, though, the showstopper is far away from the danger of G2. G2 instead playing very slowly in this round.
Smoke thrown just on Mail to make them think mid's being played for a moment here. And yeah, you're right on the dimensional drift. It's going to start accessing the site as drone goes down towards the bottom. There's two on screens just straight up peeking a lobby. All right, into the site.
Ooh, damn.
Boostio firing just to the left and right, drawing a perfect picture of Jogamo on the wall, apparently.
But here's the res from KRU. And that's going to be on Asuna.
Can they protect it?
Showstopper's back.
Wow.
The answer is no to that question. Jogamo's looking beautiful on this round. A possible ace in his eyes. If you can find two more, Trent should get the side of Xander here. That's a quick shot, and they are just all over. And too much of that for 100 Thieves to even process where they could be.
Big round there for Jogamo. Indeed, you just mentioned that double swing coming out from screens. Somehow still punish Leaf.
Yeah.
Maybe the smoke was a little bit too late, or they just ran out of the smoke for the side of 100 Thieves, and that could have been something that
5-0
again could have stolen here
4-1
for the side of 100 Thieves on their defensive side, but thankfully Jogamo's their hero play going through all of that.
Oh, down to 33 HP there, and look what that does though. You leave up to 33 HP and Jogamo continues to wreak havoc because he is already positioned within your team to make that mess.
Showstopper still available though for 100 Thieves. G2 going with the same protocol at the beginning of this round. The difference though is that they have the Yoru in the B site instead. So you're trying to do the similar protocols, but potentially here it's going to be Jogamo trying to find an opening into this B site versus Xander.
He's going to go forward a bit. We just saw the gate crash behind him. This play over towards A is still trying to tempt this util out, and they do get the drone from EU there with the wall going up and down. So successful so far. Drone stopped in mid as well. Nope, little parkour from the drone, and it makes it over the wall.
But that wall and that drone doesn't really give a chance for Jogamo to find a timing to isolate a 1v1, because that pushes Cryo away, so they're already setting up a crossfire towards B main. G2 just has to reset and play the mid round, waiting for the salvos to come back up, potentially use the Armageddon.
100 Thieves are so much more proactive here than they were on Haven. Pushing those sides to take the fights a little earlier. Cryo's in such a scary spot. They're trying to push in here with the other side. Getting caught up on the rope for a moment, and they both get taken down. As the smoke goes down, so do they.
Sad ho gaya bicharo unke sath.
EU, another one where they drop in without protection for each other, and he takes advantage of it. Almost another one, but a little too high on Valen there as he tries to readjust. And Boostio back on that rotation simulator here for the round.
It was a nice try still, though. It looked like they were inting a bit there for 100 Thieves, but Boostio was always the support with the fault line all the way from the A site to potentially get the stun into Vents, into Mail, and get value out of the Showstopper. But when they ran outside of that smoke for Cryo, greeted by 3 players of G2, they just had to land their shots. It's not the Showstopper was going to do so much damage.
The trade. And G2 takes another round. These two pretty similar to the previous rounds as well, but I think we're now Vans getting that G2 kind of second hit. They'll take
comeback
the first round of util,
comeback aane wala tum log dikhte raho bhai, defense mein heavy comeback
we know out of G2 being a bit slower.
It's a G2.
And despite 100 Thieves losing the last 2 rounds here, they are
you guys see me run out of mouse pads?
Well, even though losing these rounds, you still have high energy coming out from the camp of 100 Thieves. But I just wanted to mention, it looked like in these scenarios where it's impossible for 100 Thieves, they still ran out to try to do some econ damage against G2 because they had a lot of money to work with. 4 rounds in a row. But this time, finally, this could potentially be their last buy until they might have to go for a half buy in the next. The good news is that they wasted out a lot of that util out of G2 in terms of the ults, and they have their own Armageddon.
इनका इको कब आएगा? अगर ये राउंड वो लोग हारते तो उनके इकोनॉमी डायबॉलिकल हो जाएगी.
More focus for 100 Thieves on that vent so they can rotate back and forth. G2's been so quick on these instances. Talking about quick, Boostio stepping up to take down Leaf on that lurk. And now it looks like they may try to activate something mid here with Jogamo as they clear out a little bit more space to force a fight. Oh my gosh. Quite a bit of util for one, but it is space gained. And they don't realize that Jogamo is going to be timed on this right after that util exploded. He takes that space.
If they spam this wall, Armageddon could be used out now on the defensive side from EU. Star 2 on top of that. Loses that fight to Asuna. The Hail Mary now to split into the B site.
Heady play.
Oh damn,
the draw right in front of B main stops G2 from getting in. Xander's ready for that play as well off of his own stars. And almost a shot. Trent's though very ready here as him and Jonah are looking to both get this peek up top.
Oh,
nice delay coming in. Just a few seconds to get the spike plant down. They are going to be able to get this, but it has to stick now.
ब्लाइंड में मारा गया रे वो एकदम हल्का सा
2v1
जगह था भाई मारने के लिए उसमें मारा उसने डैम भाई क्लोज आ गया
is able to close that round down and get another orb for himself. as G2 now take 3 rounds in a row after their timeout.
The cleanest of shots coming out from Jonah P as well. And the patience out from Trent, the fake plant to bait out the push down towards Orange, and gets the kill just before he gets blinded.
And that's the 4v5 conversion too. Boostio took out Leaf to start, and they find a way through.
Insane. That has to be something that hurts the morale. As Asuna very loud, very vocal in the very beginning when they were leading 4-0, shut down by the man disadvantage coming out from G2 that they converted on their side.
Yeah.
And that forces a timeout of the 100 Thieves.
3v5 throw kiya be kaisa gun खेल रही 100 Thieves.
I mean, you're looking at potentially some sort of a scrappy buy in the next round.
और वो भी buy अच्छा नहीं था G2 का शायद नहीं था
that they built up
100 Thieves का buy अच्छा नहीं
first
था.
quarter of this map for the side of the Thieves. Those ultimates are still available, at least for EU. When he got punished here towards the top of the B heaven, couldn't use it. And that might be potentially something that you could leverage in this lure buy that you have, trying to go for some sort of a trap play. And they've done these type of plays before with Armageddon's into B main, Armageddon's down or up towards middle, so that Asuna could try to get some value here with the paint shells and the satchel, the aggression that could come out.
Yeah.
Look at this convergence at the very beginning here from the Thieves on this left side. It's that fault line slow orb satchel once again, and G2 reads into it. They've avoided most of the players on that right side of the map.
So then we have to look for Xander to play his life in any situation, right? He'll have the info, and that's going to activate G2 to go to that right side. Xander's going to be deep in sight from the shadows is stopped. Valen goes back. He's actually got 11 HP in the situation after the early fight and the nades that came through before he got out, I think, from the shadows there. And now they're kind of pinned in here to A, and 100 Thieves made a very fast rotation, but Asuna was not ready for jogging mid.
अरे
V2,
Oh my god, Leaf.
Again, the flash comes through over the shoulder.
भाई क्या यार बगा रहे Xander भी 2 मार दिया ये तीसरा भी मारेगा
अभी able to collect a few. He is still pinched in this position.
Bro क्या players है ये लोग
just limping to the left, trying to draw the fight. He knows it's there. The jump to stay alive.
Bro,
Leaf
damn.
makes himself known in that fight, and 4 in a row
Leaf
now.
ने
Even
क्या मारा
after
chat
the
देखा
100 Thieves timeout to push to
Shit,
play a
भाई.
protocol on B main. It's not enough to get through G2.
For G2 to stay so calm in the face
Leaf
of
ने
adversity
दिया है भाई
was so nice to watch.
tap two.
That first trap play coming out towards
like
B main is a,
like
hey, we've seen this already.
My bad on the old guys, but I might have kissed the guy.
And that's probably Josh wondering, wait, when did we ult there? But nonetheless, that type of play coming out from 100 Thieves has definitely been read, telegraphed, talked about on Reddit from everybody and their mother. So it was so easy for G2 to read, to work back towards the A site, pull the rotate, stay still, and force 100 Thieves into the crosshair. And now, finally, in round number 9, 100 Thieves' economy is in shambles. Sheriffs across, Stingers, trying to go for a trap play behind this drone, and it spots nobody.
Oh, he had the shorty when he hopped up there, thinking the hell from Jonah P was in. So just tiny mistakes being tagged on by 100 Thieves, but I think G2 is still in a pretty good position here with the weaponry. Rolling Thunder?
Crazy old भाई.
Just past EU, they're able to get through this one. No, it actually hits! He was stunned too! Oh no! Fumbled a little bit on this one. Trent now within the smokes, easily able to take down Boostio.
Oh my god भाई, उसने ult बेचारे ने commit किया, कुछ value नहीं मिली.
It hit a few, but the clone being thrown by Jogging with a TP away just allows Trent to just reset a bit, set the crosshair in, go for that kill. Xander now tests it towards the B site, but now 2 players inching in.
Last player standing.
Doesn't know the TP came through. It's just how quick G2 are moving, and they're doing it so different. The last time we saw them play split, we were seeing a lot of these mid plays where you'd get Jonah P aftershocking Malroom, and Jogamo and Valen would appear in Malroom almost underneath the aftershock, even taking damage sometimes. I mean, with 100 Thieves Sage there, G2 have flipped the way that they're doing this. Yes, they still have Leaf lurking, but they are finding some creative ways to get through these rounds. Okay. That's going to be a tough one to get through.
Okay.
And they are just pushing now. Smiles on their face. G2 know they have control after 5 straight rounds.
Yeah, and also using the Rolling Thunder on the side of the attack on the pulse plan, but you're still kind of even in the ult economy. Getting to work when they were using the Rolling Thunder on the defensive side. I feel that they wanted to keep Arsenal alive in order to utilize those 2 ults because you still had EU on that side.
Yeah.
It just came down to how much information that you gathered. They did spot Leaf. They got the first kill, but they didn't react to continue with more ults. Thinking that G2 was already pulling away after that first fight, but we'll hold that thought. G2's already moving aggressively towards the safe site.
Armageddon Boostio doesn't have very much more to stand in right now. That is a safe spot as Asuna takes down Jog. Still a lot of chaos in sight as they fire through the smokes. You can see all the members still towards A main now. It's only Jog that's been lost.
Bye-bye, Game of Space. Have a good day.
Oh, full P?
Oh.
That slows behind them. Oh, the timing. It just seems like G2 has all the timing on this split matchup so far. Boostio! Boostio with 3!
The spring transfer out from Boostio. Stands up right away. And it looked like it was G2 once again about to shut down 100 Thieves until the IGL comes in. And he takes G2 for a walk.
That's slow. He was pushing through.
Bro,
it's just
what
one of
the
those,
hell by Boostio, bro?
And you give Boostio the moment, and he finds it. Also almost.
भाई बेचारे की वायर उसमें फंस गई भाई.
Yep. All right, and a tech
उसकी वायर फंस गई भाई उसमें. माँ कसम नींद से उठा दिया भाई. Boostio ने.
Round 11.
And it's split across the site here for G2. Both initiators trying to sell a fake potentially now with the drone coming out after the fault line. And now 3 players on this left side walking up. And they're just playing the off angle. His gun's sticking out down to 35 HP. They can punish him right now.
They know where he's been. Each time he plays behind this column is he doesn't have enough time to get out. And he's just going to get faked out on this one. With the squad this time. So they're flipping the way that they're lurking on this map. Or on this round, I should say.
They gave it up when they had an opportunity to punish Xander. Also, the lurk coming through towards middle soft. Oh no.
जोगे में 2-3 मार दिए भाई मिड पे उधर.
I was going to mention that you have the showstopper that was spotted crossing over into middle, so they avoided that spot, waited down towards mid, and somehow got all the punishes onto 100 Thieves walking out. This should be a guaranteed round unless Xander goes nuclear.
He has to. Can he have a moment again? Stunned up. Oh, the shot just to the right of Jogamo as they beautifully play off that util.
7-5 half again.
And now it's Boostio again. Like you said, been playing the fault line from across the map. Isn't necessarily there for the trade as it were positioned. And G2 grab another round as they scream through these, only with 100 Thieves round in there, stopping this streak. Crazy stuff so far. Oh my gosh. I mean, Boostio had his, right? Everybody's getting a little bit of that limelight, a little bit of that transfer power.
Like this thing, if you subscribe to the channel to exclamation WH to check out watch ours.
ये
round देख के जाता हूँ. 8-4 था वो. Oh. उसके बाद लगातार 5 राउंड.
Now last round of the half.
Who's next?
3 stingers on the side of 100 Thieves and just info gathering coming out from G2. Little spot, 1 player inside vents. And they definitely saw the wall on middle, so a similar 2-1-2 setup coming out for the defense, but Cryo still wins that fight against Jogamo.
Cryo's been playing amazing this half. Shutting down everything he needs to. Getting 1 basically in the situations, honestly. And it has been huge. Wait, look for him. Saying, will Cryo give us another fight? He's actually backed off all the way. Asuna might get the check-in, though. No step.
And it's a good spot that you mentioned. This hasn't really been checked or played at all by 100 Thieves.
Now,
as they lose B Heaven with Asuna falling, Cryo was going to be out in the open if G2 commits towards his B site.
They're wondering if they should rotate. Here comes EU now, trying to get himself over Cryo with another one.
3v4.
Nice pit.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
6 all, boys.
Perfectly played. Oh, Jonah B still trades the shot, but it's enough for the teamwork as
1v2
Leaf locks that one down. The 2v1 here as Leaf searches around. His smoke's about to go out. The jig is up. Oh, they stay hiding. That's beautiful. Boostio jumps around the corner with Xander. They get the kill.
Crazy.
They get the 6-6 first half, and honestly, on a
Pani
broken by round, well, they're able to tie it up versus G2 here. What a start to split.
I think that ult coming out from the side of Xander kind of threw G2 for a loop. It's like, wait, this is easy for us to plant within. And then they tried to push towards that spawn, and unfortunately got caught off guard when Trent overcommitted towards that spawn. Beautiful regroup back from 100 Thieves to clutch that round and tie up the game and try to stay alive in this series as we're still playing for elimination or continuation to Toronto.
Yeah, 100 Thieves need to keep it going if they want to bring us to a third map. Otherwise, G2 run away with the series. We'll be right back for the second half.
Oh Marius, viens voir un peu. Oh, c'est les recrues du mercato. Marius, t'as pris une vitre ou bien? C'est Enedis ça, ils ont branché le stade au réseau électrique. Oh. Eh ouais, branche un peu les neurones Marius.
Enedis branche les événements au réseau électrique pour limiter l'usage de groupes électrogènes diesel. Rejoignez-nous.
भाई ये एड कैसी लग गई भाई? प्लीज राइट को बोलो नियॉन को दोबारा 2 स्लाइड दे और स्लाइड वाला आरएनजी दोबारा लाए। क्या लाड में आया है हगरे? हाँ, लाड में आया है क्या ज्यादा साले? इधर वाइपर की पूरी वाट लगा दी है, नियॉन को थोड़ा सा क्या ये कर दिया।
That loves to bring it in. It has for quite some time too. See how they utilize it.
And just unfortunately, it's been difficult for 100 Thieves on the attack side with this composition. Most of their success has been on the defense, so to have 6 rounds for G2, you're in a good spot now to close this series in 2 and move forward and eliminate 100 Thieves. Side of 100 Thieves, it's, yeah, you have to figure out something, and as soon as we get into the server, you'll see that all 5 of them are grouped up. They just want to brute force their way into this B site.
All right. They're going to find Valen. They're going to find a smoke, a paranoia, possibly a bit of a drop in here from Leaf. But we expect Asuna to be first, back of the site. Second guessing, the fault line comes across perfectly as Valen actually is going to have a spot to hide for the moment. As it's going to be a full move outside here from 100 Thieves. They try to come around, salvos would cook whoever is in that spot. And I'd say Valen doing a great job at staying alive, preventing that spike from going down so far. And now 100 Thieves, just a single man up.
Spike planted.
Good morning, Sardo.
Tills there, that's necessary. Oh, he times it perfectly. Baited into the smoke that was going to fall.
It's Trent, bro.
And now it's Trent. Is this too much to ask? As both members, all 3 I should say, of 100 Thieves are staying hidden until the last moment. Asuna gets that one, gets a few points towards the ult as that goes across the team, but 100 Thieves get pistol, and they start off with a very necessary round.
I love that it was anticipated that Valen was going to throw that paranoid down into B main. So when they scale into the site, all they want to do is just run fully blinded and just hug the wall as much as possible and just fight towards orange. You know somebody's going to swing back towards heaven. You now are able to have the quad swing out.
साला सेंटिनल्स को वन साइड हराया वो लोग स्प्लिट पे और 100 Thieves के अगेंस्ट स्ट्रगल कैसे कर रहे हैं? प्रेशर बन रहा है, मालूम प्रेशर। और 100 Thieves हेवी खेल रही कुछ तो भाई पूरा जी जान लगा के।
Staying as a group one more time, but not satcheling up, just following behind the drone. So that Asta could save his satchels to potentially get into the site from heaven. It depends what happens now if they want to scale into the site, but G2 have a decent read, a stack towards this heaven.
Elimination pressure, barabar.
They got a smoke behind them too, so they can start to push up a little bit here and be dangerous. Looks like Jog actually got out of that situation after going very low from a spam, so they have to stop, and now it falls apart as Heaven Control is there for 100 Thieves. The shorty does not connect. Valen looks to toy here with Cryo, but it's only going to last so long as they continue to wipe out. the rest of the
G2
members
को
of
momentum
G2.
मिल गया तो
Just a
खत्म हो
stiff
जाएगा
win
फिर।
to take out Jogamo here behind the wall.
Two rounds that are very much needed here on the side of 100 Thieves. Man, it's a nice little wall you see that was being placed up by KRU. It goes through it, it covers up towards the vents. You don't have to be out in the open to place it down. Could have been tough though, because it also funneled all of 100 Thieves into the A heavens. And if the utility was actually pretty good for G2, when you're playing this double initiator from Trent and Jonah P, it could do a lot of damage. But thankfully, it wasn't the case. G2 falls down, goes into a rifle round with the focus to stall the A side if there is going to be some pressure, and indeed there will be.
Plus तो G2 करता रहता है. अभी कहाँ गया? Plastic fan.
Line, aggressive push into the entrance of A main.
With fainting some mid stars too as well.
Oh.
As 100 Thieves start to push up, they have
Jama
some
bhai,
options
jama
on
हो
this.
गए. माँ
Great
कसम
fault
दोनों जमा
line,
हो गए.
actually hitting 3. Does Asuna
Good
know
flash,
that
good
he's
stun,
alone in
bhai,
this
सब
situation?
डाल दिए.
And that's going to change the entire dynamic of this play. The comms weren't there that
सब
they
डाल
could
दिए थे
follow
भाई
the
उधर.
disruption, yes. But really great retaliation by G2 and understanding of what was happening.
And you already have a TP back from Jogamo, so he's going to be back with the team to stack up towards this B site. You've walled up to funnel yourselves back into B. And even if you walk up, it's red. It's understood here. Leaf is just waiting with the snake bite to throw up on the B heaven.
Sees one, and there it is, completely denied unless they want to go over the garbage pail there. Not going to happen. And you already have Trent leaning. He can get some salvos in if he wants to from this location. They have so many ways to affect the map from their positions, and they're even starting to lean over more as G2 have a full read. But it doesn't matter. The shots are what counts, and 100 Thieves
bonus निकाल लिए. Third map जाएगा क्या ये game?
Beautiful read by Xander. Two players left committing to
third
it
map
for
नहीं
now.
देख रहे अपन. बस हो गया. बस हो गया. नींद लेनी चाहिए अभी.
Last player standing.
भाई साहब बोनस निकाल लिए चैट.
Trying to get a 1v3.
ये तो टाइम आउट बनता है अभी.
I gotta say, 100 Thieves are doing a good job now on these rounds of making
Time out
sure they're
बनता है
not
अभी
playing
भाई.
too dangerous and only pushing themselves as far as they need to. The overheating is not there, which is very good to see.
Just very nice repositioning from Xander as well. Although G2 looks like they had the upper hand in the very beginning by dropping Asuna inside the site. Another one of those moments where they just stop and go. Looks very similar to what G2 was doing on their attack side when, you know, you're forcing your opponents to run up against you. As they thought they had enough stall here for G2 side with the stink bite on the top of B heaven. Xander just waits for the smokes to dissipate. They run into his crosshair, even with a Bulldog and a bonus round converted on the side of 100 Thieves, and this is probably what
मैं आपका
Zex was
pocket
mentioning
stage
before.
बन जाऊँ.
It didn't look like it was the best of times for them on the defensive end, but on the attack, they're definitely looking a little bit more drilled and comfortable here to react to how G2 early TP's stacks plays passively.
It's so clean when we slow down like this. This round was legit perfect. Like actually, like prime 100 Thieves perfect.
There you go.
It is. Can they keep it going though, Vance? If we look at how the halves have started, 100 Thieves have won both pistols, right? And then they've got to the bonus round, and they won a fourth one. So 4 rounds at the beginning of first half, and now 3
Prime
rounds at the
100
beginning of
Thieves
second
perfect.
half. That's 7. They only have 9 though. They have to win past this. They have to get past the bonus, get the momentum. They can't just thread in a few rounds here and there, because that's when G2 starts to bite back hard.
So it's going to depend on what is talked about from Josh RT with G2 so far.
Lemon.
100 Thieves,
भाई मैं तब से घुमाने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, नहीं हो रहा है.
Let them come into us really seems to work here into the mid round. So for G2, off this timeout, you saw the reaction from G2. Even though they had stacks, they still played very passively until the commitment from 100 Thieves comes out and they want to play the flood retake. So then for 100 Thieves, it's, or for G2 rather, it's should we try to press and continue to fight? To not allow 100 Thieves to really set up for that second wave and to push into our spawns and to already set up here into these positions in the pulse plant and not allow G2 to come back into the sites.
Double Bucky G2. Expect things to stay quiet from G2's side until 100 Thieves is crossing their path within arm's reach here. Yeah, Jogamo, he's ready for a quick shot and a gate crash.
He's gonna get stunned. avoids.
आज किसी और का भी है क्या लाइव मैचेस? हाँ है ना, ये
trying to read that.
प्रो प्लेयर है हर्ष केकड़ाई करके, वो अपने चैनल पे वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीम करने वाले हैं आज फाइनली ऑन हेवी पब्लिक डिमांड.
Methodical take from 100 Thieves. They're getting the space they want here. There's that wall you were talking about before. It's safely placed, but that's hidden from Jonah P. Actually gets the stinger frag to start.
That's a first huge kill. And if you're looking on the side of G2, they have a here rifle on the side of Trent. And with this wall up towards Heaven, again, it's back into the scenario where 100 Thieves have to fight for Heaven or also have to connect into the A site unless they wait for the wall to break.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh, it was perfect. Gets out just in time. Nicely done as EU knows that Jogamo is going to be trying to come around. Do they go through their own wall? I want to see it. Just destroy the wall and run B. They're not gonna. They're gonna waterfall into sight, and it could be a problem. Trent starts them off right, but Xander answers. They're trying to creep up so they can get the double swing out of smoke, but it's not going to be enough. I think they were right. Xander said it. We take it a little slower. We'll be good. Or sorry, EU said it. They take it a little slower, and it worked out.
It's definitely different from the 100 Thieves chaotic comms at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
They're just running around and
चढ़ गया comeback होएगा या GG लग रहा है ये?
Fight.
100 Thieves जीत रही है भाई G2 के अगेंस्ट.
High lows, slow it down. You see it on the side of G2 too. They have the protocol to try to swing back in their favor.
और जोन कब खेलोगे? खेलेंगे. जरूर खेलेंगे.
When Valen and Trent are trying to count that 3-2-1 and greeted by that high-low stack. We'll follow back with the action though. There's a trap play happening towards B main. It was slowed at the very beginning with the fault line. Aftershock to pull them back. And 100 Thieves, though, this is all a bait. Keeping Asuna with the boombot in the very beginning to force out that utility from G2.
Yeah.
All of them were staying back towards that spawn still, though.
Just 3 rounds away. Oh, the trade back from Asuna. That's going to be the ultimate for him as well. Cosmic Divide is there. Would you know it, they feel good about moving around the map on this one. They're going to have the right side, but now they find out that Jogamo has an operator for the first time on the round. And we'll see what kind of damage he can put down with that.
If they walk into it, yeah. G2 starting that round with a lot of util to funnel them into that off. It'll get droned out.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned last round.
Not being droned out. Easy kill.
Oh, they went down low with it. He takes that window. And actually opens up Cryo with the operator on it. Cosmic Divide is going to give him a second thought here on how he wants to get the peek in. So he's going to have to wait, but he still kneecaps EU to take him down. The post plant's gone for 100 Thieves. The pre-plant's gone as the spike just goes down. They don't have much more to work with. Oh, Busio answers how to leave. This is crazy! Jogamo with a quick scope onto Xander. No scope, honestly. Trent gets one down as well. And that is one that would absolutely bring the momentum up and scary for 100 Thieves to be losing the bonus.
That's just a little bit of a missed time for 100 Thieves. With the drone going out towards main instead of Heaven, it was an easy pick from Jogamo.
Yeah.
नो स्कोप दे दी भाई जोगेमो ने निकाला है राउंड क्या शॉट्स मारे भाई शिट
on top of that gets a dimensional drift. This time no accident, gets all that info.
Heavy भाई heavy.
Xander was huge.
Man, him and Ye today. What's up with the no scopes? Give us more anyways. Round 18 as we get in. And they actually just drone out. A little bit of patience here still on the side of 100 Thieves as they're trying to read what's going on and just get an insert into mid.
I didn't even realize that Austin actually used a showstopper in that previous round. So when he was jumping towards main to pick up the orb and get the kill into Jonah P, looks like they did try to gain some space around.
So भाई हाँ भाई इतना close आने के बाद अभी तो नहीं सोना मेरे को.
They have the rolling thunder, so all of them grouped up one more time. But Jogamo is still in a prime spot. In a position to watch towards vents first, and now with the util coming through, will definitely assist Trent to hold up the A site.
Bro, no way.
Oh, there's two. One in discipline and one behind the wall. They just don't expect it. Jogamo somehow gets two with the operator from that position as they are taking down 3 members altogether here. And 100 Thieves are still moving quick with an eye on the plant. And the weaponry shown here from G2 could make this possible if they find any of those rifles first and leave Valen with a stinger.
Right now, all of them grouped up towards the screens for G2. Flash and Aftershock, though, could get countered out by the rolling thunder. And that wastes enough time now for EU to just hide behind and get the salvos up.
Gets through a nice fault line. Leaf tries to jump around the corner, looking up to the top. Yes. Right back to it. The smoke's going to come out in just a second for Valen here. He's going to try to throw that down and get this sorted out for himself. He's going to have to stick on it at this point. He has it if he can stick it, but it's not going to be enough. He jumps into the smoke, and 100 Thieves get to 11.
Beautifully done by EU. Unfortunately there for Jonah P was looking up towards heaven, thinking that the plan was for heaven as well. So very ballsy on the side of Busio to get that plan out in the open, and it turns out to be the key piece that allows 100 Thieves to win that 1v1 towards the end, with the util still available from EU, with the stun for him to run through that smoke and not give a chance here for Valen to go for that full defuse. Now 100 Thieves looking pristine on their attack side, only allowing G2 to get one round on their defense. Op is now gone, Stinger by with rifles for the rest of G2. And they forced into this one. Look at the money that's left on the side of G2. There's absolutely nothing left.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it off of that game point, hoping for that grace of the gods that they have in somehow these low buy rounds that allows them the positioning and the smarts to get through. 100 Thieves may have slowed it down, but man, once they get into the fight, they are thriving in the chaos.
With this type of buy, you definitely know here that Jonah P and Trent are going to be the most important players in this round. They want to utilize these ults in the favor of the buy.
iPhone 15 or 80k PC
swing
build.
it back in their favor.
मैं तो PC build करूँगा भाई.
Is there an order for him? Is there something, maybe even a plan?
या कोई अगर choice देता है तो.
His pick to deny things. And there it is. Oh, he wants it, but there's not going to be enough time.
Oh,
he still goes for the fight
nice.
with Jonah P just over his shoulder. EU. The sliver shots coming from both players as the concuss goes in, and it's not going to be enough. Please sidesteps. And G2 grab an 8th round.
Somehow was able to avoid that stun. And also somehow G2 able to win that round without having to use those two ults that I just mentioned before. And you were mentioning for Leaf's side, he didn't pull out that pit because you don't want to block the vision that they've already gained on that rotate. They can play that high low, they can fight against they can fight against all the players trying to move into the B site.
G2 Stinger, god damn.
Yep, exactly.
जमापुर लग रही है भाई.
There's something about it. Check him Stinger.
Well, the attack side are trying to do 100 Thieves Stinger, but this side otherwise only one buy for Osno instead. Fast pivot on the top of the site.
Oh my god, Osno.
No.
11-9.
They were ready for it. We've been waiting to see when the judge would come out. It makes itself known in the hands of Leaf. A quick kill there onto Asuna. Now the aggression in the site has to be the team running in off a fault line, off the flashes. It takes a bit more util here since you don't have that crosshair breaker in Asuna. Maybe they try to get some ramp positioning, but Jog's going to know about it pretty soon.
They'll have to forfeit this spot still. It'll give a chance now for 100 Thieves to move through, but instead of TPing, he actually anchors down. Realizing here that 100 Thieves are not utilizing util to try to punish him, it's just easy for him to stand still.
They're finally getting the rotation over as well. Here comes Jonah P. They believe this is going to be towards the other side of the map. Yeah, Armageddon's ready. Just a flick of the switch. Oh my god, Rolling Thunder into Armageddon.
इतना early क्यों use किए?
And they are knowing now that A top side is clear. Jogamo? Oh my, he looks like he's ready to shake hands with the entire team 100 Thieves from that spot.
The wall's about to break.
20 seconds.
They might go through vents here and maybe gamble it against Leaf. Oh.
Not a lot looking great right here. They're going to have to waterfall into sight into just about every single member here. And they're saying pull. The 100 Thieves members jump and they fall right out of the sky.
I guess वो ults use किए ना उसके वजह से उन लोग को time थोड़ा सा buy हो गया.
And 100 Thieves just afraid to run through the Vipers.
Time out लेंगे अभी भाई 100 Thieves. Back to back हार रही है.
They've already dodged the Rolling Thunder and also the Armageddon, knowing that the initiators are playing kind of close. But potentially here, because the Rolling Thunder came in from the spawn, that it should be weak side towards A, but it didn't want to swing through that to play the numbers advantage against Jogamo inside the site. Again, they had a lower buy. So you ring it around the rosy, you wasted enough time, you didn't even want to break the wall to try to gamble the fight against the pit. So you know the rotate should have happened by then for G2 on the side of spawn. And that's just unfortunately a little bit of a miscomm and decision-making coming out from the side of the attack.
100 Thieves get the timeout from Zix. You know, seeing the last round, I think seeing Asuna obviously being able to blast back into mailroom is such a huge play. You can take people off guard. But I think the team as a whole right now is so much more if they can play off of him and not just have Asuna make a star play like that. G2's just too ready. And the chance there, I feel like, is too great for the disadvantage that you gain from it. All right. Operators back out for Jogmo here. Gonna be looking to hold a hard angle. We'll see what that is on the mini map.
ये कितना मस्त किया था ना उन लोगों ने टीजर्स कितना मस्त किया था ना इधर क्या उसे कहते हैं वैलोरेंट की प्रैक्टिस रेंज में जाके उधर भूत का आवाज डालते थे क्या क्रेजी मेरे को याद है भाई पहली बार में जब सुना था ना तब मेरे को डर लगा था जेन्युइनली मेरे को जंप स्केयर हो गया था
B main control in the very beginning, fault line, boombot. Nobody pushing forward on that side. Ballsy peek coming out here from Cryo. But in the end, it's the TP away, the middle forfeited. But util coming out from G2 just to stall. Already the poison orb coming through. Maybe a star's gonna come down as well. As soon as you run out of fuel here on that side. Or should I say a smoke from the Omen. But instead, Valen is using it towards B main. They do want to give this space for 100 Thieves to take.
Here.
Checked a lot on A ramp just now. Again, they'll leave Jogamo with that hard line.
Madhav bhai, मैंने हाथ में तो लिया है, गेम नहीं खेला उससे.
100 Thieves have been taking A heaven and just kind of chilling there, walling vents. G2 is so ready for everything that they're planning right now, though, just in the middle of the map. I feel like this fault line could hit Cryo and Asuna the moment they're seen.
Bro, कैसा ड्रॉप कर रहे सेज तो उधर ही ऊपर ही बैठ गई भाई Oh, I guess that's a W move. Jogemo ने भी एक kill ले लिया. Caught हुआ शायद.
Through the smoke. Does he choose right? Oh, they just saw
it. ये क्या timing था?
He was switching weapons, but he sees it out of the corner of his eye.
ये क्या हो रहा है
As
Wheel के
they're so
साथ?
ready on the side of G2, 100 Thieves is forced to back up
ये क्या हो
now.
रहा है
Looks like
100
they'll
Thieves
have
के
to
साथ
save
भाई?
these with 15 seconds left.
That's after a timeout
Hell
from
नहा
Ziggs.
गेम प्ले हो रहा भाई.
I think that was the last one
Pro
too.
भी अगला बाय दिए इनके पास अच्छा. High chances है 11 all करने का.
Cryo, Boostio,
Hell
Austin
nah.
will have to go back into a half
Hell
buy.
nah.
Building that doesn't really do much here for EU. He already has the Armageddon. G2 still quite healthy and getting rid of a gun would have been good on the side of G2. So I respect the push out from Leaf into main.
Man, nothing's free here. It's like they give you all the way to vent. You'll think you'll have rope. They're not going to be in rope. They're in rope. You're getting all this position in heaven, but as soon as you peek heaven, you're taken out.
Script. For real,
has to feel like they're gaining so much ground, but little do they know, G2 almost feels like they're allowing that ground to be taken before they attack. It's hard to play against it.
They have to try to use somebody aggressive here to try to get some early control. Just go for the duel, go for the fight. The res is available for Cryo. And even though it's a lower buy for 100 Thieves, you kind of need that to come out here. Something to come out for 100 Thieves to bring that econ down on the side of G2. Try to get the round back into your favor and put yourself on map point.
It may not be a full buy, but this is what 100 Thieves tried to put together before with Asuna coming out of heaven. Can they still attack from the bottom side of the site? And look at that denial. They're not even in to give the assistance.
There's 3 players there.
इन अभी भी 2 rifles है.
Towards the back and Asuna,
winnable है 100 Thieves के लिए.
To force some players
but
to
man
let
advantage
back
है
and fight against
G2
him so they could find the timing for the Thieves to move into B main, but all of that gets denied. Because Valen's always been good for throwing the one-way smoke and the paranoia, not allowing here for 100 Thieves to flood through. And the res is way too far. Unless they walk up and they do get the punishment onto Leaf, who's currently jump spotting on the top of B
exclamation name
they may have a chance.
They can smoke it up and res him because it's going to be so clear to sight. Jogamo already says dimensional drift. I feel like it's akin to a Seekers this late in the round. He just wants to figure out what's going on as Valen takes down one. Xander does find a few off the concuss there as they make the lead side. Wait a minute, they've turned this round on its head.
18 seconds left though, and
spike down ho gaya.
14 to plant. Got to get into position. Multiple flashes coming through. No real help can be given just yet as they are seeing him coming away from the spawn area. If the trades aren't there, there's the 2. Trent's going to get the 1-2 almost collat on that. And a defuse comes through as well as G2 tie up split.
Valen has been a nuisance to 100 Thieves on how he's anchoring towards this B site. In the mid-round, the plan was to try to get that pushback onto Lee, so you could try to get that res from Austin on top of Heaven, and once again play the 5v5. But Valen all the way towards the back, in the back of the billboard, probably just spots the top of the ponytail of Cryo to get the pick. And unfortunately, the res doesn't allow for it. The res is already down because Cryo just got picked off. So currently, he's still on the top of the scoreboard. But you need now your star player, Asuna, your duelist, to get value out of the entries that they're trying to do. So even as a team, they need to add more util to support Asuna in these moments.
Really do. The gun rounds going in the way of G2. Some of the thrifties going in the way of G2. So they need to get everything here on the side of 100 Thieves. No more letting any go.
And how many did that suppress there into the drone? Out from EU. Sorry, out from Trent.
Right. The fault line delay hits all of them again. The amount of 3 stacks we're seeing on the fault lines from Jonah P is incredible.
Look at the insert that you currently have here from Xander. I'd like to see 100 Thieves maybe to try to fight towards that spawn. That might be the first opening they'll get to pinch back into B. But a big fight is happening now towards main at first. It looks like EU just turned away.
Oh, just on the other side of the wall from each other here. Xander still at B, trying to get info on that side of the site, and you have Leap all the way lurked up already. It looks like G2 is ready to just play the moment 100 Thieves pull the trigger. All right, the Armageddon is obviously going to push Jogamo out, but what's his safety? Where's the play going to go here? Just makes it out.
Bro, wow, bhai, Jogamo, kya? Oh my god, kya khele ye log, bhai.
And exactly where to look. It's been round after round they have this positioning.
Bro, they messed it up so bad.
This last
they messed it up so bad, bhai.
That's all he has. He just got spotted, I think, by Valen, who's closing that gap. The weapon's not even saved. G2 is now at that series point, looking to eliminate 100 Thieves. That weapon was so needed for Xander and for the rest of the Thieves, because the buy is going to be abysmal. They who fought so well at the beginning of the second map, though, has let their attack side slip. And G2,
they're in form.
Yeah, and about to send 100 Thieves home.
Crazy stuff. The elimination match almost coming to a close unless 100 Thieves has another round in them to bring us to the overtime play. Again, they start at B. This time they flipped it, and it's going to be Xander lurking towards the A side of the map. Fault lines coming through. Just initial utility here being used so early makes me think it's going to be another 30-second, 40-second hit here, Vans, on the round. So expect it to be the walkabout towards A before we get another hit.
It seems to go back now towards the, hey, let's hit A Heaven and just wait there. And that has been a pain point. 100 Thieves never able to come outside of A Heaven to flood into the site. This might be the Hail Mary to just bring Asuna's showstopper into main. Smoke at the right spots, get that hit. Especially now that you're able to avoid the drone. The last potential stand, the last potential push from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, no way this guy gets to.
Showstopper is going to start doing just that. Trent wants to run in, and that's going to be the first kill around here. The 5v4 in favor of 100 Thieves to keep it alive, to keep it going into overtime. Joggo is going to push himself into 3 here. And they are all deadly ready for this situation. But is it ready for Jogamo? They muzzle him for a moment. But is it long enough? The rest of the team continues to come through from G2. Valen limping in with the rest of the squad here. A great setup by 100 Thieves, all pushed up to the front side of the site. Leaf with 2! A third, no. Asuna with the shorty is going to be able to answer. Going to be able to capitalize as Cryo ends the round. And ladies and gentlemen, we have overtime.
कसम क्या मैच चल रहा है ये चैट
Asuna to also step up as a duelist and does so in round number 24. Opens it up with the showstopper, grabbing the last few kills, holding the screens, watching the flank, and allows 100 Thieves to have some sort of breathing room into the overtime.
The breathing room requires oxygen for both teams.
G2 अब attack कर रही है.
It is going
Another
long,
fake comeback.
and it is getting arduous right now. As
इसका fake comeback बोल रहा है. G2 ने comeback किया.
Looked a little bit better here, and we'll get G2 back.
Imagine
G2
don't qualify.
See what they can swing into the mix for this round.
भाई बहुत सैड हो जाएगा मालूम वाट लगा देगा बूस्टियो भाई
Vandals full shields across the board, Phantoms as well, and a different change, a different pace from 100 Thieves. Asuna inserted now at the bottom.
Bro, क्या position है Asuna का?
He was holding in the very beginning when they were playing the bonus round. Oh, he's gonna get spotted. Getting walled.
No way.
The box is
no way
he
he survived.
Very minimal damage. And he goes again. Asuna. He's playing with fire out here, and he's also in a dangerous spot to rotate out of that side event. You need assistance. Oh, you need blast packs. All right, I stand corrected. My man just has every play in the book to get out, but he wants to peek again. How much util has he now drawn? That's been amazing for the team if they can get this in their favor a little bit more with the first frag.
Wow.
There it is.
Kill liya Asuna bhai.
Heard the TP cross over towards the back of the site though, so Jogmo cannot commit into the TP towards B. The main fight is B Heaven.
EU steps forward, Xander's there as well. Oh my gosh. 100 Thieves pull out a round we have yet to see on Split where they all get aggressive. And that was a masterclass one from them, very much needed.
If anything for Asuna, to be able to avoid all that utility, a double spray is focusing all of G2's resources just to try to flood Asuna out. Did not give a chance here for G2 to have more util to fight back towards B Heaven. And once they did, they tried to find a timing for Jogmo pushing towards main. He whiffs a couple of shots. And they shut down G2 on the push. Josh RT now calling the timeout to try to tie things again. They want to shut this down right now. There's been so many moments for G2 when they had the lead, when they had the push, they just falter towards the end and they lose in overtimes. Remember again, going back into Bangkok. Remember going into the series against Sentinels. If 100 Thieves are able to close this out, that might give them a chance here into Pearl.
Just to play on that memory, play on the historical loss that G2 has there.
If it goes into Pearl, that is also PTSD for G2 in the grand finals against T1 of Bangkok. G2 needs to shut this down right now.
That's the timeout. That's why Josh RT is trying to get in their ear to figure out what they can do to bring this into another overtime round. Their defense has been strong. It looks like they'll keep it somewhat the same. Jog has been hovering towards A, unless he's playing that operator line at B.
No ops.
Both initiators, though, are gonna be pressed up to the front for G2. Trent and Jonah P are right at the front gate, ready to ring the bell when the round starts. Let's see if they're just there for delay or there for a hit. It looks like a hit. Oh, they get hit back. That's gonna be Trent actually dislodged from the team as EU takes him down.
Khatam.
They were not on the same W timing as the fault line had to come out from Jonah P first.
Jonah's out in the open, 39 HP. Big flash.
Can't turn it. Team's not there to help as well as Jogmo's just behind a smoke that put up by 100 Thieves to make this play that much more successful. The 5v3 instantly on what could be the round that pushes up to map 3.
That was a crazy play. If that was what was called here from Josh RT on the timeout, you were just hoping here that Trent would get 1 or 2 with that double initiator hold. But all of 100 Thieves read it correctly as well. They countered util at the same time, just punished the players one by one. Now there's no more stalls coming out from G2. This should allow 100 Thieves to easily enter towards the B site and even close this second map.
Hits in, slows towards the back of the site. Textbook hit, smokes are up, and yeah, they expect to take a little bit of spam in, but it's how they reposition for the end of this. Do they sit G2 down and take us to Pearl with this round? Leaf and Valen are going to be attacking from the top side. It's just Jogamo to try and get in from the bottom. No util for them really to use on this take. Asuna starts him off right.
Kidhar check kar raha hai Valen? Kidhar check kar raha tha Valen bhai?
100 Thieves stay alive in the series, in the playoffs, and we're going to a map 3.
A 3 versus 5 that G2.
GG's bhai, GG's. That was a good game. That was a good game. Third map, G2 वन साइड हराने वाली 100 Thieves को, तो मैं चमकीन से लेता हूँ। तुम लोग देखो ये मैच, वन साइड होने वाला है थर्ड मैप। ट्रस्ट लिजिट, तो मैं चमकिंग्स। नींद नहीं आ रही है? नहीं, ऐसे ही, मैं तो ऐसे ही बोल रहा हूँ। 400 लाइक के करीब है अब लोग। लाइक द स्ट्रीम इफ यू न्यू, सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल टू। यार देखनी है मैच। हाँ चैट, देखनी है क्या? एक ही मैच तो है। चलो फिर देख ही लेते ना भाई, अगर इतना देख ही लिए तो देख ही लेते, क्योंकि वन साइड होने वाली है वैसे भी। वन साइड होने वाली है वैसे भी। टट्टी करके आता हूँ मैं, तब तक आपस में बात कर लो, थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट कर लो। टॉटी टाइम, टॉटी करके आता हूँ। मास्टर टोरंटो का व्लॉग हो जाता तो भेज दो मुझे, टोरंटो ट्रिप स्पॉन्सर। आता हूँ मेरे को।
battleground for a G2 fan to be heading into.
Yeah, I would hard agree with that as well. It's all on the line here. It's
That
lower
$2
bracket,
का
it's
trimmer है
elimination. Your chance to book a
Mute
ticket to
करके चले गया,
Toronto. It doesn't even
चमन
begin with this
झिंगा।
match. It's the next match. We might
I
not
am
even
sorry.
get that chance.
I am sorry.
Crazy timeline we're living in. 100 Thieves keeping themselves
I am sorry.
alive here in this series, showing a lot of tenacity.
I'm
and they bring
absolute
it
sorry.
on Pearl as well. Pearl coming up next. The winner will fight the last Masters Toronto spot on Mondays. Don't want to miss it.
पर्ल पे 2 इजी विन है G2 का। मैं तो वही बोल रहा हूँ भाई, वन साइडेड है, वन साइडेड विक्ट्री होने वाली है, वन साइडेड विक्ट्री। ये जमी नेम क्यों कर रहा है? I will.
One enemy remaining.
Crazy way. Diamond. साला ये प्लैट वाले वन टैप्स देने लग गए यार आजकल चैट। फ्लैट में लोग वन टैप्स दे रहे एकदम टैप टैप टॉम 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 टॉम।
And as Ender was mentioning before,
Asuna on
are
Nyan.
going into the T1
Sound
crop.
laga,
Some
lagaya
of them
bhai.
PTSD for G2 on a map like Pearl. But as Asuna mentioned in a post-game interview when it won against Energy, they want to try to play like T1.
पग्गू पग्लू क्या होता है चमन
Sometimes
झिंगे?
bad. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens today now in this matchup.
There's no middle ground.
हेडफोन पहनते हैं अभी।
Especially when they've tried 3 different iterations, 3 different
पहनने का
types
मन है।
of compositions. When they enter this map on the side of 100 Thieves in 2025. From kickoff until now, also going 0-3. Losing 5-13, 9-13, 9-13 against teams like Sentinels as well. So yeah, even though the composition looks really good and could potentially counter G2 here, you're hoping that Zix has put those extra hours and instilled the type of protocols that they need here in order to topple down G2.
It is a tall task to ask. You mentioned before, only really the teams placing 4th and lower were the ones 100 Thieves have found success against. And here,
कितना crisp
I
आवाज
wouldn't say
लगता
they're
है
even reaching too much. They are finding their groove that makes it allowable for them to be able to beat these higher teams and break through the ceiling that they have kind of had this season, this stage. The catapult through it here against G2 on Pearl is what they want.
Busio going for the classic. Not the weapon, but the classic just turret and sheriff. Trying to play the long range, trying to find the information first as well. And use it a distance to his advantage so he can escape scot-free, but walks into the smoke!
Oh bhai, क्या हो रहा है?
Haunt right in his face, a meteor, or rather a prowler. Off the bat, Trent gets
अंधेरा
traded
छा
out
गया
as
था
a
भाई।
quick kill goes back and forth. Aggression from G2 extends into spawn already. And there's a little fight between the wall
क्या हो
here,
रहा
and
भाई?
both of them can't get a clean shot off, but Asuna wins the fight.
Good news, 400 Thieves, Trent is down. No salvos for the post plant, but they are doubling up for G2 in the back of the B site.
3v3.
Jonah P also separate because he's expecting some sort of flank because they've lost that vice wall.
Bro, what?
Okay, nice seeds into that damage as well.
Asuna कल आएगा क्या भाई? Asuna कल आएगा क्या?
And now they
भाई तब से आ ही रहा है भाई वो.
Asuna only 4 HP. This is going to be tough. A nice job by G2 to sort themselves out and be able to really figure out how the crossfire is going to work with 100 Thieves retaking the site. It doesn't happen, and G2 get another pistol.
It's now time to play the mind games with G2 against 100 Thieves. Because when you're looking at a lot of these teams playing also this map of Pearl, Vice or Cypher seems to be the prime choice where, you know, the Euro utility, or you can't recall the utility placed by the KJ, for example. And that might be a weak point here that G2 could start exploiting as well against Boostio. 100 Thieves on their end so far from the pistol round to the second round have also been playing 4-1s and giving still a lot of that responsibility for Boostio to anchor up and getting the information from middle onto B. So that players like Asuna could start pivoting up, playing aggressively.
Ooh, they saw quite a few. They still want this.
जतिन भाई ये कौन सा क्वेश्चन है? ये virtuoso क्या है?
ready to take down A.
मैंने दोनों हेडफोन्स यूज नहीं किए भाई.
They're just making sure they're clear on the back.
आपको YouTube पे सर्च करना चाहिए.
Only to insert here. They have so much time to play with since everybody approached A at the beginning
भाई
of the round.
ये G2 वाली स्ट्रीम स्नाइप कर रहे हैं. A पे आके, A1 पे आके उधर से वापस रिटर्न चले गए.
As they go.
This is
One
called
in
stream
A,
sniping.
one in mid now with Leaf. And it looks like they'll be able to just string across the map and make this even harder for 100 Thieves to get away back in.
So you leverage the better weapons to move in towards the B side, but Valen, if he walks into this trap of 4 players towards A main, that's a Spectre gone. That could be deadly in the hands of somebody like Asuna, who finally now for Valen decides to pull back instead.
Yeah.
Easy execution towards the end for G2. Now for 100 Thieves, do you want to start pushing forward and really commit into these fights? If I was looking for the sign here from 100 Thieves, you probably have to try to die to Spike. Jogimo's only 2 away from his dimensional drift. You cannot give that away to him. And for G2's side, if you do want to give the dimensional drift for Jogimo, you gotta switch out here. Potentially even Spectre or Ghost. Have Jogimo go for the hunt.
Looks like they'll wait it out. Leaf though.
Exactly.
ये देखो ये 7-0 तक जाएगा फिर 9-3 होगा.
There's Jogimo with the Ghost starting to move forward towards the spawn too. So Leaf is going to find all the information first. And that gives a chance now for Jogimo to move forward.
Oh, this is big for Jog. Now he gets the free peek. Oh, they take him out right away. Leaf's going to get 3
Leaf
though.
का क्या aim चल रहा है आज यार.
Just going back and forth. Oh, is he going to make it? There he goes. There he goes.
Same map where G2 bottled 5-2 finals.
The Nikes.
Yeah. Just get that last few jumps in. Another round for G2.
भाई क्या match था ना
This is
T1
going to be
वाला.
that buy-in for 100 Thieves though. Can they start to strike
मेरे को अभी
back?
कुछ याद नहीं वो मैच
So far,
का.
you're still saving those 3 weapons from the previous round.
Yeah.
बस मेरे को वो Pearl वाला ace याद है Jogimo
And
का.
then Leaf is able to get 3 kills and also die. So now you're looking at the later
Pearl
rounds
नहीं
when
अभी
you
इस वाला.
finally have weaponry for the side of G2 in this bonus round that could potentially still convert on their side, but they'll have Dimensional Drift and Steel Garden that they could start rotating into round number 4, round number 5. That could render difficult here for 100 Thieves to hold their defense.
The protection on getting that orb farmed up for Cryo.
Blinding.
And again, 100 Thieves are, I wouldn't say passive on A, but still staying back, giving G2 quite a bit of space in these positions.
Yeah, and you've gone into grabbing the orb too. So now they do have the Dimensional Drift to work with.
Yeah.
Drone still available. At the minute mark, Trent will probably start clearing down.
Good morning, Lenny's. All the best.
Clear some space.
Good night, Vinay. Bye.
Take it with it. It's Jogimo
कोर्ट में
actually
गर्मी
with
नहीं
Dimensional
लगती क्या?
Drift instead.
AC में बैठा हूँ.
Trying to split this. Asuna's in a prime spot though in the back of Art.
Oh.
Oh, they're trying to mess with him. They've already freed up the space in A so far. Waiting down to about 40 seconds on the round to activate this one to create a hard rotation for the side 100 Thieves. And Jogimo's back out. They start to reset what the positioning is, and outside of sight at Art and A, they are ready to post plant this.
भाई हमेशा वो ही प्लान देना चाहिए मालूम क्या? ये जो ओपन प्लान देते हैं ना.
All 5 players still alive.
क्योंकि आर्ट से खेल सकते हैं फिर.
Where's the util? It's the question. It's got to be all bodies here, it seems, from 100 Thieves as
Oh
they
my
start trading
God.
off each other, and it is seemingly working.
Okay.
Yes, Asuna tags
Nice,
on the last frag over
Byron.
to Trent. And they get that hit over to Cryo. Team Ace, you can see
Very
everybody
nice,
getting their hands
Byron.
in the pie on that one as 100 Thieves get the bonus.
A great fight back. 400 Thieves for sure going into fighting into the Art.
Hello Drag.
And yeah, the
Hello
bonus round from G2
Minecraftian.
denied by the gun round of
ये
100
क्लासेस
Thieves.
कितने के? 1500.
It starts off with Lucio, the one trying to find the information first.
भाई वो गार्डियन का आवाज कितना अजीब आ रहा था ना चैट. छन छन आवाज आ रहा था गार्डियन का.
G2 come towards you.
Let's go, Pete. He's gonna do missiles. No matter, you're the best, bro.
So they know the game plan again.
Thank you, Minecraft,
I mean,
भाई.
everybody knows the game plan of
पेपर
Trent
देने
trying to
रश्मि
stay alive
वाली
with the
टी-शर्ट पहन
salvos.
के जा
Good on
रहा.
Austin to
आ
punish
गई
that
तेरे
right
को?
away. Good on Austin to punish again.
They look a little running into each other, Vans. You don't really see that from G2 too much. Trying to sort themselves out as 100 Thieves come flying through and continue to grab that orb on the fight. So that's a priority we see now at A.
Denying that orb also doesn't allow for Leaf to start building up his ult. So it's a nice little victory coming out for the side of 100 Thieves.
Rip and tear.
Cryo's the one that's won away here from a dimensional drift this time around, and G2 are running right.
All right, one of our first street plays actually coming out of G2 here as they try to open up the middle of the map. Oh man, just on the other side. Oh, the change in elevation catches Cryo off guard there, and he can't get the crosshair leveled out. Jonah's gonna answer back onto Boostio, but not before he can get one. As they give EU this to try and get that Nightfall ultimate up a little bit quicker.
Jonah P, yeah, uses it right away. It clears out towards the street, no information, so it rotates towards spawn.
Pushing out safety. Oh, they're just gonna stay and actually keep this crossfire.
I mean, right now I feel like you're baiting for Jonah P and Leaf.
Bro, what is that
The
recon?
position from Trent is not playing on the top of the B side, he's playing backside instead. Denied once again.
The sidestep from Asuna. EU, it's enough from him as well, but Leaf still alive, finds one, back into the smoke, knows the defuse, it has to be stopped on
भाई ये player है ना भाई, ये player है भाई, you उधर से peek क्यों कर रहा है?
Leaf does it again. The Red Bull
You उधर
clutch
से
for
peek क्यों कर रहा है
G2.
भाई?
Almost at this point, you forget here when Leaf is alive, he can also clutch it.
Yeah.
Throughout this story of G2 in the playoffs, it has been Trent all along. When he falls in the 1v1 once again against Asuna,
Leaf danger है भाई, Leaf बहुत danger है.
Hop on Maple Story, Dan.
Oh my
Patience
God.
he has to go back inside the smoke in. Calling down, that's EU right there on the side of 100 Thieves. He wants to eliminate him right now.
Says you're going to be playing a different game soon, brother. Well, we'll see if 100 Thieves can say something about
Bro,
that.
क्या recon
Pushing
है
out
लोग
again
के?
towards A, Vans. Orb grabs. This seems to just be a focus for them, but it is not getting them the rounds. We'll have to see if it's something they're building up to a little bit more later. Focusing towards A. They're in such a mix of a rotation here as G2 sets up towards that B site.
All missiles away.
Cryo beautifully playing the anti-flash, but it's not going to be enough. He knew it was happening, and it's still too much from G2 as they push through on 100 Thieves low by round with a disrespect.
Asuna didn't even have a chance to activate the finger guns.
No.
G2 में एक भी Indian
Immediately
भी
cooled
है
down
क्या?
as soon
हाँ
as he
है.
moves into the site from Jogmo's entry. That was insane what you just did. It was a perfect read coming out from Cryo. A position to avoid the salvos, almost getting that
Valin
pick
नाम का
as
जो है
soon
ना,
as
वो
Jogmo
उनका
comes out of
IGL
the
है
TP.
और वो Indian भी है.
Jogmo solo opens up the site. But the ult cycles that we mentioned
उसका
before are
नाम
still
वीरेंद्र
available
है.
for G2, but now it's on 100 Thieves. That's starting to build it up on their side as well. Look at that entry.
Oh, that's tough. Just the jumps, the swing, the sway.
Good morning,
Jogmo
Pat bhai.
unleashed with what he's doing here. So how do they come back? What do they
Aim
do? And apparently it's going
Aim
to
out
be
ले
a
लिया है
click of the
100
button
Thieves
by
ने.
Zix here to call a timeout for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and G2's getting a lot of successes here towards the East plant at the B site.
Virender
The
Valin
bonus
Nair.
round, the only time that they committed towards the A site. Denied by a beautiful flood retake by 100 Thieves. Again, that's what we mentioned before. Potentially the weakness to try to take advantage of the positioning of Boostio and his
इसने टोपी
utility
क्यों पहनी
here
मालूम?
towards the B site / street hold.
क्योंकि इसके बीच में एक
Outside
बड़ा
of
सा
a
खड्डा
turret
बन
that gets a
चुका
lot
है
of
ये हेडफोन
information,
पहन के.
You have to kind of react on the fly.
डॉक्टर ने बोला है इसके कोई इलाज नहीं है. तो तुमको टोपी पहन के घूमना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो फिर आपको जो भी लोग देखेंगे उस खड्डे में टपली मार देंगे. तो तब से वो टोपी पहन के घूमता है.
On the side of G2, so yeah, it's just easy for them to just fast hit into the B sites.
And you saw even that Boostio got to that play as the last one, and he still had 4 or 5 seconds on the alarm bot and the turret from pulling that from A. So even when he does move, it's the last moment. G2's moving so quick, you don't even get to replace or use that
3 ultis है
turret.
उन पे 100 Thieves पे, इसलिए
We all
टाइम
know we
आउट
love
लिए
the
शायद.
NA turret peek. That's how we get around corners here. All right, G2 4 now to 100 Thieves single round. They grabbed it on that bonus, but the gun rounds continue to flow in favor of G2 with the pressure and the protocols that they're mounting here. Another round towards mid.
Austin already being pushed away, but I love this change of tempo for 100 Thieves. Double push up towards B main, a push towards A main. So you're almost giving the illusion here that G2 is able to take middle And once they enter the sites, okay, well, this drone is going to change the pacing now. Xander's in a tough spot.
Steel Garden.
Hits 3.
Oh, yeah, you see them all hopping out of sight really fast, but you still have Asuna present, trying to get the fight and trying to be the forefront of this hit. His Armageddon goes right across the feet of 100 Thieves. So does Leaf and Jogamo. And this could be EU trying to get back into the site now. It's a 3v4, but it's an operator for Cryo, so they have to be very careful about the fights they're choosing. They've stopped G2 for now.
They don't know that he's posted up behind the shed, though, at the default spot.
No, they
so
don't.
Still has the whole angle, well, now with the Yoru clone coming out.
अब तक होल्ड कर रहे हैं भाई अच्छा मिसाइल से ये रुके थे
inside the salvo as well, getting the dimensional drift here, and they start to source the rest of the players right on me. Just shoot through me is basically the call right now for Cryo as he figures it out.
क्या बात है यार क्या बेट था
major look
क्या
situation
बेट था भाई
for Boostio, and 100 Thieves grab a very pivotal round.
Insane.
Another failed attempt for G2 towards the A site, but it looked pretty good at the very beginning, but it's all up to EU. Throwing a Nightfall to cancel the push, finds the timing to swing out and get the opening kill onto Jogamo, who's been a nuisance in the entries. 400 Thieves to hold. And then delays well enough here, allowing Cryo to just step up to the plate and support 100 Thieves on the defensive ground. Now all 5 of them grouped up for G2. Out towards the B main where Cryo's currently waiting with the op.
There it is. This push-up you talked about from the other round coming out of that timeout that Zix had, they are taking more space, which is also denying that quickly to G2. All right, Jogamo's got space. They don't know where he's actually gotten to with this dimensional drift. Could be a little bit sketchy, and he still wants to push, playing just on the doorstep of this Cosmic Divide. Sees one who expects the Jogamo right up in your face.
Kills him and TP's out too. Nullifies the ult, but here comes a defensive Cosmic Divide.
Oh, Judge laying down the verdict. Asuna comes through strong. The operator's there. Cryo in a very tough spot to make this work. And it is going to be one shot for him. Goes for the close Judge, but I think he's got a rifle now after the situation is sorted. Leaf 1, Leaf 2. Almost, Xander coming up with a huge frag to bring 100 Thieves to 3.
Another scenario of a 1v2 for Leaf, but this time around a better protocol for 100 Thieves. It wasn't a smoke to dance around, it was the wall to drop. And Xander is able to fight that. He had a Bulldog to fight against Leaf and wins it in the end.
Jeez, it threw the flash too.
I'm posted on it. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Let's win.
Staying loud for the team is Asuna. Holding with the Judge, this time with the Phantom. Op still available for Cryo. And once again, G2 with the Stinger buy. So they force into the last round. They go into a half buy this round. And they want to fight into main, not allowing Asuna to get forward control of the A orb at the very beginning. Or anyone from 100 Thieves, as a matter of fact.
Oh, the melee out. Leaf sits Asuna down in the lawn chair. They said, here's a drink. They move through art. This is the kind of stuff 100 Thieves cannot have happen. And they start to trade back, knowing that it's getting a little dire here as fast as they just lost Asuna. The great trades, great backup, nice play behind the site, and it's going to be enough for 100 Thieves. Cryo and EU and the double team there, just taking down G2.
Running towards that site, they did add a little bit more pressure into the site. They have information of where Cryo and EU are currently posted. The one bidding towards the front, Cryo to fight first, EU staying behind flower pots or also dugout. It's been similar positions, hit after hit for G2 against 100 Thieves towards this A site. So you're slowly learning as you move it across, but will this be enough? Because yes, you may know the positioning, but the shooting is still so much better on the side of Cryo and EU on his A site defense.
Mr. Cryo getting loud there. Coming out with the operator, he is getting fired up right now.
At least not almost fainting this time around.
He's good. He's just making G2 faint with these shots from the operator right now. Asuna as well, now taking the position of Cryo to get the push up. Still safety in the Neon to get out of the situation. So they're not playing it too risky still.
But with the Neon that they spot, they should think that the op from Cryo is currently posted on the A site, who now just TPs to group up towards B. This is still pretty good for G2. They're just finding early info and now trying to pivot into middle in the mid-round.
Playing off the dismiss. Throws down the channel. Asuna, oh, dip, ducks, and dives himself to a headshot on Leaf. The activation from Street now comes through, and who's going to own the road on this one? It looks like 100 Thieves deny it for now. I don't even know if G2 wanted that all together. Maybe the kill would have allowed them through, but they had a second thought in mind already.
And G2's not necessarily playing the stop and go or stop and let them come towards us. They're all just splitting around and making some noise, but not really looking towards their backs. So, in my eyes, it looks like they're committed towards an A-site hit.
In a tricky spot here. Finds one. Maybe a second, the flash comes through, and it's just going to be too much for him.
Flash
Xander falls just short on that swing with Boostio. Great movement by G2. They get another round where they silently move into a site, but they have to push forward, not knowing what else is on the other side. Cryo, we get some more quick scope slash no scopes out of this game. And now he sees what he has to do, giving Asuna the idea of how to do it as well. And that's one. Trent in the clutch situation. Armageddon's there, so he can just spark it off, cause the run. The peak comes through. Oh my God, Cryo hits the shot. The little duck to get under the shot of Trent as well. Couldn't have been more picture perfect. Cryo gets the defuse.
Cryo is back. Trent played it perfectly. And it might be the story that repeats for G2 again. In map number 3, when Trent is in those clutch moments, just missed a few.
Oh my God, the op wide swing, the little pause, the little crouch. Yeah, they're feeling it now, and this is exactly what 100 Thieves needs to do to shut down G2.
And Trent played the off angle as well, forcing Cryo right into his crosshair. Headshot level.
Oh,
shit, too late. On the tracking, on the tracing against his opponent.
And he dodges the Armageddon.
By the way, can we talk about how Matt just wide swung? Matt knew he would whiff, by the way. Matt just wide swung so wide, like a pop-in swing with an op.
That's what I'm saying, man. Who does that? Cryo does. Had it on Sage last game, not the op.
Crazy shit,
been out of his mind here for this series, topping the charts for the 100 Thieves side.
This is a G2 timeout. The first one being used on this map. Still one left for each team. But you are starting to press that button. You're starting to feel here that you're losing grasp of this map of Pearl against 100 Thieves, who again, remember, have been unsuccessful this split, this year on Pearl. But now are able to shut down any type of attempts that G2 is trying to make towards the A site. From entries to post plant. All being won by 100 Thieves on this A site.
All right, a deep breath for the side of G2 here, as they have been watching 100 Thieves just rocket rounds through and through here on Pearl. Kill rounds or post-plant defuses, it has not mattered. 4 in a row now for the Thieves, and pretty much since this op's been online to control one side of the map. But they lose a bit of A this time. The G2 push 100 Thieves back from that initial defense
shit talk
towards
करते
A,
हैं,
but
सब करते हैं
not that
भाई.
C push.
अरे उन लोग का अच्छा healthy shit talk चलते रहता
Still
है.
wants the drone, practicing
कुछ
aim.
हुआ क्या? कुछ matter हुआ क्या?
Oh my gosh, trading prowlers, but not space just yet, Vans.
TP already comes out now for Cryo to meet up with the rest of the team towards the A site. Not heard here.
He saw the tip of the gun.
Done so.
Oh, the muzzle of Valen's weapon just peeking out beside the wall. And Yu tries to take that fight. He's been playing so far back in spawn. That's the first time we've seen him go under that and try and force it.
Valen was able to drop that smoke just before he falls. Allows G2 to sneak through. But now forcing rotates once again and Cryo solo towards the A side with the up, and I love the repositioning. Going back towards main, control this area. So you kind of will just keep them pinned towards this A site. Is to try to fake here towards the B site.
Crazy fake, crazy fake, crazy fake.
They stall. I mean, Xander was in his astral form, so he didn't really have to rotate too much. They do see the hit coming into A, though. Fade along with the salvos. That's going to be Trent taking a shot to the shoulder. Xander is always there on the crossfire. But G2's ready to
But
find
उनका
their
eco
targets.
था तो वो
They
वाइट
source out a
सल्ट
few
जहाँ पे
inside,
commit
make
कर
it
रहे हैं
2-2
वहाँ पे
and
क्यों
leave.
नहीं? What?
Makes it a 1v2 for
वही
Boostio
बना
here
रही है.
on the rotation.
Oh my God,
and
they
Leaf
won that.
again is pushed forward and they stop the bleeding and pick
How
up
did
another
they
round on the
win
side
that?
of G2.
And look at the map manipulation from G2. How did they win that round? All of 100 Thieves dying back towards the spawn with the exception of Cryo. That fake that was thrown by Leaf towards that B side was so good. Good enough.
One enemy remaining.
And for G2 to stay alert, to jiggle back into
Crazy,
main,
bhai.
expecting somebody to push up and gain that space and control that space towards main. Was a
बूस्टियो
heads-up
टरेट
play
है
on the
ये
side of
देखो ये
G2 at a
बूस्टियो
man's
टरेट है
advantage.
बोल रहा है
I think it's
भाई
a great point you
वो
make with
स्प्लिट पे रैंप से जो
throwing the
3 जन
ults
को
on
स्प्रे
B,
ट्रांसफर
but
में मारा ना
still
वो
being able to get to A to help the pacing, the timing.
टट्टी निकल गई
G2 know
सबकी
within these rounds, so everybody can help. Crazy to see him get cross map and then get the 2 to end the round.
And with that thrifty, now 100 Thieves' economy is broken. Hero rifle in the hands of EU. Far away from the fight as G2 is executing towards B. It's an open site for them to plant and
They
take.
scream on through here. Already held back a Jogamo on that back alley elbow area. And this is going to be a tough retake here. Maybe a few shots can go through, but G2 look to clean this up and bring it to 6-5.
Asa's just waiting the whole time and finally activates for the flank behind this B site.
They're actually going into spawn. G2 are now encroaching fully into the spawn side of 100 Thieves to end this round. Leaf with the first one, and now the dominoes start to fall here as G2 clean it up. They swarm 100 Thieves, and we have a 6-5.
And committed into the Cosmic Divide to flood back in the site for 100 Thieves. You won't have it for the retake this time around, but at least it's not too bad. I like that they commit that into their lower buy, because in even gun scenarios, it has been 100 Thieves not needing.
Leaf obli है
What is he doing?
Not needing big util to flood back and fight. Now op for op. Leaf, they've identified that for the side of Asuna when he got picked off. Just on the attempt of a retake before. And Cryo still has his.
Ooh.
Recall swing?
Yeah, you think. I was waiting for it there. And nobody really wants to be the one to give up the first blood at this point to end the first half. I mean, EU already has a low buy on this, so he'll be the one to at least jump and see what he can be as a human sentry with this.
You know, now at 110 left, there's a second TP coming out from the Yoru. So post it up towards Art. G2, they definitely want to make some noise here and start activating Leaf so he can slowly inch up with this off towards the A side. You already see him move just a bit. Now being powdered out and cleared. Leaf wants to let himself get hit by that too. So that should be a tell for 100 Thieves that it is still the op posted up on that side, especially now with this flash.
So much util being used for the ground that really no one's actually holding just yet. Asuna is on the side though. Relay bolt hits him. Really nice utility used to escape on this one. Kyle just misses the shot.
What?
To the side of Trent.
What?
Leaf activates. The op is down in A site. It's now G2.
भाई क्या पकड़ लेते भाई क्या util use कर रहे हैं?
So early. Wait. I guess they're seeing if everybody is there for the tags. The plant goes down, but that's not really going to be used for the retake here. They're going to have to go off what they can. Xander using a few more of those marks still, however, if they last a little longer. And that's going to be the push through. Trent actually makes a very aggressive decision without any help through that smoke.
The lurk.
Oh, right to the cheeks of Boostio. He goes down. This is going to be the shot from Xander. And EU looks like they can easily close down this round. They find Jonah P, who's pushed all the way to Flower, and it's not going to be enough. A 6-6 first half as Thieves pressure back for that last round.
We tie things again, just like Split, down to the wire. One half to the...
Heavy match चल रहा है भाई ये heavy match चल रहा है.
Runner who will get eliminated here. But how many times now in these post months, this time with... Did you see right here, Trent holding back towards the default box is not given a chance to fall back to play his util and get it punished every time. 100 Thieves looking good on their defense, and now they have to fight back on the attack.
We're all tied up at the half. It is anybody's game on Pearl between 100 Thieves and G2
subscribe to
when
the
we
channel.
return.
We are close to 500 likes. No one likes like. Crazy आप भाई निकल सकता है 100 टी अटैक कॉम्प भी है पोस्ट प्लान भी है पर तुम लोग किसको जिताना चाहते हो? 100 थीव्स को या G2 को? 100 थीव्स G2 की अकड़ निकल जाएगी. G2 हार रहा है, 14% वोट्स हो गए. WG2L 100 thieves always to Sen, but can win over G2. So if you're Sen fan, you want 100 thieves to win. यह कैसा खेला? बहुत सही खेला भाई.
Get back into the second half here. It's Pearl, the final map in this best of 3 series, the final match of the day, and an elimination game for one of these two teams. Whoever wins moves on to face Evil Geniuses after their win over KRU today, but it is about these next 7 rounds that one of the teams can grab here onto Pearl.
And looking at the recent history of this map for both teams, G2, the amount of times that they played this map against teams from the Americas, you've had halves that went 6-6 for all of their games, C9, MIBR. For 100 Thieves with this composition, went 1-5 on their attack side against Sentinels to lose that 5-13 as an overall score. So now 100 Thieves trying to push out and stuff the early push from Jogmil out towards the middle and already pivoting towards the
Karthik,
inside.
thank you for the responsor, Lala. Thank you so much, Karthik.
They read that.
Karthik Gaming Wadi channel, thank you so much for the responsor. Going back to the Pow Gang.
But they get themselves safe. Spike's there. Why is he waiting? Why is he waiting with the spike? They need to get it in sight. They're just making sure there's no flank here. It feels like they know what they're doing as they buy a little bit more time. So quick 40 seconds in, they plant the spike on A, and now they reset. Everybody leaves to set up this post plant. You still have that lurk too coming in from Xander. Leaf pushing forward. I think they just saw his gun, so they know that G2 is already trying to make a slight attempt to get back into the site. A little bit of a smoke maze to get through as they caterpillar their way into sight, and 100 Thieves.
Bro, I'm not ready to see G2 losing.
Everybody getting a frag on that one.
A big piss around for 100 Thieves. And the story continues on 100 Thieves dominating the A site control. We were just mentioning before starting this map that G2 probably wanted to work some sort of weakness towards B when they had some success towards that side. But A is the name of the game. The story is being told on the A site battles, always being won by 100 Thieves so far.
Fucking beta.
Sorry, Chad, I should have kept talking.
Still waiting.
That was a hot. All right. We move through 100 Thieves flying down towards C here just to kind of abruptly say, we're here. But G2 isn't going to hear any of that. It's going to be an orb grab. It's going to be a retreat. And they should be good on this.
And they are still trying to bring Asuna back to clear. On the pistol round, he was going all around the map. Now if he goes towards R, that's 3 people raiding. It has to be cleared. You got to use this prowler.
Oh. Full art. There's an art show coming out from G2 here on their second round.
That's Phantom picked up.
Oh my god.
Cryo hits 1, Cryo hits 2, but they are trying to pressure in to get this Guardian down, and it's going to be Valen taking out another one. A 2v1 out of this situation, but Boostio is there to shut it all down.
Good morning, Bawa. झोपायचं नाही का? झोपायचं आता आदित्य भाऊ. ही मॅच झाल्यावर 15 मिनिटं अजून. 10 मिनिटं.
A surprise play from G2 towards middle.
Yeah.
When they
Thank you
lost
for the
that
potty,
rifle to
Aditya.
lead
Thank you for the
back
potty.
towards the double doors of streets. You kept one player back, just preventing the push coming out from G2 from Art. It's only Leaf alone inside the streets. You want to try to come back and fight and trade in that spot. Salvage the weapon back in your favor. And just stuff the last remaining players from G2 only at Classics to work with towards the Art. salvaging around, winning the anti-eco, now going into the bonus. That's very healthy. 3 rifles on the side of the 100 Thieves. Austin already moving forward towards control of the A site, and it's given up by G2's side. This time, though, there's not too much pressure coming in from G2 on Stacks. They want to try finding information in the very beginning where it's hard to get. Jonah P hasn't used his eye in the very beginning. So you're just trying to leverage this player to jump spot for information. Now it's being used. 112 on the clock spots, nobody towards middle. And that gives the upper hand now for 100 Thieves to start working around that map. Even forced out the drone for the second. Within 10 seconds, both utils been used.
And Xander's been keeping his stars, placing them kind of as battle stars over towards C, to B, dismisses, now places towards A so the team can activate. So they're trying to throw a bunch of misdirection, and there's one that works. Austin has got the side elite as they swipe their way through Art into sight here. Cryo with the spam, with the eyes, the haunt comes up huge on the entry into the site.
3v4.
And Valen is only able to answer back for now as the rotation comes in very fast. This hit from Xander on the left side lets them know everyone from G2 is rotating.
G2 वाले fight से ही जीत रहे भाई, ये लोग मचा रहे मजबूत.
Easy.
अरे माँ कसम.
Don't go 1 by 1.
चल ये लोग उनका बोनस जीते हैं.
1 by 1 is right now with the movement of 100 Thieves on
ये
this
लोग
one.
बोनस
So much
जीते
credit
Hell
for how they played the back and forth here. Very G2-esque actually. They get a taste of their own medicine on this round, and they can't figure out where 100 Thieves is popping out of the woodwork.
We just talked about the haunt and the drone coming out from both players, both initiators for G2 side. The only thing that they saw was
next
one
live
post
कब
up
होगा?
EU
4-5
towards the
बजे.
orb of the 8 boxes, and that window of opportunity is utilized by the ult of
शी
Cryo.
भाई.
Austin can now scale behind that.
G2 is choker. नहीं भाई मैंने तो नहीं चोक करते देखा G2 को.
You can rotate early. You're still playing. I think
Finals वगैरह की जो बात है वो तो अलग है.
On the extremities of the site, you find the
भाई
weaknesses across
100
your
Thieves के
into
against
the
यार.
A site, and you punish Leaf right towards the art, and it opens up everything to allow 100 Thieves to even get a bonus against G2. Economy's back in shambles, and Valen seems like he wants to go for a hero rifle here. Somebody's got to shoot that haunt as well.
Yeah, that haunt had too much time and huge return on investment. He's feeling it. Despair.
BT में है भाई.
We're seeing the duality of man change back and forth between Josh RT
Eco round आ गया अभी.
who's winning and who's losing the round. And right now, Zix is feeling the
Comeback
power
तो है.
that his team's bringing to the table. Mid covered here by Boostio. He's going to hear this and have to call it to the team. There's a big rush coming from the right side of the map. He knows he can't get out of this, and he's going to have to play for his life.
लगातार 2 राउंड जीती ना तो तीसरा राउंड फ्री मिल जाएगा. Comebackable बहुत
almost
easy
the second one, but the swing and squat coming in is enough from Valen as they got that trade in.
And on the other side, Leaf is playing soft side on B, so he could activate both of the Razor Thorns and slow down the pacing from 100 Thieves and kind of keep them pinned inside the site. So slowly but surely, you're seeing the pincer maneuver coming in from all angles. You need to find the right timing now for G2 or for 100 Thieves to just flip somewhere across the map. Boosty already found the information on flankers, so they could fight back towards the spawn.
They feel like going a little bit closer is what's going to give them the info they want. Well, they know where Trent is, and he's usually alone, so we actually see them peeling off to go back to site to find out where the rest of the G2 members are. And it's a tell. Xander knows he's killed the flank, and 100 Thieves can now lock down on the priority target. Jonah P, 2 shots left in the Sheriff, and he just needs 1. Xander's got the Vandal ready.
Please.
बेचारा भाई रुका मारा था यार इसने.
Xander always having the stars ready, even in the battle moments, to clutch the round.
3 flankers coming out from G2 at the front of the site, and only 1 player flanking towards the end for Trent. And Trent needed to win that fight on the 1v1 against Xander. You saw what happened towards the end. He stays alive, plays both stars. It would have been a different story because Jonah P let in some beautiful shots at the very beginning on the lower body that you had for G2. And now 100 Thieves have reached double digits. G2 playing from behind. G2 potentially about to get eliminated in this series.
Operator for Jogamo. These are the moments for 100 Thieves we talked about before. The first 3 rounds of the half, the first 4 rounds, for some reason,
what a shot,
G2 come back. But Cryo says no, not this time. They want to take this 5th round for their own as well. Few smokes forward. We can see the stars are laid down by Xander, so they can progress through the sites. The wall goes up, and 100 Thieves do not look like they want to stop the pace of this round.
And Trent gives up the space.
Spam comes through, insta headshot from Trent. They delay the spike. They have to figure out what the back of the site looks like before they continue and try this again. They're already leaving.
Oh, and it's a Cosmic that finds on the defense. He had a drone spot Boostio.
That could be huge.
It doesn't matter anymore. He gets the pick. But with the Cosmic Divide,
still
everybody's
gets one,
rotated
bro.
already back from 100 Thieves, and it was never hurt by G2. This is now an open plant, and now you have inserted
Bro,
players on
ये
late
11th मिल
lurks.
गया तो उनको 12th free मिल जाएगा.
The backstab that will kill G2.
Oh shit, this is so
They
bad.
have a bit of time. Oh, there it
Bro,
is.
this is
EU
so
gets
bad.
Leaf, and now they have to worry about where that lurker is going to be. 11th round for 100 Thieves on the horizon here, but you have Trent and Valen, two huge clutch potentials on the side of G2. The spams come through. They're just trying to create chaos on 100 Thieves when they need structure. They have this round without spamming into the smoke. Why do it? A huge hit. That's gonna be that is it. The haunt catches. They get the marks. Asuna files the last two away, and that's another round for 100 Thieves.
EU now in flow state in this third map. Util, he's 10-10-10. He's perfect.
The triple-double.
The anchoring from the back of the A side onto defense. The Util now in the post plant.
भाई मार रही है यार 100 Thieves.
Stringing out 5 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves, forcing the last time out of G2.
The fact that Boostio could get a kill there and was seen by the drone
ये क्या
delays
reveal
that
था भाई, ये क्या
rotation from
reveal
G2
था.
that much more. And like you said, the wall, not knowing the rotation, G2 almost played against themselves on that round, honestly, and it's going to be a timeout so they can play together, get themselves back in. They are 2 rounds away from being eliminated.
And it goes back now to the veto. Haven was let through. G2 wins it, and you think, okay, well, Split and Pearl, they have not been successful maps for 100 Thieves. But they've mentioned now the interview, this conversation that Zix had with Liz, worked around the clock, building up a game plan to play against G2. G2, who has been unstoppable this whole split, coming back with a vengeance from Bangkok and being flawless in the run. Now potentially faltering 2 games in a row to get eliminated in the lower brackets
की वजह से हाँ भाई ना वो किधर ऊपर डाल दिया था पता भी नहीं भाई उसमें का
and now
रिवील हुआ.
potentially 100 Thieves.
It's crazy what they have been able to do. Zix saying it was pretty much overnight and how proud he is of the team for being able to do that. You gotta wonder now what that next level of 100 Thieves looks like. It's hard to understand.
And it's the most crucial round for G2. You need to convert. They've done it before in 50 rounds. They have the lowest bias possible, and they're playing. They're buying so they can play the overtime if they lose this round. But they definitely do want to get the Thrifty as they've done before. Stacking towards the right spot in the B side to start.
G2 looking to defend this.
Bro,
They want to get
उसने
back in
TP छोड़ा ही
immediately.
नहीं.
Use these small
उसने
buys to
TP
get
छोड़ा ही
into
नहीं.
the
3 जन
site.
मर
They
गए.
played this yesterday, trying to get the
Bro.
comeback, trying to get the round.
Nah, that oh my god, that was the biggest fumble by 100 Thieves. That was the biggest fumble by 100 Thieves, bro. No way ये लोग comeback खाने वाले अभी.
Although it's later in the second
Bro,
half.
ये लोग comeback खाने वाले अभी.
G2 in a
They are
similar
cooked.
scenario as they did against Sentinels yesterday. Sentinels winning a pistol round and G2 forced into a Thrifty buy. And they string so many rounds in a row
They are cooked.
to almost push it into overtime and just falter in
Kai
the
bhai, thank
last,
you for the
at
40
the last
rupees.
second.
G2 के लिए Neon and
now
Yoru
they
combo
have some room to
kryptonite
breathe
है.
once again, breaking the econ somehow of 100 Thieves. It was
भाई
5
इनका
rounds in a row
save
won
आ
by
गया
100
100
Thieves on the
Thieves
second
का.
half, and somehow there's only a rifle in the hands of EU in round number
Imagine
19.
वो लोग 5 राउंड्स बैक टू बैक जीते फिर भी उनके पास एक राउंड हारने के बाद पैसे नहीं है. I mean, उनके पास है, but they decided not to buy.
That first arc play initially.
Okay.
Jonah P backs up here. He's one from alt. Steel Gardens up. G2 has a lot of
Nah.
ways to play this one where they can wait till the last moment, but Jogamo is going to say,
Thank you, Sai Bhai, for the
off bat,
40
we wanna make
rupees.
a mark on round 19. Spike's down here, so you know they're just looking for the fights on the side of 100 Thieves. There's one. Stun for Valen means nothing, but EU does get that trade. Leaf's already there. on the back to help his teammate out here, and it looks
Reverse
good
sweep
for
है अभी यार.
G2.
Heavy वाला reverse sweep आ रहा है अभी.
Figure out how to instantly close this round out if the spike does get planted.
And thankfully they're finding all of this here in a lower buy for 100 Thieves.
Yep.
They know now that Leaf's utility is being set up towards the B site, that they're playing a buddy system. The op also is identified with Jogimo pushing up here with Trent. So you're using a drone to clear space, and then once you hold up that spot with the op, you see Trent moving back. They're keeping a buddy system of a 2-2 right in the middle area so they could trade out against an aggression potentially from 100 Thieves. So in the later rounds when 100 Thieves have weapons to work with, they're probably going to start baiting this wall out towards the B side. Just to thin out the defense on the side of G2.
Just waiting for him to take down Cryo. Ooh, those Josh RT timeouts are pretty pivotal. Resetting the team, slowing down.
But 100 Thieves का
but this is exactly
economy
like
अच्छा है मालूम.
They paused at 11.
उन्होंने ये वाला save करके ना अच्छा decision लिया.
It took a few more rounds, and then it was solidified. G2 were just in this spot yesterday. They have to know what to do. We get to round 20 now. The operator is out for Jogamo still. We'll see if G2 can creep back with 3 more to continue this pressure.
This might be a fast tempo.
ये मैप हारता है ना, ये राउंड हारता है ना, तो फिर 11-10 हो जाएगा.
A side control, Boostio is going to meet up with the rest to try to get this lockdown if possible. Already though, counter util coming out from G2 to push them back and not allow the lockdown to be picked up.
ये जीतना है भाई, फिर comeback is on भाई.
That could be an instant ult towards the A site.
Everybody hopping away.
3 जन पीछे जा रहे हैं.
3 cut audio and stay, or yeah, 3 cut audio and stay though. That drone is just going to be a footstep until it leaves. And now they hold. Noise made towards mid to try and reactivate. Wait. Yeah, that was Boostio running into the corner there to make that noise and get everybody a little activated in this lockdown.
But the drone already spotted towards middle. They know the split's coming towards the A site.
TP out, Jogamo till the last second. Obviously, he's going to catch someone off guard there, and it's exactly the type of plays that G2 needs right now. Look at all of these marks, finding the members of 100 Thieves, trying to get into the site from Jonah P's Nightfall.
He's using a big spot now.
He can't look away. He cannot double take this. He has to go. It's time! Never have I seen timing like that. EU goes down. Everything's working well. They have to pressure him. They jump into his face.
Still got one.
Again, 100 trying to create chaos when they could use a little bit of structure in those situations.
Yeah. It's cooked. 11-10 हो रहा है.
Get another round.
They are cooked. Comeback खाली है. 100 Thieves comeback खाली है, bro. They had to win that 150.
I gotta say,
they are cooked now, bro. They are cooked.
They are playing structure. They're feeling good. And they are making the plays that matter here.
And the closest one to the ults on the side of G2 is Trent, so they'll have him get that defuse so they could get to rotate on the Armageddon as soon as possible. But again, I gotta say that having EU coming back towards the top middle and breaking that drone that came out from Trent, it kind of defeated the plan that Lucio was trying to do there. I thought he was gonna try to sell some sort of fake with the ult, and then you try to push back towards middle instead. But now it seems like they committed themselves to split towards the A site, and Jongamo's been good. That's the second time that he waits for the last second on any type of util to get the op kill and escape.
Speed? Going fast.
Bye. अगर G2 ये वाला round जाने देती है, तो खत्म है.
They're in and out for the orb.
Yeah, just min-maxing for now. You already see here on the side of the B side, Xander is watching for a push on that end. You'll probably try to do a recall, swing out towards that side, maybe punish Jogimo if you can. Actually, 100 Thieves are going back to work middle. They still have 2 Prowlers on the side of EU here to try to find where defenders could be on the side of G2's side. But again, this is just a lower buy that you have for 100 Thieves. A round where you're just trying to find, if you're playing passive or a little bit more aggressive here for G2 in the later rounds, and maybe try to punish that when you have weapons to work with.
They know that op is ringing out now. They push him off the line so he cannot have such an easy shot. And they're starting 100 Thieves to encroach towards this site. Leaf doesn't even miss a shot on the jumping Boostio, and that almost hits through the wall. Wait.
Hello, Rishi.
Everybody trying to get the right play in here.
Oh my God, वो सो गया भाई.
Cryo gets that shot.
Bro, no way.
From earlier.
Off ले लिया क्या वो?
Still doing work. A 3K to his name and a possible
2v3.
ace on
Bro,
the
this
board
is
here.
winnable for them.
Very healthy up top. Actually hasn't taken any damage.
No way. No way, chat.
Underneath with the 3 of his own.
Oh, ये मरेगा.
Double ace on the boards as Trent steals that away for one side. And Trent's gonna get the last 2. A little bit of a full house. Leaf over Trent's. And they're gonna get that defuse for the initiator Tejo as well. As the 10th round now comes up here for G2. Will this not be the fake comeback?
We'll have to see here in the later rounds, but that at least 400 Thieves to make that very close and almost even convert that in their favor is looking dangerous. Again, these moments for G2 when you're getting closer and closer towards the tail end of this map.
वो teleport तोड़ रहा था तब भी वो आया.
On the side of G2. You're seeing
अभी शुरू हो रहा है मैच. अभी शुरू हो रहा है मैच. 11-10. 11-10 भाई. अभी अगर G2 एक और राउंड जीतता है तो 11-11 हो जाएगा और फिर 100 Thieves का इको आ जाएगा तो 12 G2 को फ्री मिल जाएगा.
And get the pick. But all these plants, all this orb maxing coming out on the side of 100 Thieves. EU now has a Nightfall available going into the next round. So you're calling out this timeout. You're trying to cook something up here for Zix and for the Thieves. There's just such good ults for them to get information to play pulse plans.
G2 का economy बहुत strong है.
Cryo and from EU.
And it's a great point too, because even in 2 rounds, it's got to be some pretty spectacular things to get G2's ults very much online. They have the Armageddon.
W decision to
so
stay
right,
away.
100 Thieves can figure out a way to use these. They have the upper hand, just looking at what everybody's bringing to the table here for these final rounds. The buys are there. Jog keeps the operator. The money obviously in favor of G2 here as we head into round 22. 4 in a row now for G2.
You just saw us going to this map here, and there's a lot of pings towards the back of the site.
Yeah.
And it seems to be a straight line, so maybe the plan now for G2 is to play the retake. You're seeing that it's a weak side towards B. They're putting the op from Jogimo on that side first, putting a heavy lean towards the A site. And then you could use the Armageddon for the retake if they falter and give up the B side. But for now, 100 Thieves are splitting towards A, and the wall is late. It's actually deep into the site to try to split the push. Behind Cryo's ult.
They're going right in. He's going to be able to plant on those vines. No
what
problem.
Are
he can't leave
the
vines.
The
Armageddon's coming through. I don't think he's going to make it.
What is happening?
Just on the side.
वो बच गया. नहीं बचा वो.
G2 is able to come in huge. Trent gets another salvo kill on the week, we should say, as Asuna answers back.
3v4.
They can breathe a moment. Reset.
बेचारे को कुछ जगह ही नहीं थी भाई.
There's no util for G2 to find information through these smokes, though. They have to be now timing for the retake.
Nobody can be in those hot spam spots. Get yourself behind a wall and try to hide. Valen quickly swinging out of the smokes, able to get one.
निकाल ली भाई, निकाल ली, chat निकाल ली round.
To come up on both sides. As he now puts up the A main one early.
Oh, निकाल ली round, chat.
Retaliated by Jogamo, and
क्या कर रहा है Boostio? क्या कर रहा है?
Game now for G2.
क्या कर रहा है Boostio? एक को मारता था Boostio को round निकल जाता.
So rare do we see walls being placed down towards the staircase of the art. Razor finds to combine. The trap play was also set. So Trent, his position towards the A site, is not only to allow him to use his Armageddon to retake towards B if the read wasn't correct, but you just saw what happened within that site when 100 Thieves tried to go for the plant. A huge trap play off the Armageddon and salvos towards the right side to completely take cover of the A site and not give a chance for 100 Thieves to position themselves to crossfire setup, to play the post plant. And now time
ये बाय अभी अगर G2 ने हारा ना तो रहने दो फिर. Bro, actually losable round है क्योंकि stingers बहुत deadly होती है.
Everything covered up for now.
Yeah, they've moved that op over towards A.
Bro, सोचो ना घर पे जाने वाली मैच है ये. जो हारा वो घर पे.
So they have to figure out what they want to do next. They've been expecting this op at C, pushed up at C, etc.
इसलिए Boostio वैसा dance किया
उधर.
उधर.
Switch here that G2 have made very late in the game. Good coverage toward mid, but now they know they can work this with that Prowler expired.
Asuna किधर है भाई? मार रहा कि नहीं वो?
Given the space by Jonah P, but gaining the space, I don't know if it gives them that much. They're still just falling into the hands of G2 at this point.
The thing is you might Nightfall back into sight. when it did that last time, it smothered a lot of sounds here to allow potentially Asuna to get the overdrive value into the site.
Ooh.
Asuna dashed through. A big C's prevented them from getting in right away, so it did give G2 an extra moment to set up.
Okay.
I like the push though from 100 Thieves. That's a lot.
ओए भाई सिटी पे 3 जन स्पॉट हो गए उनको.
Comes out. Alt for alt here as we're getting to the pressure point.
Oh shit. भाई उन लोग को upper hand है ये round में.
Of this map. And now tagged up, moving in. It has to be G2 hitting the right shots here.
Bhai, G2 might actually lose this round.
Really good positioning as he gets himself around, but they're not going to leave it with a bit of a high load that they have on the other side. A C's comes through as well.
What?
Too close is Jogamo. Shoulder peeks through, but Lee's able to capitalize on 2 kills. Cryo has to do so much work here. He's going to delay, gives himself a gate crash to get a bit of a fake out here. A shot. Does he know the HP? He doesn't even care. It's a headshot. Cryo with the Guardian saves the day for 100 Thieves.
Cryo with the Red Bull clutch. About to break the dreams of G2 moving forward again in the lower brackets. 26 and 18. Staying calm under the pressure. When the wall came down in, G2 was looking so good for the retake.
Jeez.
He gets the cleanest shots.
Oh भाई cryo depression में क्यों है मुझे जानना है भाई.
Memory for G2, the score line they face once again the same thing from yesterday. Is 100 Thieves could put a final nail in the coffin with this round. It couldn't even be possibly the 4v5. They have to do more right off the bat because G2's come back from just about everything.
They're moving so quick. There's still ults available for G2's side, though, to try to stall this one more time, trying to push this into overtime.
Well, they're just pushing it, bro.
Just yet. Molly goes up top. It's going to be a dimensional drift that nobody sees that for the moment. Oh, try! You're going to activate Not looking good for 100 Thieves. Jogamo is ready to activate from the back of the site as Valen gets 2, and this is looking like an overtime Pearl matchup. As Xander is left versus 5.
And they already knew that he was towards middle. The wall was activated there. Leaver's watching for that push, but the spike is out in the open. Cole gets the first pick that went to Trent before he gets jammed and forced to fall back, but this is looking grim here for 100 Thieves rather. G2 will definitely be able to push this into overtime unless Xander pulls out the M80 Challenger Xander that we know he could do.
No, right? It's just there's too many. There's too many.
I almost had a chance there.
10 gifted over
and now they hide from him. They're like, you know what? Let's not. Okay, gets the spam through. That's the shot they needed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all tied up on our 3rd map now. G2 have done it to make the comeback happen.
Pressure is on now. I'd like to see for the side of G2. This is once again deja vu.
Like the stream right away, boys. Like the stream right now.
And if they have that PTSD, they probably have to keep somebody anchored up towards this B side. Once they play the defensive end. But at least for now, they start on the attack and they want to fight as a group. A glass cannon op in the hands of Cryo to try to hold up towards B.
Oh, Cryo,
perfect read to start.
The OT went last time, but this is completely different. Cryo misses and actually turns before he activates the gate crash. It's enough time for him to go down to the hands of G2, and now they have to reset themselves to have a good defense versus a full G2 squad. They're falling left and right in 1v1s.
A 4v5, they have to try to make a play to find information, and both of them on each extremity get punished on an overextension. Unfortunate miss from Cryo, shooting between 2 players on a double swing. And we go back to the game plan of G2, trying to find the KJ util and trying to take down Boostio on the B site. But thankfully, Asuna is still there. The crossfire is being set up.
Boostio ko check nahi
karenge. The silver lining, the last stand potential for 100 Thieves on their defense.
All the throws go out. Hopefully they shoot that for Boostio so he can stay alive a little bit longer in that position because he's actually still got a good spot now. He's tethered. He's known. Jogamo's going to clean that one up, but Jog took a lot of damage. He's looking for his side, and he's got enough coverage to keep it going. G2 get a flawless first overtime round. 13-12. Game point, G2.
G2 able to crawl back.
I guess now it's a GG, chat.
And take the lead back in the series.
I guess now it's a GG.
I don't think any of these teams are humming right now. This is intense. It comes down now to G2. Can they actually close this out? This would mean a lot for a team like G2 to be able to win the map of Pearl in overtime. To knock out 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves are trying to move in as a group. Back into a B main control.
Focusing with Boostio still on the right side. It's the strat they've run numerous times throughout the map already. So they know they want to get a little bit of info here. And then see if they can move the map and kill moving forward.
घर पे देखना आसान है भाई वो लोग क्या प्रेशर go through करते हैं अपने को नहीं पता ना
pretty early or clone I
तो
should
ऐसे
say
सब
pretty
mistakes तो
early.
होते
They're
रहेंगे
committed
भाई
somewhat to be here, so it's going to be tough for them to get out if Boostio loses any info in mid. And he's going to go ahead and now already start to rotate over, so this is the commit. They want this, fans.
Everything's gonna stop them. Asana's cool. HP is slowly going down, trying to avoid everything, and Valen punishes him.
Runs through, Valen runs into the site, the controller on G2's side. No, Boostio's gonna be able to grab Trado. What is this from the IGL? Boostio continuing to run into the sand, and the whole team's moving to the pack, just like you said they needed to do, and stick together here, hip to hip on these trades if they want to get through G2. It looks like we're going uno mas.
The triple kill out from Boostio activates the lockdown, and yeah, we
will
go into a double overtime play.
Just the plays
You're
through.
running across a one-way. Crossfire is being set up. Not gonna happen. And Cryo, who missed an off shot, a crucial off shot in the previous round, is able to get that easy kill onto Jargo to bring the confidence back into this round.
And reset that. It's a sigh of relief. Never happened, right?
Never
reset,
happened.
You're good. You're good. You can forget about that round, at least if you're Cryo.
Dude, that's twice now that Boostio in this BO3 is able to do a beautiful spray transfer to get a triple kill.
Jeez. And that's what he said he wants to do, get back to that play style, back to that flow state where it just becomes instinctual in that moment. We saw it there coming through just a little bit for Boostio. Push onto A site here for 100 Thieves. They want the instant information, and they're going to have to be chasing G2 on this round because they're moving just as fast towards B.
Oh, shit, he's cooked.
Back to back, actually get that spam through the screen. Yeah,
another wall bang.
What the hell?
Not looking good. The way the G2 is picking up their attack rounds is so brute force and quick. Do not see 100 Thieves having a good time on these as we keep switching sides.
And this time, at least 3 players to go back towards B main to support Leaf. And while this happens, I mean, he gives it up. Asuna is moving back towards Street, but that means that Salvo's will be ready. Valen could start falling back. Probably has another star to work with. Waiting for it to probably regen. Actually has no stars left. Using it now for the execution for the side of G2.
Oh, it's so tough. Just everybody on the other side. Jog making the shot on Asuna as he has so many targets to dodge and prepare for, and that is going to be another flawless overtime round for G2's attack side.
Flawless attack nikal rahe bhai.
Entry perfect now for G2 on the B site hit. And the story once again is repeated. G2 map and series point. And right now in this overtime, both of the teams are just brute forcing their way as a group.
Nice.
All right. No op this time. Everybody heading in with the rifles, knowing these rounds are getting faster, quicker and quicker each time.
वापस B जा रहे.
Spike's dropped here for 100 Thieves. This is a round they look for fights.
Look at the change from G2 though. They're actually not using any razor finds towards the B side. They're anticipating some sort of late hit back towards middle.
Oh, ये बार 100 Thieves B जा
know that
रही
there's
है.
some sort of early conditioning coming out from 100 Thieves' side. So the clone comes out. They'll get shot. But on the side of 100 Thieves, it didn't activate any walls. So they must know now that the Vice is currently playing towards the A site, but that's still a different story. It's only a wall for information that G2 likes to place towards this art.
Good night हो गया था मेरा 1 second के लिए.
Out towards the A main. And you're just still playing the 4-1. 100 Thieves are slowly walking into this one.
क्या सीन हो रहा है? मिड जा रही है 100
to
Thieves.
try to clear out that spot. It gets spotted by the Prowler too.
They slide in. Spike is actually on this play. Asuna had to pick it up on the way around.
What a
this
flash!
Is bad. This is bad. The Spike is there, but
Damn,
they're
he
able to
got
actually
two.
trade this. Possibly pick it back up. Yeah, a little bit of a walk up by Boostio, but it is 2 down for 100 Thieves here to G2's 1.
30 seconds left. But the wall is down, so 100 Thieves can start walking into this. But the more that they wait, Trent's in the perfect area with the salvos to delay.
G2 made the comeback. They've put the pressure on each round. They're now giving up a little bit of the space here on the round that could be theirs. The plant comes through. They were waiting on the salvos for that, and Boostio is going to be forced to put it on the right side. And the Mollies aren't to pause the plant. They're to pause the entry back into the site.
One kill gives Boostio an ult.
Can he find it? You see him kind of peeking out, looking for it right through the window. Boostio does not get haunted, but he does get spammed for a moment. Xander answers with one, a 3v3 as they start to enter the site. 100 Thieves trying to stay alive in this series, trying to stay alive from the elimination. The jump over is not enough, and it's going to be the kills for 100 Thieves. We go again.
The crossfire set up out in the open. A smoke to isolate and funnel G2 right into the opening. And you're playing the bait and switch. Boostio being selfless just at the corner of Church. So they can re-swing on the side of Heart, re-swing towards main, and push this into another round. Both teams now finding a lot of success on their attack sides when they faltered round after round into regulation.
Ooh, the timeout comes through. Vans twice now. G2 has had the game point chance. And twice has 100 Thieves pulled it back to all tied up. We go to a third overtime now. 100 Thieves will call a timeout so Zix can get in the ear of the team. Reset them. Maybe even something different here as you're flipping the last pages of the strat book, getting this late. And G2 is now in a second situation where their series is just going the distance. And it's the first time we've really seen them in this state throughout the stage and playoffs.
And it's the same story for 100 Thieves. A team that has been faltering match after match on Pearl is actually taking it the distance and actually looking quite good against G2. Their #1 seed in Omega against the #3 seed in Alpha. They had to get decided in the mid-round. 100 Thieves who didn't have the greatest of starts. Remember, the victories that they had were against the #4 seeds and lower. And they're now fighting toe-to-toe against G2 like they're also a #1 seed on Alpha.
Yeah.
And in this round, G2 working as a group, but this time towards the A main. No more towards B. The read out of this one from this timeout is fight towards B for 100 Thieves. It's not the best of reads yet, but there's enough stalls from the amount of stars and YouTube from both Xander and Boostio towards A.
खत्म कर दो भाई.
I think we've yet to get a win from that defensive squad, right?
25 rounds होने वाले आज.
We'll have to see who can flip the script. Towards
आगे आके बैठा है
A,
Asuna.
still stands as now G2 start to lurk towards the left side. They're doing this again. The breadcrumbs they leave across the map.
पकड़ लेगा Asuna को पकड़ लेगा भाग नहीं पाएगा फिर.
As they now pull the furthest one away back to the team.
अगर किसी ने गलती से ड्रॉ किया और F5 दबा दिया तो फिर ट्रॉफी है ना बीच से आरी से काट दी जाती है और फिर एक के घर पे एक ऐसा पहुंचता है.
It's forced to fall back, and nobody really from 100 Thieves are rotating yet. And there's such a huge gap. Look at that. There's nothing holding for information on the side of 100 Thieves. This is a perfect timing now for Leaf to start activating and pinching into the side, especially now that the Prowler misses and doesn't get information towards Street. They have to anchor up now for EU and for Asuna, or to play soft side and give it up.
Oh, he's trying to find a way to stand. Where to stand? Leaf takes down EU. You
Asuna के वो अंधे हो गए बैक साइड पे भाई. भाई क्या aim हिल रहा है Asuna का.
Asuna to take him out, and
Asuna
the
का aim देख रहे हो.
heavy-handed defense over at A does not pay off after the timeout.
भाई ये लोग अटैक में flawless जीत जाते हैं वे.
I see the TP from Jogimo as well. Get damage from his own teammate Salvo just to get that space.
Yeah.
Now the
लेकिन ये वाला अभी
have to come up huge for 100 Thieves. You need a miracle now.
ये राउंड हारेगी G2 देखो.
Xander with one. Is it going to be enough? No, they're not turning. They don't have the angles. and they can just see him in Jawgamo's dimensional drift here. 2 left though. It looks like it's going to be half. He knows where one is coming from, but now his back is to the firepower of Trent too in this situation. It's so tough. G2 are just going to toy with Cryo on this one. The time is gone for the defuse, and Jawgamo hits the final shot anyways. 15 to 14, G2 pull away with another attack round. It's a checkerboard on that score line. Back and forth.
क्या scene है?
Now you're trying to pull out all stops on the side of 100 Thieves. They had to use a timeout to figure out a strategy against G2's attack, and it was still a wrong read. Again, we just talked about they have to play soft side or give it up, and both of them get caught off guard for both EU and Asuna. Now G2 back at series point. They're playing a 2-1-2 that was missed by 100 Thieves in the previous round.
Ooh. Asuna on a solo mission.
Asuna stress में. Asuna हमेशा stress.
Finds a fight he might want. It's just Asuna go kill. Nobody can help him right now. This is literally the strat. He's feeling it and he asked for it.
How did he get? Bro is doing anything at this point, bhai.
The 1-for-1 now. Valen taking a bit of damage. They figured out where he is, and it's pretty much the same setup that 100 Thieves has, so they need to uproot him from this, and they do, Vans.
If they got 1 kill, it was good enough. But here comes a full flank from G2. That's probably not expected by 100 Thieves. Probably to try to stall.
सब लोग की बड़ी है भाई. सबकी बड़ी है. किसी को घर नहीं जाना है.
Now spotted. Here comes the hit.
They're waiting for that TP coming in from Cryo.
World champion खेल रहा है भाई.
The fake TP to get rid of that gate crash.
Trent shot it. They want to keep it inside the site.
Okay.
Shoot. 1-2. Oh, they're letting him get half. It's getting risky, though. It's getting very risky, though. That's going to be the shot. Trent hits it. They shut down the heist. G2 eliminate 100 Thieves, and they'll move on in playoffs.
मेरे को लगा उस पे missiles आ गए, इसलिए रुका है.
It had to come down to Trent on a 1v1 to get that final kill. It was labored, but G2 is able to move on.
Push to the limit in these final games here. You are seeing G2 be tested, and it was one hell of a day for the squad to be able to pull out these rounds after the timeouts. Josh RT and squad really having a pivotal hand in why these rounds were changing for the side of G2.
Yeah, and that's going to feel good for G2 once again.
How, bro? How?
Being worked on a map like Pearl and able to close that out is going to mean a lot for this team moving forward too in the playoffs. Sigh of relief for a lot of the players. I think even with this type of victory, they are kind of happy, but you definitely want this to be a lot cleaner than what they actually showed here within the map. But at least they're able to move forward. They have
100 Thieves के लिए बुरा लग रहा है अभी. 100 Thieves के लिए बुरा लग रहा है भाई. भाई क्या परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया भाई उन लोगों ने. क्या परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है भाई. मेरे को बूस्टियो पसंद है भाई. तो बहुत लोगों को चैट में पसंद नहीं है भाई वो कि वो बचता है भाई. वो प्लेयर है भाई. डेंजर. क्या मारा है आज उसने भाई. एनीवेज वी आर क्लोज टू 500 लाइक्स. मेरा निकलने का टाइम आ चुका है. पीस. मिलते हैं 4 या 5 बजे. हम लोग करेंगे अपनी लाइव स्ट्रीम ऑफ वैलोरेंट गेमिंग. बाय गाइस. पीस आउट. टेक रेज. 11-6 to 16-14. वो उधर ही गेम जीत जाते भाई. वो जो इको हारे ना उधर ही खत्म हो गया था. बाय गाइस. टेक केयर.